Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's your main man, Uncle Freezy. What's good? Wow, jumping in the middle of the day. I can't believe what I just saw. Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Donovan Mitchell to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Right? So I'm looking at the details right now as we speak. So sources, Cleveland acquires Utah Jazz star Donovan Mitchell in a blockbuster deal. And here are the particulars. The Jazz received Lauri Markkanen, Ochai Agbaji, Colin Sexton, and Cleveland's first-round picks, protected first-round picks in 25, 27, 29, as well as pick swaps in 26 and 28. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. What are we doing? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Donovan Mitchell to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Donovan Mitchell to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Yes, I am in shock right now. I am in shock right now. I am in shock right now. I cannot believe what I'm hearing. Almighty Finesse in the building. Reek Omi was good. Yo, Elvis is in the building. D Blocks, Celtics is in the building. Was good. Oh my good. Khaled Pasha was good. Donnie D says Ainge was going to trade him to whoever met his demands. Coach Color Blocks is in the building. Was good. Hewlett Samuel. AT Aliens was good. My. Oh my goodness. Let me read the particulars to you one more time. The Utah Jazz trade Donovan Mitchell to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Lauri Markkanen, Ochai Agbaji, Colin Sexton, 3 unprotected firsts starting in 2025, and pick swaps in 26 and 28 per sources. That gives Cleveland a young core of Darius Garland, Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, Jarrett Allen. Oh my goodness, Afro the Jedi was good. Wow. I am in a state of shock right now. And people were calling him the Don. People were calling Leon Rose the King. They were calling him the King. And all Utah got was 3 unprotected firsts and pick swaps. Some players they were never going to use. Way more swag was good. Way more swag was good. Way more swag. What's happening? You got to explain this to me, Way more swag. We need those deals you were thinking about the other night. Yep. Anthony Racino says apparently Utah counter offer was RJ quickly 3 unprotected picks, pick swaps, and another young player. No way I would have accepted that if I'm the Knicks. Half Nation is in the building. Donnie D, I need your help, Donnie D. No one complaining. Cleveland now have 2 6'1" guards. Right. Nobody complaining about the short backcourt in Cleveland. Nick G, I know, Nick G, I know. Nick G tell me that every time. Nick G be like, yo, I know who it is. I know who it is. D Block says you gotta give to get. And the Knicks didn't give, and neither did they get. Oh my goodness. You talking about conversations now? Oh my goodness, y'all. Oh my goodness, man. Justin DW is in the building. Justin DW says, got to give Cleveland props. They created another beast in the East. And you got to give the Knicks props. They held their ground. They're like, we're not paying that much, and they didn't. It's over. The Donovan Mitchell saga is over. It took 2 months every day in the news. The saga is over. The Donovan Mitchell trade saga is over. And the Knicks don't get their man. Afro the Jedi says, finally it's over. Finally it's over. Finally it's over. And yes, finally it is over. I really hoop says, yeah, Cavs get it. Shout out to my city. Shout out to Cleveland, man. Cleveland did their thing. Shout out to the Cavs. Real King says tank for 23. and Afro the Jedi says, let's get to business now. D Block says back to mediocre roster. I am shocked. I am blown what they call the F away. I am blown away. I was sitting here trying to track my New York Mets, and all of a sudden, my dog Benny's like, hey, Benny, you want to talk to the people? Benny, come on. Benny says, Donovan to Utah. I guess it's his doggy senses tinkling. Almighty Finesse says, I am tight. I got to call the Blorange Tears family. Oh, man, I got 41 text messages. I looked at my phone. I had 4, and I look now when I have. Y'all ain't going to believe this. Y'all ain't going to believe it. Look at this. Uncle Freezy phone. 41 text messages and 17 missed calls. 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 17 missed cal I have 17 missed calls, man. Donovan Mitchell to the freaking Cleveland Cavaliers. Now what? Now what? I was told this was in the bag. Hewlett Samuel says, back to ham sandwiches. Andrew College in the building. Cleveland is nice. Oh my God. No. Get out of here. Oh, and then I got some other weird news. Justin D. W. Thank you for the generous contribution. Justin D. W. says, the question is, what now? Do we aim for Scoop, the Twins, or we play it out the year? Look for another star to want out and possibly trade? Nope. Nope. Leon Rose, you head to James Dolan office right now. Leon Rose. It's time for Leon Rose to. If Leon Rose don't say nothing to the press now. If Leon Rose don't say something to the press now we out with the pitchforks and torches. Now we are kicking over tables and flipping chairs. That's the way Soulfinger say it. I know it goes flipping over tables and throwing chairs. I know. I have 41 text messages. Are you serious? Knicks fans, could the Knicks have matched that offer? Could the Knicks have matched that offer? Right now, I'm in a state of shock. Bro, y'all listen. The picks don't start until 2025. The picks don't start till 2025. We could have gave them all the picks and still drafted our future in the short term. Let me throw this link in the chat. I need somebody to talk me through this, man. I need some counseling. I can't believe what I just heard. I can't believe what I just saw. I'm so distraught. I don't know what to do. I can't. I'm so distraught. I don't know what to do. Anthony D. Anthony D was the first number in my phone. Nick G, what's good?
Freeze.
I can't help it, bro.
Man, I was just with you when you made that when you were you were getting on Stephen A. Smith about calling Leon soft. And I was
Yes.
like, you know what? You're right. We're going too hard on him.
Yeah.
And then this though,
And now this.
and it made it worse because they gave up the 2025, 27, 29.
29.
And when you're holding on to all those 2023s, like you really could have made this deal.
You
And
could
then
have
if they
paid
really
more.
wanted, yes, you could have did the 3 with the RJ. I mean, I hate to say it, but you could have did the 3 with the RJ.
You could have waited one day to give RJ his extension.
Yes.
Through RJ in there.
Yeah.
And they got backups all over the place. And I'm sorry. Colin Sexton was a backup in Cleveland.
Yeah, they weren't going to use him. They
Yeah,
weren't going to play him.
Yeah, Laurie Markkinen. He's a power forward with no future because they have Evan Mobley.
Right. And he
Oh,
wasn't going they weren't going to use him either. And then
right.
What's his name
Okay,
from
Agbaji from Kansas.
Yeah, from Kansas.
He is a Quentin Grimes type player. That's
Yes.
all he is.
You can get another one of those next year.
From anywhere, USA.
Because they still have second round picks for 2023. So they got two second round picks for 2023. They're set up to still draft players. They're not going to be top, first round picks, but that's okay. You have a core already, so you build with your core. So now I'm confused on where this direction is going with this team. Because if you did all that, you were already in too deep. So if you didn't want to make the moves, then it's like, why didn't you keep the draft picks you had this year? You are in too deep. You either do it or you I don't know.
This is the biggest letdown. This right here is what you call a letdown.
Yeah. I'm still feeling it. I don't know I don't know where you go from here. I can understand if you didn't make it, then Leon says, hey, we'll see. I hate to keep saying we'll see, but now you have to attach those same assets that you could have got for Donovan, you got to attach them to move the vets that you are blocking the kids.
You know what? You know what? Nah, there is no other trade scenario. Knicks fans don't want to hear it, bro.
Yeah.
Don't tell us you want to trade for nah. There is not. And I respectfully, I understand where you're coming from, but bro, I'm telling you right now, there is no Knicks fans are not getting ready to sit through this again.
No, you're right. You're right. But it's
What?
funny because a lot of them are saying they're fine that they didn't. Oh, we didn't get fleeced. But it's like stop with the fleece stuff because Cleveland didn't get fleeced.
No, they didn't.
Cleveland gave away players that they weren't going to use anyway.
Yes.
And they got back somebody that's going to help them. Yes, the Knicks aren't in the same spot as Cleveland, but you have to get the pieces to start building.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
it. I don't get why nobody's understanding that. It's Mitchell. No, he's not going to win you a championship this year, but he helps you get pieces in.
Right. Right. Coach, how you doing, man?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
How you doing, Freezy? I feel like I'm at a wake, man. This is
you know how I'm doing.
Oh my god. It was so funny. We talked at the beginning of the summer when this whole thing went down. And then maybe by about the middle of the summer, everyone was like, cat's in the bag, don't worry about it. Don
Yes.
Leon. So I just stopped coming on streams, I was just listening. I hadn't been in a panel in a while. Because I was like, all right, I guess we're just twiddling our thumbs till this gets done.
Right.
And then we get hit with the blind side, but I don't know, man. I'm feeling a lot of things right now.
I know.
I'm feeling a lot of things. I'm not even mad. I'm disappointed.
This is surreal, bro.
This is surreal. Yeah. It feels weird. It feels like this is anticlimactic almost.
Yes. And then, like,
Yes.
where do you go? Where do you go from here?
I don't know. There's so many questions. I feel like the Knicks brass and reporters, by extension, were treating this like it was a done deal.
Yep.
And I think it convinced all of us that it would be a done deal. I still had doubts. A lot of people still had doubts, rightfully. But it was like, I mean, I was ready for Mitchell to be here. I think
Yeah.
everyone was ready for Mitchell to be here. And
Yes.
it seemed like everything was lining up for that. But
It was.
I'm still waiting for official reports to come out about what the Knicks offered, because I've seen a few things like in the sort of Twitter refreshing period. Macri had said something about what we offered, and someone else, Schulman maybe, just said something about what we offered not being enough.
It wasn't.
So
Right.
yeah, Macri just said on stream, so I'm not gonna report it because he would write it if it was a report. But he said on stream just now that it was Fournier, Grimes, and 4 unprotected was what they wanted and what we wouldn't give them. That's what I gathered.
Yeah,
And
that's
I think,
still not enough.
and I think Sham said we cut it off at 3 picks or 2 picks or something like that, unprotected picks.
Yeah.
Either way, what bugs me.
No
There's
pun
two-
intended.
Yeah, there's 2 things that bug me a lot. I'm not mad, but 2 things that really bug me. One is that the Cavs, this is not an overpay. This is a good deal for them.
Yep.
I don't even see how this is a bad deal for them.
Right.
Like Nick said, like Sexton wasn't playing for them.
No. Marketing.
Marketing
For them.
Marketing is like an average starter. Like he there's a million Marketins around.
Yeah.
And Agbaji, he'll be fine, but he's like a late 20s pick. Who cares?
He was
Right.
who cares?
Who cares? You
Right.
get those guys everywhere.
Everywhere, man.
Yeah.
3 guys that were not going to make their rotation without Donovan Mitchell being there. And then the picks that they gave up, I know they're unprotected, but they don't start till a few years from now. And
Right.
their group of guys are all in their early to mid 20s. So the picks aren't going to be anything.
Right.
Unless they have like a down year thrown in there. But I just don't. It wasn't an overpay. That's a fair deal for Donovan Mitchell.
And the kicker is if it doesn't work, because there's I hear people saying, well, if it doesn't work, you're stuck. You're not. You have the asset in Donovan Mitchell. You can then turn around and flip him if it doesn't work.
And you could flip him, and then you know what's crazy? They just re-signed Garland. They're gonna re-sign. They're gonna get Mobley on a good contract in 2-3 years.
Yep.
And
Jared Allen's already locked up.
Jared Allen's locked up, and so it's like, well, you got your group of guys who are pretty good.
Right.
It bugs me that they didn't really pay that much, and we could have matched that offer if we were. I guess we were just holding.
You could have beat that offer. You could have obliterated that offer, man.
I guess we're standing pat on these picks, but that's what bugs me. This is the next thing that bugs me. I thought that this was definitely closer to being in the bag because the Knicks had all these picks, and the Knicks don't draft like that. We don't really care about the draft.
No.
So I figured, well, just give the damn picks away. We don't care about them anyways.
Why do you why do you need the picks in the first place, bro? When you
don't draft?
Yes.
You trade every year.
Yeah, the Leon Rose regime has traded out of every pick they had. They don't like drafting. So I'm like, all right, so give them the picks. If we don't use them, they're not an asset to us. They're assets to other teams. Just give them the picks.
Yeah.
You're making it worse, man. You're making it worse.
Well, and then I guess this is like and then I guess this is like 2A. And then I'll stop and I'll let someone else talk. But it's like this is also why, and I'm a preemptively stick up for you, Freezy. I know you don't need people to stick up for you, but I'm gonna do it anyways. This is why I get really annoyed when people get on people like me or you when we're talking about taking the draft seriously.
Right.
This is why you take the draft seriously, because then you get a guy like Sexton who is surplus. He's surplus. They don't need him, but he was a top pick. But because they drafted well, so you don't need him, even though he was a top pick. That's why the draft is so important, because you get actual surplus assets, like genuine surplus. They literally were not going to play Sexton, who was a 20-point scorer. They weren't even going to play him.
They weren't going to play him.
That's why the draft is so important, chat. Like you need these guys because when a Mitchell situation comes up, you can give something away without hurting what your plan is. That's why it kind of bugs me. I'm like, this is why you got to draft well, man. This is why you gotta take your top 10 picks seriously, because when push comes to shove and the Mitchell comes in, you can sort of, without the weight on your shoulders, get rid of these guys. You can feel good about getting rid of a Sexton. That's what bugs me, man. I'm like, that's what bugs me so much. I'm like, why? I don't know. That kills me.
I'm gonna say this right now, and I know it's early, but the spin doctors, this is their night. The spin doctors for the next week or so are gonna spin this like Donovan Mitchell wasn't much of a player anyway.
Oh,
and those draft picks that we didn't give up are so valuable that you had to keep them, and that Quentin Grimes, Obi Toppin, and anybody else involved in a deal are going to be superstars. Watch what I tell you.
You literally
watch what I tell you.
That is exactly what's going to happen, because you've been here before. You already know what's going to happen.
Would you before this trade, before the Donovan Mitchell thing ever even started, I think we all would have agreed that Obi Toppin was under a lot of pressure coming into the season. Right now, after this trade, you know how much pressure if Obi Toppin is not a 15, 17, 18 point a game guy, if Grimes is not a 15 point a game guy,
RJ too.
If RJ does not take that leap to being a consistent 22, 23 point a game guy, I'm going to just say this. I like all three of those guys. I think they're good dudes. I think they're good people, which the Knicks have not had in 20 years.
Yeah.
The odds of three guys just hitting the mark at the same time is pretty low. It don't work out like that. It's just really hard. So I'm just like, all right, if Grimes doesn't come out most improved player, if Obi Toppin is not coming out guns blazing, if we can't rely on him for 15 points a game, if there's so much pressure on these young guys now, because we basically said we are sticking by you, even though your value is at really its all-time high.
Right.
So,
Did you see that tweet that the Knicks put out?
No, I didn't see it. Let me go to Twitter right now.
Yeah.
It's Knicks PR, right?
I just saw a screenshot. I think it's just New York Knicks. Yeah. It's right after the trade went down. Look what they posted.
Let me find Knicks Twitter is going crazy. and you know what? And they should.
As they should.
All right. So the Knicks put out a thing 2 hours ago. Are you talking about the RJ Barrett?
Yes.
That's contract extension?
Right. To show after the Donovan news comes out, they put that out as if, I don't know, is it to say like we got our man, we didn't need Donovan or something? Or
I think it's to make people feel a lot better about what's going on.
Knicks PR is the GOAT, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not even reading this mess. At only 22 years old, but no, I ain't reading that. I ain't reading that mess, man.
Okay, so it's also really funny. Leon Rose doesn't put out statements. He put one out today about re-signing RJ.
Oh,
so he knew what was going down. This was just to prep the landing.
Yeah, because Ainge called him. Ainge told him we're taking that Cleveland deal.
Yep, and then lo and behold, Mr. Silent comes out with a press release about RJ re-signing.
Knicks PR is the GOAT, bro. I'm telling you. I tell y'all this all the time, and I don't know if y'all get it, but I say it often. The most valuable asset on our roster is Knicks PR.
Yep.
I say that all the time, and people laugh at me like, "What?" Yeah.
No, you hit it. You literally just said it 5 minutes ago. You said they're going to turn around and make you feel like, and then you look at the post. That's what they're doing now. They already started it. Trying to let you know, RJ, we got RJ, but you could have still had RJ and Donovan
and Donovan Mitchell. hey, Sammy L. That my man Sammy L says, I'm so disgusted right now We could give up 3 unprotected. We should have got rid of Obi Grimes, IQ, while their value is up.
Oof, right on the head. Because you're
And
taking a chance.
yeah.
If you let them play and they don't turn out to be something, their value goes down. And now getting these stars it becomes harder. And those picks that are protected, if they don't convey, they turn into later on picks. And now
If they
those
don't
picks lose
convey,
value.
right. But
This was the time.
But you couldn't think about it. You could have gave away all your protected picks.
Mm-hmm.
And starting right away. Starting right away, you could have gave away all those protected. And then you could have gave away that 25, 27, 29, right? And what they want, man, come on. And so Jean Chariel says, if stop the ifs. But what else do you have?
Right, that's all you have right now.
But the price was laid out.
Right, that's the worst part. When they tell you what it costs and you have it, and you still don't buy it, I don't know what to say.
And the sucker punch is that a young up-and-coming team that is on the same track as us beat us to the punch.
And just last week we were saying that we're better than Cleveland.
Right.
Yeah, it's like
not no more. Yeah.
I think Quickly has more value than Sexton. You know what I mean?
I think so.
Quickly can defend, but it's like it wasn't even about the players. That's the thing. I think it wasn't even about the players. They didn't get like some crown jewel players. About that extra pick.
Right.
I don't know why we're standing pat on picks we don't even use.
Right. Q Hicks, thank you for the super sticker, brother. Q Hicks, thank you for that super sticker. G Money is in the building. What's good, G Money? I'm at a loss.
Yeah. I think at this point you just call the Lakers and you try to give off Fournier, Derrick Rose. I don't think they really want Randall, but you got to, and they're gonna want Cam too. But you got to start moving these vets at this point. If you roll into camp with this same team and with the same issues you had last year of kids not playing,
right?
Oof, that means you're setting Tibbs up to just go ahead and fire him at this point.
I don't think Tibbs is the first one to get his head put on the chopping block, bro.
Can you go ahead and explain?
I think Leon Rose and his front office has to be fired. Period. I
see shakeups happening. Dolan, there's no way Dolan was okay with that.
There is no. Hey, I'm gonna ask you guys this, and I'm not asking this for, but were any of you guys alive in 1996?
Yes.
Right. So here's the thing, right? Does you remember if you can remember the summer of '96, the Knicks had a summer similar to this one, right? Where Michael Jordan was being bidded for by 2 teams, the Chicago Bulls, who didn't want to pay him what he wanted.
Yep.
And one team, the Knicks, who was going to pay him what he wanted and plus some. Yep. Right? Michael Jordan wanted $40 million a year. The Knicks were going to pay him $50.
Yep.
And Michael Jordan wanted a 2-year deal. The Knicks wanted to give him 4. Right? That same summer, one of the greatest drafts to ever come along, the Allen Iverson draft.
Yes.
The Knicks had 3 first-round picks, right, in that draft. And everybody knew Philly wasn't trading the number 1 pick. Philly and Iverson were meant for each other. We knew that.
Collusion.
Right. We knew that. We knew that,
yeah.
right?
But it was still loaded.
But it was still the team picking 10, I forget who it was, asked the Knicks for their 3 first-round picks so that they could get the kid out of high school, the kid from Philly out of high school.
Yeah.
And the New York Knicks said, no, we're not trading 3 first-round picks to you for 10 because we are on the verge of getting Michael Jordan, right? Now think about this. The Knicks could have left that summer, could have, and it was a slim possibility with Jordan, but they were all in on Jordan.
Yep.
It wasn't for lack of trying with Jordan. Jordan just decided to go back to the Bulls because he didn't want to be one of them guys that changed teams.
Yeah.
Right. But the Knicks offered him $50 million a year. It was all over the paper, right? And in a New York airport, Michael Jordan was in Atlantic City gambling in Atlantic City for like a week during the summer.
I
right?
remember.
This was the Olympic summer. Remember the Olympic summer?
Yes.
Right. And so Jordan decides to go back to the Bulls for less money and less years out of loyalty to his franchise. So the Knicks don't get him. The Knicks also don't get Shaquille O'Neal. Right?
Yep. I thought that's what you're going to talk about, the Don Nelson.
Yeah, I was going to go. So the Knicks also don't get Shaquille O'Neal
or Kobe,
or they don't trade those 3 first-round picks that wind up being John Wallace, who we like, Dante Jones, and Walter McCarty. Are you telling me you're not going to trade Dante Jones, Walter McCarty, and John Wallace for Kobe Bryant?
You're bugging.
And
in that same draft, that's the Steve Nash draft too, right?
That's the Peja Stojakovic draft.
Yeah, Ray Allen, Steph Marbury,
Yep. Jermaine O'Neal.
Yeah.
Yep. All those guys in that draft. And so they walked away that summer with Allen Houston, Walter McCarty, Dante Jones, and John Wallace.
In the way you just said that, it does feel like this year.
And
that's
this summer,
exactly what you. Yes.
And this summer, we walk away with Jalen Brunson, Trevor Keels, and Isaiah Hartenstein.
Even saying that out loud sounds crazy.
Sounds crazy, right? Hey, Captain Bootyman, thank you for the generous contribution. Hey, Captain Bootyman says, let's talk about the 2023 draft now. Yeah.
And that's that, but that makes it worse for me because it would be nice to talk about the 2023 draft, but you're not going to be bad enough to even be in the top 10.
Right.
Because you won't even you didn't make any, like if you want to go youth, you really could have went youth and then see what happens. But these picks that you have in 2023, that's nobody's giving you a top 10 pick for late round picks.
Right.
So now you're stuck again. And then you're going to end up trading it anyway. You're going to end up trading it.
Right. Bro, this is the most deflating gut punch. This is what you call a gut punch.
It is. It is. Because you didn't see it coming. Even though last week I did say in the chat that Cleveland has the assets.
Yes.
And they were slick enough to say, they let it be known that they were keeping their core. So you knew they weren't trading the Garland, Mobley, and Allen. But if you look at their roster, they had pieces that they were not going to have room for.
Right.
And plenty of different picks. Well, I like that comment.
Yeah. Yeah, man. What you holding on the picks for, man? We want to win, bro.
Oh, man.
Now, instead of getting Spider, we can look forward to Evan Fournier at shooting guard. Doesn't that make y'all excited?
He's gonna start.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I had a loss for words really at this point. I feel like you do need to have a shakeup at this point. Like Dolan does have to step in and say, that's enough. Because I brought you here for this.
Yeah.
And you couldn't even get your own guy.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, bro. And I have so many text messages.
I know.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, man. Oh my goodness. And what do we do now though? I
say pivot. Pivot to just play the kids. No, yeah, because you're not gonna get there is no star that you're gonna get right now. I hear the SGA stuff, but to me, if you trade 2 or 3 unprotected picks for SGA, that's going to make me feel worse because Donovan is better than SGA. I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
like SGA, but he needs to play he'll need the ball in his hands.
bro. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe.
I don't know. I like what you said the other night. I like those little picks.
Uh,
The Isaac and Anobi. Like I like those type of picks.
yeah, yeah. The OG Ananobi, Jonathan Isaac.
I love it.
I think you have to do that.
I just don't think they're that savvy to think like that.
They won't. They won't.
And that's why Dolan should be thinking about making moves. Because if
Yep.
you're not gonna make the big moves, at least make the savvy ones like that.
Right. And if you're incapable of making big moves, get them out of here. What are they here for?
Yeah, that's true.
Anybody can do the small moves. Me and you
Yeah.
can do the small moves.
That's right there. True. We already came up with that one. But
Right.
the big ones, you gotta get the big ones, especially when that's what you were brought here for.
And this is the most deflating, right? Because when they first got here, it was Chris Paul, right? You remember that?
I remember
Oh
that.
my goodness! Soon as Leon Rose was
I
hired,
thought that was a done deal.
I thought that was a done deal.
Yeah.
But it's not. And then it was Bradley Beal. And then it was Damian Lillard.
I thought
Right.
Lillard was more. I didn't really think was going to go anywhere. But Lillard, I did think Lillard.
I thought that was done. I thought Bradley Beal was done. I saw Worldwide West talking to him on the court.
Ah, that's true. This is crazy. I'm just waiting for everybody to start saying that we made the right move. Like, I don't see how this is the right move.
Right. Bro, I just Don P, thank you for the generous contribution. Don P says, let's go.
I got quiet because I'm reading the art. Woj just dropped the article.
Okay.
So this is from the horse. So this is from the horse's mouth. This is from the horse's mouth. I don't want to read the whole thing, but I'm gonna paraphrase. This is from Woj. You can pull up the article in the ESPN chat. Basically, the Knicks had an agreement with the Jazz on Sunday. This coincides with the RJ deal. The deal was going to be RJ plus Quickly plus picks. That was going to be the deal.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It was the initial offer was RJ plus Grimes plus picks. Knicks said no to Grimes. We'll do Quickly. Everyone agreed on that. But then the Knicks stood pat on the picks. And that's from Woj.
For the 2 picks?
They did not want to do the swaps.
Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me?
I'm reading it from Woj's articles.
I'm
not making
the swaps.
You oh my god. That makes it worse.
It was the swaps and the unprotected picks. They wanted protection on the picks and they did not want to do the swaps. But they would have done RJ plus Quickly. That was the deal. I'm reading it right now. And Fournier would have went somewhere else for salary. I didn't say which team. But Fournier would have been a salary, probably the Lakers. But I'm reading it from here. It's like RJ plus Quickly plus the picks. Apparently, we did not agree on the picks on Sunday, and then Cavs came in and gave them the picks.
After they said they were out.
Uh-huh.
After they said they were out of the Donovan Mitchell sweepstakes. And
give them time.
And this also makes sense as to why it took so long for RJ to get signed.
Yeah, they said that was the deadline, and that makes sense.
Yeah. It was the pick swaps and the protections on the picks. That's the hill we sort of died on.
Like, come on, it's a pick swap is not that serious. You're still getting a first round pick.
You're still getting a first round pick.
Here's another tweet. The Jazz Knicks negotiation point that went sour was 2 unprotected firsts, 2 pick swaps, 2 second round picks. That was a negotiation issue.
That's a done deal.
No, that's what the Knicks were offering, right?
No, that's what we couldn't agree on with the Jazz.
Oh,
the protections on the picks, the swaps, and the second round picks. But yeah, the deal was RJ plus Quickly. That was the deal. It's on Woj's article, chat. I'm not making it up. I'm reading it right now.
That's a done deal. I would have said
it was agreed on. It was agreed in principle on Sunday.
That's worse. This makes it worse.
When guard Emmanuel Quickly was proposed as a replacement for Grimes, Utah wanted 3 unprotected first-round draft picks as part of the package.
Yeah.
But New York would only do a third first-round pick that included top 5 protections.
Get out of here.
I'm reading it right here.
Oh no. I believe you.
No. We're we're not. Bro, are you serious right now?
That makes it worse. Where was this at? I gotta look
And
this. I gotta
it's
look at this.
Woj's article, so it's on
Okay.
ESPN. It says like on the front page. Here's the
Gotcha.
other thing. It looks like as I'm reading more, the extension would not have affected the deal. It would have just been a sign and trade.
Yeah, just like Colin Sexton.
Just like Sexton was a sign and trade, because Sexton was a sign and trade today. So
Yeah.
it would have been an RJ sign and trade for Mitchell. Plus quickly, plus these all these picks and protections and all these things. So
right. Let me read these super chats real quick. I can't believe this is still Randall's team. Shaking my head. Trade.
Facts.
Sammy L. Sammy L. I'm with you on that. I think I read the other one. But let me just make sure that okay. Here's one more. And a Sammy L again. I can run my semi into MSG right now. So disappointed. Hey man, me too. And listen, I'll drink a slushy while you do it. I'll be in a passenger seat drinking a 7-Eleven slushy, lemon lime, while you did it. And Afro the Jedi says the Don, and is laughing. Yep,
I'm
a
with
lot
you.
of people were calling him the Don, and I was like, the Don of what? They were in this chat. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says this is great. Donovan is a loser and a fake star. Okay. All right. And so listen, here's the thing. If Donovan Mitchell is a loser and a fake star, then don't go down this road. But don't drag out my summer. Don't ruin Leon Rose. You ruined people's summer.
The whole summer we've been talking about the same thing.
Leon Rose, you ruined our summer. Leon Rose, and I know this sounds emotional, but Leon Rose, you are a loser. Right? Because you don't get Chris Paul, you don't get Damian Lillard, you don't get Bradley Beal, and you don't get Zach LaVine earlier this year in free agency.
I forgot about Zach LaVine.
Remember Zach LaVine?
He was free.
We were on Zach LaVine on our list. Remember Zach LaVine? We were legit top 3 on Zach LaVine's list this summer. People ask why we didn't get DeJounte Murray. I don't think we could have got him and DeJounte Murray at the same time with the money. So you kind of had to either go pick one. Do you go LaVine or do you go Murray? Right?
LaVine,
since you already had Brunson, it's smart just to try to get LaVine. And now you're talking about you don't get Donovan Mitchell either. Donovan Mitchell to the freaking Cleveland Cavaliers.
You put him right in the East. That's the worst part. You put him in the East.
When he damn near begged to come to the Knicks. He damn near begged to come to the Knicks.
You know what he's gonna do when he plays that first game at MSG. You know what he's gonna do. The same. He's gonna try to destroy them, man.
I want to be clear on this though. By the way, the Knicks agreed to trade RJ Barrett.
Yeah.
I don't want I think people are gonna spin it that but it wasn't worth giving up RJ and he's our guy. No, according to Woj, the deal was agreed upon to be RJ and IQ extension be damned. It just would have been a sign and trade. So RJ was always going to get paid. He would have went to Utah. But the Knicks, not us saying RJ is a bum, the Knicks had already agreed on Sunday to trade RJ Barrett.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that everyone's like crystal clear on that. Like
remember they said that.
I'm talking about chat because people are gonna be like, I'm just hating on RJ. No, the Knicks had already agreed to trade RJ.
No, they said they didn't care about what player. They were cool with any player on the team. They didn't care about the player. It was the picks.
Yeah, and so coach, the other thing too is
that's bad.
I heard you loud and clear on RJ. And so what this is, and for the sake of not moving too fast, not leaving out any details, the thing is that's an indictment on this front office about RJ Barrett and Emmanuel Quickly. That means if they were willing to put RJ Barrett in any deal, because this is like the third deal that we've heard RJ Barrett name mentioned in.
You think they're done?
I think they're done with RJ Barrett, bro.
Yep. I think they're still going to try to move him.
Yep. Yep, I think they're done with RJ Barrett. Hey, and so Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar with the new avatar, man. I love it. I love it. I love it. Paris Duggar says, we pay RJ to help Brunson be a Cleveland now. Okay. All right. And Eddie F, thank you for the generous contribution. Eddie F says, I'm not mad about losing Don. I'm more mad Leon would have given up RJ and Quick for him. Bullius is our boy. Oh, I'm sorry. Bullius is his boy. This is disappointing. Bad Leon. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. And he's talking about Julius Randle being booed. That's what he's talking about there. And thank y'all for the generous contribution. He said, we pay RJ to help Brunson. That's what Paris Duggar said. We pay RJ to help Brunson. I'm hoping that this is not what I think it is. I'm hoping that they don't think that Quentin Grimes is a star. I'm hoping that they don't think Quentin Grimes is a star, bro. I think they do. Hey, y'all, this is Anthony D. Anthony D calling me. I bet you he red hot right now. Hey, AD, I'm live on the show. I can't talk right now, bro. Well, I didn't know. Oh, all right. Hey, you want me to send you the link? Yeah, go ahead. All right. So I gotta send AD the link because I know he's gonna be hot, bro.
Yeah, there's reports Utah still about to deal some more.
Yeah.
I can't believe this, bro. I just can't. I can't believe what I'm so lost right now.
I'm at a loss for words. I want to hear AD's take though. I can't wait for that.
Yeah, man. This is
they gotta let him rock.
Yeah, man. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm sending him the link, so he got it. All right. Okay. So, all right, let me do this. So Don P, thank you for the generous contribution. Don P says, great day to be a Knicks fan. Time to build. Build what, Don
Build
P?
with what? I'm sorry, but
build what? And Paris Douglas, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Douglas says, Grimes makes $2 million. RJ should be ready to do DM. Yeah. Okay. I'm just my deal is not that I okay, let me specify. So there are a lot of moving parts. So for one, I think that the organization doesn't have faith in Quickly and RJ. That's what this says.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They have faith in Grimes and Obi.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this says. Right? That's what this says. Two, now what? Now what do you do with a fractured young core? Right?
Yeah.
Because the young core is fractured. After you heard your name float in trade rumors all summer, now what?
And they're too young to understand the business right now.
Yeah.
Look at Coach.
And three
face palm.
Yeah. This is a classic example. If Grimes doesn't come out of the box, because this puts a ton of pressure on Quentin Grimes. If Grimes don't come out of the box and is a 20-point per game scorer, everybody got to go, including Grimes.
Hey, look at my name now, though.
Yeah, I saw it.
I went from Coach Win Now to Coach What Now.
Right.
I like that.
Come on, man.
What do you do now? Where do you go from here?
You know, there's so many. I mean, if we're playing 2K GM right now, or if one of us was a GM, there are mad moves, like mad routes we can go from here. But it comes to be which route do we actually go down?
Right.
Like, do we go full on Whitney, you know.
Yeah.
I believe it is. Do we go that far with it, or do we? Trades. There's still trades that got to be made, bro. Fournier got to go.
Coach, and but the thing is though is teams are not gonna trade now because training camp starts in in a few days. Because you waited so long to do the deal. That's why it was important for you to do the deal in August. But Sammy the King says, let's give Washington a call for Beal at this point.
The consolation prize stuff now.
You know they're not giving Bill up.
No. Leon Rose, what are you gonna do now, Leon?
I mean, was it really just if it came down to just that one extra unprotected, come on, man.
And we're talking about pick swaps.
It was two.
All y'all in the chat that is riding this. Oh, we gotta keep those picks. Boy, them picks better turn into something, bro. That's all I'm saying. You're gonna get roasted.
Yeah, they're not gonna be able to. They're gonna trade them if they're even still here. Because I don't even know why they're holding on to stuff 27, 29. Like you just
we could have done
20 here.
We could have done Obi, IQ, Fournier, 25, 27, 29, and still kept our 23s.
Yeah.
Coach,
they wanted
them
swaps.
2 protecteds.
They wanted pick swaps in 26 and 28.
Coach, I don't know if you heard, but we had already agreed on the players. On Sunday, it was RJ and IQ. Both teams agreed on those players being traded. We just stood our ground on picks.
Well, to me, RJ and IQ and 2 unprotected is too much.
No, that's not too much.
Because RJ is worth more than.
RJ's worth more than what?
Oh my God!
He was worth more than what Cleveland gave.
Nah, come on. You can't. You're telling me RJ. So if that's the point, you wouldn't do a RJ for Donovan straight up or something? Is that what you're saying? Like it's
no,
equivalent.
No. Like I think RJ one unprotected in IQ.
So you like Leon Rose then? That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Exactly.
No, I'm just saying
exactly. So you agree with what Nick management did. You agree with what Nick management did. This is why we're in the purgatory where we are now. Because again, this man, this organization, this leadership has led us to believe, right, in not speaking to us. Has led us to believe that he has been stockpiling these picks for one day to bear fruit onto something. And this is supposed to be Donovan Mitchell. And we're gonna tell us that we lost out because of 3 picks. He's not trying to win. He's not trying to do anything else. These guys are just here to collect Dolan's check. They don't have no stake in this. These are not Knick fans.
Right. He's not loyal. He's not loyal to the Knicks.
I don't know if it makes sense. I don't know how true it is that RJ was offered after he was signed, though.
No. It was a signing trade.
It was, yeah. It was gonna. So I'm reading the Woj article. He was gonna get signed regardless. So this, if he didn't get traded, like what happened, it's just an extension. But he had been agreed. Yeah, he was gonna get traded.
Yeah, we hear you. Hold on.
And it would have been a sign and trade. Like Sexton was a sign and trade today.
Yeah.
So it would have been just like that. RJ would have been a sign and trade.
It's the same deal. We would have had the same exact deal that they had.
The same deal. He would have went right to Utah with that deal. So
let me ask this question. Let me ask this question. For the mere fact that you were willing to trade RJ, right? And him and his people know this. Yeah. How do you go back to him?
It's funny you mentioned that because
that's why I don't know how much truth there was to it.
Oh no, it's definitely.
I'm reading the report now.
You know that was their fight was the picks.
Then if that's the case, then they need to be full on offering up RJ then, because you can't have a guy like this after you make an offer like this and him be comfortable.
It's funny I mentioned that, Anthony, and what Coach Anthony said, because Anthony, you said that the front office is silent, but today, before the Mitchell trade, Rose released a statement about how excited he was about having RJ extend.
Mm-hmm.
So
he knew the deal.
He knew what was
coming out.
going on. Yeah,
Mhm.
this is some crazy PR spin kind of stuff.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Go ahead, Don P.
Yeah, I just want to say this. I feel like the panel's acting like Donovan Mitchell is the end-all be-all. He's not the end-all be-all. And I want to make this clear. I'm not saying that the young kids is going to compete. By no stretch am I saying that at all. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is an opportunity for us to see what the kids got. If they overachieve and win, cool. If they don't in a loaded draft in the 2023 draft, that's even better. At least we still got options. We still got wiggle room. We didn't
What
get
options do you have for that 2023 draft?
Yeah.
You
gotta be careful.
Because we got to be middle of the road, bro.
Yeah, we
can't be there.
No.
You either got to be really good or really bad. This middle of the road crap don't work.
But this is where I disagree at. I felt like with Donovan, we would have been in the middle of the road. I'm not about to trade. I'm not about to trade 3 unprotected picks for somebody who can't guarantee me a trip to at least the Eastern
There's nobody's going to guarantee anything.
But okay, wait. Okay, so Don P, what you failing to realize is what you just said. What you just said is hypocrisy personified.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Against your own argument.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me say. So you're saying if these kids go out here and don't perform, first of all, these are the kids for the most part that this front office picked. So if they don't go out and perform, guess what?
It's still on them.
Those picks that this front office picked are not good. And then you are trying to say, well, if that set of picks that this front office picked aren't good, then the next set of picks that this front office picks will be good. Now you can't. That don't make sense.
All right, so let me give you my logic behind what I just said. I'm not of the idea of tanking for the sake of tanking for the sake of getting picks. I'm of the idea of developing. I'm of the idea of developing some type of winning mentality among the players that we have. So yes, I'm gonna stick by what I said. If the young players on the team do overachieve, then yeah, that's a good thing. Because let's be clear.
The hypocritical part is, what if Donovan Mitchell came here and overachieved?
I don't see anything that points to that.
Right. Well.
All his numbers say that. His numbers. All he's done is gotten better every year in every statistical category.
And he produces in the playoffs.
Statistical category.
And all I'm saying, and what I'm saying to Don P is you can't say what if the perfect scenario for one set and not what if the perfect scenario for the other set. Whatever you say good about the young kids, just make sure you say that whatever it is good about if Donovan Mitchell was here. Because if you don't do that, then what it sounds like is a hater being hypocritical.
All right, Freezy, let me cut you off there because you like to pigeonhole people in the box. I get that.
No. What I'm saying is even.
Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that. Please, right. Donovan Mitchell. The reason why I'm so happy about Donovan Mitchell not being with us, it's not because I'm hating on Donovan Mitchell. It was the price to get him. And I feel like with us signing RJ Barrett to that extension, with us just signing Mitchell Robinson, with us getting Jalen Brunson for what we got him for, how much more room are we gonna have to build around somebody like Donovan Mitchell? How much cap space or much money are we gonna have to actually compete? Because surely we can't compete with Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, if we so happen to keep RJ Barrett, Julius Randle, and Mitchell Robinson. I don't see that. And you know what?
What about competing with the kids?
No, I don't see that. That's why I said overachieve.
Okay, all right. So it's geez, man.
You can't. How you have it both ways?
How do you?
Let me get him.
Yeah, because here's the thing that we could have easily. It's easy to say like, Donovan Mitchell doesn't guarantee. Well, yeah, he possibly could, because what if just his insertion and Brunson being there boosts RJ and Randall and Mitchell Robinson's level to a point where we're competing for the top 4 spots in the East? You don't know that.
Right.
My question
It's
is,
making the same argument the other way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let me read
Are
the
the
super
kids
chat.
going to get us to the? Oh my
Greeny,
fault.
let me
My
read
bad.
the super chat real quick, and then we can get right to it. So, and Greeny, it's good to see you too, brother. But Brooklyn,
Hey, how y'all doing?
Brooklyn Butch says Ainge wanted to hurt us in two ways: take our youth and future. Leon was right, like it or not. It was a bad deal for this organization. We're not in the same position as Cleveland. Face it. Thank you, Brooklyn Butch, for that, because he is supporting Don P, right? And it's going to be people on either
There's
side.
gonna be a lot of that.
Go ahead, Greeny.
My thing with the letting the kids, like, I'm for the kids playing, but my thing is, do the kids emerging get us to the Eastern Conference Finals? If that doesn't happen, then with Donovan and another move, that's possible. But with the kids emerging, like, that's come on.
Agreed.
We still need to make 2 more moves.
And you got Fournier coming off the books.
Predicament. We still a lottery team. If you really look at it, we still gonna be picking 10 to 16. Like, we're gonna be in that range again. We're terrible at developing our players. We're terrible at drafting. Like,
I think that's a horrible excuse.
We keep calling real quick.
That's
we keep
not a
calling
horrible excuse because that's our history.
Yeah, we keep calling Obi Toppin a kid. He's the same age as Mitchell.
Mm-hmm. Oof.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Why wouldn't we ship Obi Toppin that's 24 and Donovan Mitchell that's 25 and Donovan Mitchell has proven
he just turned 26.
More.
It's like
way more.
Yeah, like what?
A kid.
Come on.
Donovan Mitchell will turn 26 on September 7th.
Yeah, he's like just turning 26. Like
yeah.
What do we mean, kids? Obi Toppin's the same age as him.
Right.
I'm gonna let you address the super chat, but I want to respond to Greeny real quick. But go ahead, I'll let you respond to super chat.
Just ridiculous. No, y'all want to y'all want to still be here in a couple of years, still talking the same crap. Still trying to build shrines to Frank and Knox and every burger. And every burger that they draft and still come up with the same excuses as to why you can't take a chance. We get it.
Nice try. But here's the thing. I pulled up Giannis' stats for his first 2 years in the league. And most people on the panel was like, yo, that's worse than a ham sandwich. Heck yeah, I would trade that for Donovan Mitchell. When I revealed that it was Giannis, Giannis, you can't compare him. He got potential.
But Don P, but here's more reasonable. What about Frank Ntilikina first 3 years? We drafted Frank. We didn't draft Giannis.
All right, I want to respond to that. Me personally, I can't speak for the rest of the fan base because let's be clear, there was a cult Frank Ntilikina following. I was banging on Frank Ntilikina not because I disliked him, but I sensed that the talking points that y'all coming up with now was gonna come to a head. Right now, I knew that y'all was gonna use Frank Ntilikina as a way to say, "Oh man, we have faith in Frank Ntilikina." You know what I mean?
Stop at Frank.
So shit, any other young guys, they're not gonna work out because we have Frank Ntilikina. He didn't work out. Nah, Frank didn't have no heart.
Frank wasn't a good player.
Frank couldn't dribble. Had nothing to do with his heart.
Point to the other young guys where it worked out. Point to the other young guys where it worked out.
When is the last time the Knicks were really successful in the last time they drafted somebody and extended them?
RJ Barrett is the first guy to get extended in over 20 years. What are you talking about?
But you know what's crazy? He was supposed to get extended to the Jazz. The deal was already agreed on Sunday, according to Woj's article. He was already out of here.
If you look at that price, that makes sense.
Like the Knicks and the Jazz had already agreed on sending RJ and IQ to the Jazz. That was already agreed upon. We stood our ground over the picks, and then they found the picks from Cleveland. So RJ was already out of here. He was going to get that deal. It was going to be a sign and trade. He was going to get that same deal and go to the Jazz. So it's like we stood our ground over these picks, man. That's it.
That's what I don't. The thing I don't understand, like the same point Freezy made earlier. Like we sitting on 9 roster spots of guys that are 25 and younger. Okay, and we got all these dang draft picks. You can't have that many. There's more rosters. There's not enough roster spots for all them.
Not enough roster spots.
So we made these deals for that reason to find something.
There is
You
a
trade for something.
There is a possibility that, and by the way, good evening, guys.
Yeah,
Yo,
the
salute.
Westchester
There is a
Knicks.
possibility. There is a possibility that they were holding out signing RJ until they got all the contracts that they wanted on, and then you were going to sign RJ and go over the cap. There is a possibility of that too.
It got reported though. I'm gonna trust the Woj article on this.
I'm gonna trust the Woj article.
Fine.
And it makes
But let
sense.
me
And it
say-
makes sense. It also makes sense. Sorry, GI. It also makes sense with the timing of his extension because it took all summer and nothing happened.
I agree with you.
So it makes sense that he was already going to go to the
Yeah,
Jazz.
and just now they believe in him.
Yeah, like right now, overnight they believe in him. Yeah,
Right. And so just let me do, so the super chats real quick. Sammy L, thank you for the generous contribution. Sammy L says Ainge sent him the Cavs on spite because we had the better players package. Sexton not the same after the injury. Ainge just wanted to just stick it to us for not kissing his foot or kissing his feet. And then Paris Douglas says, how can we cry when we got $200 million in a backcourt?
I mean, well, I guess that's the next question now.
Can I say something real quick?
Are we moving RJ to the 2?
Good.
Oh my God.
Hold on.
Guy. I want to say this. I think tonight proves, this week proves, all summer proves that we still got to go get it out the mud. Our sexy signings, $100 million signings, $30 million signings was Brunson and Isaiah Hartenstein. And obviously, so we got to go get it out the mud. We got to show what RJ is $100 million player. Obviously, if we're willing to trade him, if we can prove that he's worth $100 million player, then we got that salary to go after a star. We got to prove Grimes and Quickly and Obi. We have now got to go because look what they were able to pivot from. They got at least 3 draft picks over there. But they felt comfortable that Lauri Markkanen and Colin Sexton were at least of quality enough players. They didn't see that in the Knicks young guys. We got to go prove the Ainge wrong that our young guys are better than Lauri Markkanen or Colin Sexton. Then we can say we won the draft. If not, we in trouble. We have no choice. We got to go get it out the mud.
I got it.
All right, hold on.
Go ahead.
Let me do this. Let me do the super chats. So the Smoking Nick says, I thought RJ was the face. So why dude's mad now? It's his team. That's what y'all wanted, right? Okay. All right, Smoking Nick. It's good to see you, Smoking Nick. What's good? Brooklyn Butch says, why are all these NBA experts conveniently leaving out Fournier in that deal, as well as RJ Grimes and 3 unprotected for 1 guy? Money filler Fournier.
No,
Okay.
that wouldn't have happened. It was a sign and trade.
The Fournier. I can answer the Fournier thing. He was going to be in the deal to third team, but they didn't say the third team.
Right. Okay.
So he was not going to the Jazz. He
wasn't going there. That's why they did the sign and trade. It was going to use that salary.
I want to say something about what G.I. just said. It's like looking at the players that the Cavs gave up, it clearly wasn't about the players.
It was that extra pick.
It was those picks because they don't care about – Sexton wasn't going to play for the Cavs. Lauri Markkanen was not playing for the Cavs, regardless of the Mitchell trade. And Agbaji's just a random late pick. Like they gave up a bunch of nothing. Yeah, they weren't playing Sexton anyways. He already got frozen out last year. So they gave up nothing. They gave up nothing.
And so, but here's the thing. Coach. This is where I disagree with slightly. Man, those Cleveland picks don't matter.
Yep.
Because Cleveland just built a powerhouse by adding Donovan Mitchell.
Oh, they're gonna be like in the 30s.
Yeah, you're right.
In the 20s and 30s. I don't get it.
Yeah, and so those.
But you know the other thing though about that, those picks, Mitchell. If things don't go right, Mitchell's contract's gonna be done by then. Okay, so if he wants to leave, then all of a sudden, them 3-round picks are pretty good picks for Angel.
No. They can still trade.
They're gonna be trash.
But
no, I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? So you can recoup. You can recoup later. You have the asset.
You could recoup later because you got that. You got the asset. I
understand that, but I know why Ainge picked those. He picked those late ones for that reason.
Right? No, I get it, but
think about
still,
got
as long as you get the asset, right? They got 13 unprotected picks now. They could do whatever they want. In
13
Cleveland, yeah, if it
traded-
doesn't work, they
Like
can trade
they're gonna
anybody.
get their star before the Knicks get their star. That's a fact. They got
Oh, yeah.
13 unprotected
Yes.
picks. And think about the players they just got on top of the 13 unprotected, and they got THT too. So it's like, come on.
I mean, they
And
low
have
key
vets.
got a
They
couple
still
of,
have vets
you
that
know,
they can
They
move.
still got Clarkson over there.
halfway decent young
Conley.
players still. I mean, Sexton, I know he's whatever.
Listen, here,
I mean, he's not a bum.
Garland's there locked up, and they're going to be able to get Evan Mobley on a good deal too. So they got like 5, 6, 7 years of those two main guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And who says Mitchell's going to leave? Mitchell may like where he's at.
And Mitchell's on Mitchell.
No, I'm just saying if it doesn't work out over there for some reason.
Oh, right. And what's the thing? Mitchell's on a good deal for what he produces.
Oh my gosh, that's a great deal.
He's actually on a really good deal.
A great deal. I was gonna say great deal.
That's a great deal.
Yeah.
So you're basically giving up an extra pick because his deal's so favorable.
That's why. That's the only reason why the picks are so high is because he's under contract. If he's
just
only had
agree.
1 year left, that's different.
All right, guys. So, what do you feel is low key? Because I feel another move needs to be made.
Yes.
Wait a minute, hold on. Let's put the ball.
Let's not move past this.
Yeah, we moving too fast in too many directions. The conversation.
Come on, man.
Coach,
I don't want to dwell on it.
We don't care, Coach. It's a panel. It's more than one person up there. Coach.
But he ain't coming. What else is there to talk about?
But maybe this ain't the one. Then I mean, I don't know what you're saying. Maybe.
No. Okay, you just want to elaborate on why we didn't get him now?
No. What I'm saying is let's tie up loose ends before we move on. That's how.
All right, I got you.
Yeah. So that you won't have three different conversations going on at once. So the thing is with the Cleveland picks is there 3 unprotected picks. Do they still have? Did they have the value of a Knicks pick? No. Let's move on to what Coach was talking about. Right. Let's talk about what the Knicks are doing. Right. So now, if you're the Knicks, what do you do now? What is the move? Coach, what's the move now? What do you do?
I don't know. So I was trying to ask some of y'all. I mean, I
can tell you.
I think Fournier is he gets benched or he's got to go. We can't move forward with him. The young guy's got to play at this point. If we don't trade for something else, we have to consider the Fournier Randall thing, especially if they're going to keep Obi.
Ooh.
We have to think about it.
How much faith do you have in Obi, Coach?
I don't have that much faith in him, honestly. He just hasn't proved enough for me, to be a viable full-time starter. Like I wish I was his training coach or someone. I wish I could make him a 3 somehow.
Okay.
Develop a shot. You know what I'm saying? Some handles.
So you don't have faith in him at the 4 then.
No, as long as he ain't rebounding and defending at a high level at the rim, it's hard to fall in love with him. There's a lot of things I love about the guy. There really is, but
you can't play power forward if you don't rebound or defend. So.
You can't play power forward without play power forward without the word power.
Yeah,
I mean, he's got power when he dunks.
I respect y'all opinions. I respect y'all opinions, but if we talking about power forwards, Julius Randle has been known. He has the body of a bruiser. He has the body of an enforcer. But this dude's game is finesse.
Yeah, but he rebounds.
Oh, you watch Randle? Randle can play bully ball now.
He can, but he doesn't.
He also rebounds, though. That's the thing.
Yeah,
he rebounds.
It's a legit argument out there that he does it to pad his stats.
The thing next year comes down to this: what type of X's Tibbs is given? I don't know whether he wants them or not. I don't know what voice he has in the player personnel on the team, but he has 3 $100 million players in his starting lineup. He has Jalen Brunson, he has Julius Randle, and he has R.J. Barrett. Will he have the X's and O's and the game plan and the trust and the leadership and the coaching all the way through? It's gonna, again, we gotta get it out the mud. Nobody's walking through that door, and they have not in 25 years to save us from our misery. It has to happen.
But the thing is though, is they don't make $100 million a year. They don't make these dudes.
No, I
dudes
mean 100 million.
no. But I understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying is these dudes make average NBA starter money.
Yeah.
These dudes don't make superstar money. These dudes are not making $52 million a year.
Contracts, man.
Yeah. Like Jalen Brunson starts at 27, and his contract is going to go down every year for the next 4 years.
While the cap goes up.
Yeah, while the cap goes up, he's going to be making average NBA point guard money. So if you're asking an average NBA point guard to be a superstar, then RJ Barrett is making $26.75 million a year, right? Superstars at his position make $52 million. They make twice as much as what RJ makes. So in asking RJ, who's going to make average starter minutes.
What is there one? There's not that many players making $52 million a year. What is there one?
Well, okay, even if you say that 35 and up, just say that.
You can say 40 million, I'll go with that, but not.
Nah, man, no, you got to go with 52 because 52 is the stars of the position. You didn't mention $100 million just to say $100 million.
No, there's not more than one. There's not more than one or two players in the NBA who makes more than 50, even in the future, making more than $52 million a year. That just started hitting with the Jokic numbers. Right.
But what I'm saying is you didn't mention how much money they make because they make average salary. You mentioned the money they make because you know they make a lot of money.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I mentioned the money they make because they're starting to fill up the salary cap. There's going to be limited moves you can make when you already got $300 million players in your lineup, and then a $68 million player, and then $78 million player, and then a $60 million player. You run out of money. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry.
Right. So what's the salary cap for 2022?
I don't know. I haven't been watching.
Okay, I just found it. I just found it. The salary cap for this year is a 123 million point. Okay, so it's 123.655 million. So it's 123,655,000. And RJ Barrett makes well he won't make that money this year. RJ Barrett will make
next year. His contract.
Yeah, he makes $9 million this year. So RJ Barrett, according to that salary cap, RJ Barrett makes less than 10% of the salary cap. Julius Randle make that total that you see, the 123.655. RJ Barrett Julius Randle makes the 23.655 part. There's $100 million left, right? And then there's Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson makes $27 million. Right, so that leaves $73 million for the rest of the roster. You know what I'm saying? And then the salary cap is going to go up to 141 next year, and then 171 after that. Right. So I get what you're saying. I don't know if the pressure's on Tibbs. I don't know. Now to your point, and listen, after all this, I want Tibbs gone. I want Rose gone. Everybody can go. Everybody. After this debacle hit, everybody can go. If Free Keith, if you listening, you was wrong. Jay, what's good?
Yeah, why you jab my man like that? What's
going on, Uncle Freezy?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Bill Robinson is a bit. Hey, BR, what's good? How you been, man?
What up, y'all? How y'all doing, man? Been good. Been good.
Salute to the good brother.
Did y'all notice who the Cavs traded for Donovan Mitchell?
Jay know that.
Did y'all catch the guy from Kansas? No, the same guy that made Quentin Grimes transfer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
You think they had a problem giving him up?
No.
Not at all.
I'm coming guns blazing today. I've been waiting for you because you've been saying this for a while. So I've been waiting to see your take too, because you've been talking about, stop holding on to this stuff. I'm with you.
Yeah, man.
The same guy that made Quentin Grimes say, "I am leaving Kansas," the Cavs said, "You know what? Here you go. Here's Agbaji."
Because you can find another one.
25, 27, and 29. If the Knicks were offered the same opportunity, you have 2 years to build your team.
Yep, 2 years.
That being 2 first-round draft picks.
We didn't get the same opportunity.
And 2024. So you could have got another star on top of that if you really wanted to push the buttons.
Yeah.
Leon Rose is scared. They lied to us. And I told you guys in the beginning of the summer,
I'm not falling for it. When the season ended, they came out with these statements about the young guys. It was all lies. They're just covering their butts.
No
So what did
stupid
Leon
moves,
Rose
man.
do today? He came out and he covered his butt.
Yep. Because if you wanted to really think about the kids, you would have just drafted Jing. You would have kept Jing.
Yeah.
Danny Ainge asked for 3 unprotected picks. Leon Rose says, sure, I'll give it to you, but I'm going to make one of them a top 5 protected. If you're going to go that deep to make one of them top 5, just give the man what he wants. You still got 2 years to build your team.
Yeah.
We're talking about a top 5 pick a pick you agreed to give up. What are we doing?
Nothing.
Yeah.
What do you think we're doing? We ain't doing nothing. What do you think we're doing?
We posturing.
No, we're inept, bro.
We're not jumping out the window. That's what
Nah,
we're doing.
the best thing we're doing is we're doing enough not to get fired.
We doing enough not to get fired, bro.
No, I thought I was gonna have to change my picture.
Man.
Oh, but I'm not done. I'm not done. Y'all think Cleveland Cavaliers have a complaint about the complaints we made all summer about a small backcourt? That backcourt about to run the East.
Yeah.
Cap.
Yep. And they got help.
Brunson
They got the help.
being too small.
Stop the cap.
Oh, come on.
They're protected. You protected them. They got protection everywhere, so they're good.
Yeah. Hey, Paris Douglas,
6
thank
to
you for the
7
generous
seed.
contribution. Paris Douglas says, when you hate on your own, you deserve to feel like crap. That's what Paris Douglas says. Hey, Paris Douglas, man.
This is not hate. This is being realistic.
I'm in such a bad place right now, bro.
I bet you the Cavs won't make it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
What you betting?
Their ceiling is the second round.
You said what I'm betting?
Right, that's the ceiling.
Their ceiling is the second round, man.
No.
So Don P, what you betting? Yeah,
I'm betting 500.
Okay.
500.
We can't even make the playoffs.
I think we're overvaluing their young talent.
Can we start with that? Can we start with making the playoffs before we talk about the finals?
Knicks making the playoffs.
He's talking about Cleveland.
I know, but I know. People are going to say, well, this doesn't guarantee Cleveland a championship. Can we get into the playoffs before we talk anything about winning anything? We have one playoff series victory in the past 20 years.
And we're making bets that Cleveland won't make the finals.
Finals. We've won one playoff series in 20 years. One.
If we saw what Donovan Mitchell did for Rudy Gobert year 1, what do you think he's going to do for Evan Mobley and Jared Allen?
Oh, my gosh. They're going to eat, man.
What do you think he's going to do for both of them? Y'all bugging today.
Garland's going to be doing things. Everybody's going to be eating, man.
They're not getting past the Raptors, and they're not getting past the Philadelphia 76ers.
Okay, so then what are the Knicks going to do then?
Yeah, but
first or second round exit.
See, we know what the Knicks is not going to do this year. Let's not act like there's delusional fans out there that think that the Knicks is going to compete. That's not the case. That's not the narrative at all.
Oh no, it is. There's a lot of fans saying this team is a play-in team right now, as is.
I never heard anything like that.
They could be. I'm one of them.
We better make the playoffs if we're paying all this money to Barrett and
same squad that made the playoffs a season ago.
Yeah, but everybody else don't have the same squad.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you in terms of
the last year. Now everybody on the roster is trash. Like
no. Everybody's getting better.
Hey, hold on. So it's not the same roster that made the playoffs. You had a different backcourt. No, but it's not the same. You said the same roster, and it's not.
Randall and Crew.
No. So first of all, okay. So first of all, Nerlens Noel is not here. Alec Burks is not here. Alfred Payton's not here. Reggie Bullock's not here. It's not the same core.
And we're better.
So
talk about a few role players that we replaced with new role players. Same core, the same main pieces are here.
Okay. All right.
You see what I mean?
We could get the chemistry like we had that last year with the role players we got now. That's another story. It's not all about the papers, the names on the paper.
Would we agree RJ and Mitch Robinson are better than they were on that team?
I think so. That's why I think.
Would you agree Jalen Brunson's an upgrade to what we had?
The jury's
Yeah,
still
his
out.
upgrade.
Okay, so and then also Hartenstein.
Coach, won't trust me. You won't be able to convince me that this is a playoff team.
No.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like
better roster than when we made it.
We're better talent wise, and I feel than that
Yeah,
roster.
I agree, but everybody else is getting better too.
But everyone else has gotten better. That's the problem.
Exactly.
I got us over the Cavs. I think we could beat the Cavs. How's that?
See, that's what I'm saying.
We're beating the Cavs.
It's getting outrageous now, man.
I ain't say the Mavs.
I think I've said it before, and this is pre-Mitchell, and I even said it without getting Mitchell, that I feel Jalen Brunson is going to elevate RJ and Randall. It's going to help RJ and Randall be who they're supposed to be, and that I feel that's enough to be definitely a playing team. And if things fall our way and other things start happening for us, you never know. I mean, when you get that far, who's to say you can't get the 8 seed?
Yeah, I don't think it's just about us being a playing team or competing. I think this is more of seeing what we have in our kids, developing and building and getting a great pick at the draft, at a loaded draft. They said that this draft is projected to where even as far as the 15th pick, you could get a potential star right there. Easy.
Don P, I agree with everything you're saying, but this is where the root of my anger comes from, because the Knicks did this to themselves. They're not going to do that. We're not going to be bad enough. I just watched the Knicks waste a whole year and trade away their lottery pick for draft pick for you to go get a star. That was their statement on that draft, on draft night. So you made me wait a whole year, go months talking about with you guys on these streams about prospects. We get to draft night, poof, they're gone. Oh, we got these picks for a star. Guess what? Your time was now. Now the star is gone. If you don't trade all of these veterans and give the kids a legit shot, it makes no sense, because we're going to be, guess what? 12, 13, 10th
back
pick,
in the
11th
same
pick.
boat, right?
And we're going to do the same thing over and over and over again.
See, I disagree. I disagree, because if we're the Knicks of the past, and if it was Steve Mills in charge of everything, we would have traded away 6 picks.
Yeah, but guess what? The head honcho.
Wait a minute, no, wait a minute, slow down.
We're talking about the same dude.
No, we not, Don P. That sounds ridiculous.
That's a check-ins move.
That sounds ridiculous, because you said Steve Mills, and Steve Mills is the one that started this accumulation of draft picks, bro.
But he
Paris Duggan, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggan says, why are the Cavs better than us now? 3 years and now. Okay. All right, go ahead, Don P. My bad.
Steve Mills was also the person who overpaid for Tim Hardaway Jr. and strapped us, and he was a part of that, strapping us with he strapped us in the whole cap space thing with overpaying Tim Hardaway Jr. He was a part of that. I'm not saying that he didn't do any good.
It's ironic you say that when this front office signed Evan Fournier to the same deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
same years,
same deal,
same years, same number, same average salary.
I'm with you on that 100%. I disagree with that. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. And you know how I feel about Jalen Brunson. I disagree with that too. But what I am happy to see is the fact that
Hold on. You just skip right past it. Hold on. You just skip right past it. You said you agreed, then you disagree, then you moved on. Like what are we doing, man?
No, I agree with the fact that they made a mistake by signing Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker. I disagree. I agree with
Kevin
the fact
Berger
that they made
says
a
Phil
mistake
Jackson started the accumulation of draft picks, right? What draft picks did Phil Jackson trade for? just tell me what draft picks did Phil Jackson trade for? What draft picks did Phil Jackson start stashing? And then I'll retract what I said.
All I know is Phil Jackson drafted Frank Ntilikina. I think that was a big F you to all of us, and we bought into it.
But Phil Jackson, the only thing Phil Jackson did was stop the practice of trading away draft picks. But Phil Jackson didn't accumulate first round picks.
He just kept them.
He just kept the ones he had. Mm-hmm. Steve Mills traded away Porzingis for first round picks.
Right.
Yeah, but Porzingis, there was reports coming out that Porzingis wanted out.
Okay, he still got the
So
picks though.
he kind of forced their hand. Was it what? Am I missing something?
Yeah, but at least he got the picks for
He
it.
got the picks.
But he got picks for it. I was just pointing out what KB said. KB said what draft picks did he trade away? That wasn't the point. I said accumulation of draft picks, right? I didn't say trade away or keep picks. I said accumulation. There's a difference. You got to understand what I'm saying. I didn't say Phil Jackson traded away draft picks or Steve Mills started the practice of keeping draft picks. I said Steve Mills started the practice of accumulating draft picks. There's a distinction. There's a distinction.
I'm sorry, Jazz. Not necessarily good draft picks, but the accumulated draft picks, which is a big step.
That's what I'm saying. Phil Jackson didn't start coveting draft picks. We don't have draft picks now from the Phil Jackson era. We have draft picks right now from the Steve Mills era.
Yes, we do.
Oh boy, y'all done brought. And then y'all made me skip out, man. I wanted to talk to the Ghetto Intellect about what he said, man. And me and G, I ain't even get a chance, man. And then and oh boy, here we go.
Ooh. Let's go.
Hey.
Mr. Isaiah Hartenstein.
Let's just build around Hartenstein now. We might as well. Hey, why not?
It's what's going to happen. It's what's going to happen.
We got a superstar.
Nokic 2.0.
We got a superstar.
If Jokic could, be the best rim protector in the NBA, then that's what it was.
Hey, the last couple nights, have your ears been burning? Because
why?
Because I've been representing your boy for you.
You have been.
You made a believer out of me, bro. I dropped the iHeart dime every once in a while.
iHeart Radio.
If anyone wants to debate me about him, like you've had time to look at the stats. I don't know.
Hey, Freezy,
I got nothing.
Freezy the other night was going through defensive rating, and I said, look up Hartenstein, and we were like, what? I'm like, what is it with this dude? No matter whatever we look up about him, he just passes the test.
Yeah.
The only argument against him is that he's been with 5 teams in 4 years.
He's trash.
Blah, blah, blah.
The only argument about him is he's trash and he don't.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's the only argument.
Evergreen was smiling, boy. Look at it.
Oh yeah.
But man, that Mitchell trade. You guys. Yeah, I was actually, because Hartenstein was traded to the Cavs, so I actually started watching the Cavs games. I'm not a Cavs fan, but I watch them. Best trade for the Cavs I could think of, because getting rid of Sexton. People don't understand Sexton's perceived value. Sexton is terrible. Seriously. But watching Garland, I called Garland the next All-Star. I called him an All-Star before the season.
So you think IQ is value higher than Sexton?
IQ versus Sexton? I think IQ is more in the Garland level, where if they break out, they can become really, really good. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly. But all I know is that when I watched Sexton, it made me not want to watch him play live ever in my entire life, because it was terrible. Because he would keep on making little basketball mistakes over and over and over again, and it was stuff that you couldn't see on the box score. So he would miss a rotation, and then it would give up a layup, but you wouldn't see it on the box score. So so at the end of the game, he had 30 points, but throughout the game, he was giving up layup after layup after layup. And then on offense, he would make the wrong read every single time. He would have an open layup, and he wouldn't make the pass. And he would take another dribble, and then they would recover. It was a little thing. It was how some players do the little things that make you better. He does all the little things that make you worse. And that's why the Cleveland Cavaliers were terrible with him. Trading Sexton for Garland, for Mitchell, the Cavs, man, for the Jazz, they suck. They're tanking bad. They're taking bad, man. Right. Bad.
Yeah, and you know what they did? They brought in a guy that's a perennial loser, and they're gonna let him run the show because he is the tank commander.
Like Moutier.
Yeah. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says Fournier made the most threes in the league since January 1st.
Is that true?
I'm thinking it's true. I'm thinking it's true.
I don't know. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
That's a fact.
Is there a way that we?
It's true. I don't know.
Who's our fact checker? Let's look it up.
Bo Smith.
It's true. It's true. Fun, you did do that. It's true.
The most numbers. I didn't put percentage. But my heart was broken this morning because I love Donovan Mitchell. Unfortunately, I already have a brand new heart called iHeart. So my heart so I had to play at a heart transplant.
Yeah.
And I'm okay.
I'm all in.
It's gonna be fun. This season's gonna be fun.
Hey, I gotta make something lemonade out of lemons at this point.
Yeah. Well, just
I would say the chicken one, but it's a family show.
Family show. It's gonna be a lot.
Gentlemen, what you got? I'm not gonna say we because I'm not a part of this pity party.
Pity party.
Y'all.
This is a celebration.
It's a celebration. It's a celebration.
Woo!
God.
Oh, Paris Duggar, you got me, Paris Duggar.
Think
the
Most High God that Cleveland was able to put a package worse than what the Knicks had to offer. What that shows you, again, what I've been talking about this whole damn summer, on and off, because y'all been talking about the same thing over and over again. Everyone's getting upset, bringing up the same issues over and over again.
No, so everything. No, we're not holding up.
Totals.
Wait. Hold on. So for one, we have not been talking about the same thing over and over.
Okay.
Right. Last night, the night before last, we talked about defensive ratings. Did we not?
Yeah, you did.
And then last night we talked. Do the Knicks need a walking bucket or a clutch performer?
Right.
Coach? Coach? Is that accurate?
Yes, I was there for both conversations.
That was a generalization. So let's not get too off of the words.
Yeah, let's not get touchy, right?
Let's not get bunch. Hold on. Okay.
I feel you. My bad.
This is generalization. Okay. Everyone's been talking about this Donovan Mitchell stuff. And what did I say? I said trades are reciprocal.
Yeah.
Trades are reciprocal. In order to get something, you have to give something, right? And a person has to want what you give them. I, for one, had made the comment that I'm giving up Evan Fournier and Derrick Rose for Donovan Mitchell with 3 picks, the 4th being an unprotected. That was all I was going to offer. Clearly, they didn't want that, right? Clearly they didn't want that because we know if they're going to be tanking, then the sole purpose is to get expiring contracts, right? Obviously, both of those contracts between Derrick Rose and Evan Fournier expiring, but they didn't want that because we value our players. We value our players that we have.
My bad, Paris Duggar. You said the most total, not most per game, right?
Yeah.
You said the most. Paris Duggar, you said the most per game. I mean the most total, not the most per game, right? This dude's stupid stat. My bad. All right, go ahead, Evergreen. My bad.
So my point is that the packages that they were asking from New York was coming with a tax that doesn't equate to the same reciprocal trade that they just received from Cleveland. They were trying to tax us. They came out talking about what? They wanted 6 picks. They wanted 4 unprotected. They wanted 4 unprotected and then 2 more on top of that. What did they just get from Cleveland? 3 unprotected and two protected.
They
weren't
even
picks.
Oh, excuse me, pick swaps. Oh, pick swaps. Even better, right? Even better, which shows my point.
Evergreen. But Evergreen. They also took on this guy's contract. They did a sign and trade. They took in $72 million, and they said they didn't want salary. So they were trying to fleece us. They were trying to fleece us.
The rumor was they didn't want salary. That was the rumor.
That further establishes my point is that regardless of what was happening, we were getting fleeced. And the fact that people right now are upset that we didn't get fleeced, upset that we didn't get Donovan Mitchell, shows that the incompetence of the people wanting to get fleeced. You saw what the offer was that they kicked down. Now that offer, when we look at it, what did they say? They wanted R.J. Barrett, Emmanuel Quickly, and Grimes or Obi Toppin.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. The agreed to deal. The agreed to deal. The deal that was agreed to was RJ and Quickly,
and
two unprotected first, and then protected first round picks.
How many?
No, that's not right.
But how many?
That's not. No, that's not right, Freezy.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No. Look at Sham's report. He said it was RJ, IQ, and a possible third young player, 2 unprotected, and a possible third unprotected.
That's according to Sham.
Now hold on. Let's clarify, because we know that the money has to match. Period.
Right.
So that means Evan Fournier is automatically included in there.
And
so
for those of y'all listening, this is why nobody ever has their point heard all the way. Because when you try to make your point, everybody cuts you off. Yeah, Evergreen.
But this is what I'm saying. So the young assets that they wanted was the RJ and the Quickly. But we know that doesn't get it done on the money side. They still have to make the money match. So Evan Fournier is included in that. That's 3 shooting guards that's gone for 1, which means you have 1 off the bench shooting guard in Grimes, and that's it. That's a fleece, no matter how you look at it. That's before you start to consider the picks. And you want to tell me you want these picks too? No. So everyone is upset and getting all emotional that we didn't get fleeced, and then going to have the nerve to get mad at Leon Rose as if Leon Rose didn't have the ability to push the button. It's reciprocal. And if you realize it's reciprocal, there's no reason to get upset at him. He's not the guy. He's the guy trying to make this make sense. But it doesn't make sense on a Knicks end. We get fleeced. But Cleveland, with their value and what they just got, do we mean to tell me that we didn't have a better offer? Of course we had a better offer. But they realized that they wanted too much from us. So instead of getting too much from them, what did they do? They got what they can get out of it. And this is why Donovan Mitchell is with Cleveland now. Everyone's upset as if Leon Rose is just this guy that didn't have the ability to make something happen. It's not that he didn't make something happen. He wasn't going to get fleeced.
Yeah, he's a petty thief.
What everybody keeps forgetting in that article, it says that Leon Rose took a calculated risk knowing that Cleveland was out. So Leon Rose had that offer on the table. So he agreed, Evergreen, to get fleeced with the guys you're talking about, the crown jewels. He was willing to give them all up. And he said, this is my offer. And he sat back and relaxed. That's why he set the deadline for Monday. And then
Danny,
so who's Danny Ainge did his thing on his end, which again he's allowed to do. It's his team.
I don't believe that though. You know why? Because they got that deal done in 48 hours.
So Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Hey man, Paris Duggar got the dopest avatar in the game. I don't care what nobody say. Paris Duggar says Ainge was never going to give us Donovan. Never. Hey, Paris Duggar, now that you mentioned that, bro, I think I agree with you. I think I agree.
He used the Knicks to keep driving up the price.
Right. But before we go there though, can I just ask one quick question? Can we have these 2 ideas at the same time? 1, we're upset we didn't get Donovan, but 2, we're not upset that we didn't get fleeced. So, e.g., we could actually be okay with being upset we didn't get Donovan and still be happy that we didn't take a deal because we didn't get fleeced. You can actually have both those ideas at the same time. Is it possible?
So you're saying it's okay to have mixed emotions?
Yeah. It is okay to have mixed emotions, exactly. And it's possible because I love Donovan because of all the extenuating factors about New York. He loves New York City. He's a New York kid, all the stuff. But at the same time, I do not want to get fleeced. So I miss the opportunity to be with him. It's almost like, I don't want to use a more morbid concept, but it's possible to be okay with the final deal, but yet still miss the opportunity that we don't have Donovan in our back.
Coach, now see, but Wiz, this is not the way it works, right? Like your personal feeling as a fan and team building are mutually exclusive. They run on separate tracks.
Absolutely.
And sometimes they stop at the same time, but they're not going to the same place.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So here's the thing. I heard the same thing, and I just talked to Nick G about this, about how this summer feels like the summer of 1996. The summer 1996, when Michael Jordan was a free agent and we were bidding against the Chicago Bulls to get Jordan, and the dream team scenario we were pitching to Jordan is once we sign you, Shaquille O'Neal is in the bag, right? And then also on top of that, we're gonna try to take these 3 first-round picks and trade up and get us a young cat, right? And so with those 3 young men, with whoever was picking 10, they asked us for our 3 first-round picks so that we can get the high school fella out of Philadelphia, right? And so not only did Knicks fans, oh man, that's too much, 3 first-round picks just to move up 8 spots. Are you crazy? Well, that high school kid turned out to be Kobe Bryant, and y'all wound up getting John Wallace. Shout out to John Wallace, he's our guy. Dante Jones and Walter freaking McCarty.
Oh
man! And y'all and now Wiz is telling me that those 3 first we would have got fleeced, man. I like Walter McCarty. Really, you like him more than you like Kobe Bryant? Okay, it's okay for you to have your mixed emotions, but sometimes it's okay to get fleeced. I
want to add this real quick, Freezy.
So Evergreen G, not Evergreen G, but Don P, thank you for the generous contribution. Don P says, Evergreen, talk to him.
All right.
And then Moneybag says, nobody knows offers all hearsay. Moneybag, I'm with you. That's why we are all over the place, bro.
Right. So let me
all these so-called experts have said a different dang thing.
Right. Let me add this before I
Walter
go.
McCarty is the GOAT.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It's okay to have mixed emotions and mixed feelings about not, getting Donovan Mitchell, but also not getting fleeced. My problem comes into play is when those emotions cause for blame pointed at the wrong thing. The fact that people are blaming this concept on Leon Rose for protecting this idea of getting fleeced, but also blaming him for not getting Donovan Mitchell is the problem. It's not about him not getting Donovan Mitchell. It's about Utah not wanting to give him to us.
Evergreen, I'm blaming him, Evergreen, because he came out with a statement after the draft bloating about how he has the draft picks to make these trades. So he did it to himself.
No, listen, again, you could say I have the draft picks to make these trades, but if the other team, what are we not understanding about things being reciprocal? Yeah, I got the picks to make all of this stuff happen. But part of making this stuff happen is understanding that another team is involved. A whole nother person, a whole nother basketball mind with a completely different vision as to how they want to build this team is reciprocated on whether he's going to accept what I give him or not. So this isn't Leon Rose's fault. Yes, we still have it.
Do you realize that if Leon Rose traded all his unprotected picks, the 3 that Danny Ainge wanted, and swaps, we still have picks from other teams in all these years for us to still add to our team?
I got you, but that's a straw man argument because it didn't happen and Danny Ainge didn't accept it.
Okay, but Ian Begley just posted a tweet right now that said the Knicks made offers to the Jazz that included 3 unprotected first-round draft picks, but it didn't include R.J. Barrett.
Right.
The club also made offers that included R.J. Barrett,
right,
2 unprotected, and
right,
the 2025 first-round draft pick from Milwaukee.
Right. So why didn't Danny Ainge accept it?
Because he wanted the 3 unprotected with RJ. And we
my point. That's called the fleece, dude.
But Evergreen, listen. But what you're missing here is the fact that Leon Rose wanted to pay $1. So he offered Danny Ainge 10 dimes. Danny Ainge was like, bro, didn't I say $2? And Leon Rose was like, okay, here, take these 20 nickels. Right? And Danny Ainge's like, yo, didn't I say I want $2? I don't want $1. Okay, I got you. Here, take these 4 quarters. Right? So no matter how you rearrange the dollar, it's still only 100 cents. Right? All these, you put something in and take something out, and it's still equal value to what you made before. Right? Right. And just let me finish. Oh, go ahead, bro.
No, I was going to agree with you. I'm saying that no matter what the Knicks try to switch in, switch out, the problem is the Cavs came in with a better offer. That's why they were able to close it within 48 hours. And people don't realize that we didn't have the bullets to fill that gun. You know, like, and Danny Ainge was like, hey, look, he kept telling the press, I have a better offer. I have a better offer. There's teams out there with a better offer. I think the Cavs had this offer for a few weeks. And New York was just like, oh, well, we'll put RJ in and take this person out, put this person in and take this person out.
Hokey pokey.
Yeah.
Hey, hokey pokey.
It wasn't good enough. And the Cavs just came in and said, you know what? Yeah, we'll do it. Remember when they said they weren't going to do the deal? They were out of it. There was a thing where the Cavs were out. That was when the Cavs went back in and said, nah, we'll do it.
Leon Rose is operating like he's the GM of the Cavs and not the Knicks.
Oh,
you hold on to your picks if you're the GM of the Cavs, not the Knicks.
Oh boy.
Wait, what?
No.
Meaning, pay attention. Meaning, you can get other guys to come here. You can get other guys to come here, right? If everything goes bad for the Cavs, and let's say Donovan Mitchell leaves, everything blows up in their face. They're done for a long time, right? We all agree on that. We all agree.
No, because they have Mobley and Garland.
Yeah, they got two pieces.
They're good.
Knicks don't have two pieces.
You can't build more upon that, correct?
You can totally build more on
They traded
Garland.
the next 3 unprotected picks.
They still have $22 million in cap for next year, even with Donovan.
Yeah, and you know what they didn't do? They didn't trade what's the young bus guy they have?
Isaac Okoro.
They didn't trade Isaac Okoro. Yeah.
That's key. That is super key.
Yeah.
How did they keep him? Honestly,
Because Danny Ainge, all he wanted was the picks. Agbaji. He wanted was the picks.
Agbaji's a bust, man.
Agbaji is basically
he's like a 22-year-old shooting guard who can't shoot.
Oh, he's a 22-year-old shooting guard that couldn't shoot, that made Quentin Grimes leave Kansas. That's the Agbaji you're talking about?
Right.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Agbaji's a pretty good shooter. So
okay, he's a good shooter.
He is very strict. Come on, man. Let's not act like this dude is Courtney Lee all of a sudden.
No. I mean, he's not, but he's basically an extra first rounder. Like they got the other trade, like they got Kessler from Minnesota. It's like an extra first rounder they threw in on top of being unprotected because he's just so young and he's on an uncontrollable deal. So it's like an extra thing that we couldn't even offer. Like, who were we going to offer? We didn't draft in the first round this year, unfortunately.
Who? Quentin Grimes.
You had 3 picks. You
had Quentin Grimes. You could have drafted.
No. That guy was a first rounder. We traded damn near out of the first
he was
round.
drafted 14th, and we traded away our 11th for draft picks that Danny Ainge didn't even want because he wanted swaps and your own unprotected. So you read the situation wrong.
I'm trying to. I see what Danny Ainge. I see exactly why he did it because he's betting that Mitchell leaves. He probably won't because they're going to give him a supermax. But he's betting he leaves in 2025 because he gets the pick in 2025. He gets the pick in 2027. He gets the pick in 2029. He gets the swap in 26. He gets the swap in 28. He's betting or hoping Cleveland just bottoms out or they just become completely terrible.
Yeah, that's the hope.
But they won't because they have a franchise point guard.
But he did the same thing.
They have a franchise. They have like a franchise like big man.
Oh,
he's hoping on the long game. And he ain't just done that in Boston.
Yeah. Someone that just came in's happy.
If we do the equivalent of that
shotgunner,
if we do the equivalent of that trade, we would be left with Donovan Mitchell, Jalen Brunson, Randall, and no real means to
Cameron, Shelby Toppin, Mitchell Robinson.
That's better than what we have now. That's better than what we have now.
Obviously, better than what we have.
Man, at the end of the day, man.
Hold on. So all right. So I might have to moderate here because y'all talking over each other.
Yeah, but Drake, check out.
Wait a minute. Hold on. So, hey, guys, just make sure that we speak one at a time over each other because that thing that just happened, bro, we can't have that happen no more.
All right, salute, y'all.
All right. So let Bo finish what he was saying. Go ahead, Bo.
Only thing I was going to say to Dre is that, Danny Ainge did the same thing in Boston. He wanted the long game from the, when he did that trade, he took the picks years out because he knew the team wasn't going to be good. So he knows, eventually he needs those long, like 5 years out, picks, and he can get a star then. And I think that's why the Knicks were like, nah, we can't do 3-4 unprotected picks because, like we need those picks after a while. And Danny Ainge I'm telling you, man, he's shiesty, dude. He picked up, some dudes, but he also got those long range picks, and he's trying to really pull everything out of that draft so he can get another.
Hey, Bo, let me ask you this, Bo. If you're not high enough to make these picks, or you're afraid to trade these picks for a star, what's the point of having these picks? You're stuck in no man's land.
Exactly.
Hey, wait. Somebody got some echo going on in the background. Just ask to make sure that you got your headphones in and make sure that you don't have YouTube on. YouTube playing, so you have the echo in the background. Go ahead, boss. Go ahead. Hey, Shotgunner, go ahead, Shotgunner.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying basically, my fault. I had to mute myself. No, I was just basically saying, bro, this is bad. Like, I don't realize how nobody realized how it's bad. Back to Jay point, like what I was gonna say to Bo is, what is the point of having the picks? Like, you have to still, like, the picks is just leverage. It's not, you still have to hit on the picks. So that's my point. A pick is just leverage. That's all it is. It's just something that you can negotiate, but you still have to hit on the picks. So it's really not that strong of a value. So at the end of the day, go ahead.
But his history is hitting. He drafted Jason Tatum. He drafted Jaylen Brown. He
drafted those guys with a high draft pick. Look at all his other picks. Are trash.
And then Bo, that's the problem. Like, Danny Ainge is a made man. Like you talking about a championship built person compared to a Leon Rose. Like, that's not a comparison, bro. He's know what he's doing. He made it simple.
I'm not excited to have five draft picks to have 5 Quentin Grimes on my team that I'm going to go nowhere. You either trade those for a star, or you're bad enough to trade to draft a star.
No, I'm just talking about his strategy. I'm just talking about his strategy. I'm not talking about.
Hold on. Okay, hold on, y'all. Paris Duggar, thank you for the Jim's contribution. Paris Duggar says, "Who was Donovan? Where was Donovan speaking up in all this? He's BS." If Donovan Mitchell would have said he preferred the Knicks, I think this might have went different. Who's to say Donovan?
Didn't he say he preferred the Knicks, Brooklyn, and Miami?
No, didn't a source attached to him say that?
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think he had control of where he goes. He's on a 3-year contract.
That's too. Go ahead, Uncle Freezy.
But the thing about it is not him being in control of where he goes, right? It puts the pressure on Leon Rose to give up more stuff.
But to me, Uncle Freezy, don't what's understood don't need to be explained plays a factor in this. That's not his character. Like, his character.
No. That's what people say when they have no leverage. Anytime you hear somebody say, hear somebody say, what is known don't have to be said, they don't have leverage.
But because
if you read the book, The Art of War, have you ever read the book, The Art of War?
Art of War. Yeah,
you know how long it is, right? And so the thing is, in the Art of War, one of the weapons of winning in battle is radio silence, not communicating, going dark, not letting anybody know anything, right? So that goes completely against what you just said. So either you believe in the Art of War or you believe in street buzzwords. Right?
No, I believe in the Art of War, but I'm also I'm taking the factor in, like, I'm just taking, like, I judge from all scenarios in that aspect. Like, if I'm with a woman, but if I don't feel comfortable to my panel explaining that I'm with her, but if you see me with this woman every day, why do I have to tell you that why do I have to necessarily say I'm with this woman? That's my business. I don't have to, but if you see me with her every day, like, that's all I'm saying from a perspective.
Yeah, but that falls under that passive aggressive bull crap. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, the thing about it, and so
come out and say it, bro.
Yeah, so I say this.
You don't have to though.
So, but Shotgunner, how is a dude like you that's passionate on your topics and want to come in and buzz people and have you say, nah, sometimes it's best to be quiet.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying no. I'm not saying that, Uncle Feezy. I'm saying he don't have to say he don't like it. Like the whole analogy from the woman perspective is I don't have to tell my business. I don't have to tell you that I'm with this woman. But if you clearly see me with her every day, you know I'm with this woman. Meaning that he was in the Rucker. He was with Fat Joe. He was working out with IQ. He clearly wants. That don't mean like I don't like. I feel that clearly means that he wants to be in New York. It's a smoother way to do things. You don't have to necessarily.
But okay, so he didn't say it, and where is he now?
No, he's on a playoff team.
So he did no. What city is he in now?
In Cleveland.
The Hard Rock Hotel.
Right. So if what's known doesn't have to be said, then how did he end up in Cleveland, Ohio?
That's why I think it played back to EG point because of the contract, and I'm not making excuses because I'm not talking about
Ainge, and I'm not talking about Leon Rose. I'm
talking
about Donovan Mitchell.
I feel like he ended up because Danny Ainge went with the better deal. That's my whole point. He went with the deal that was best for him.
Why would we say what is known don't have to be said, and he winds up in a different situation? Right? Why would we even say? Because if all he had to say was, "Yo, I want to be a Knick," and it would have been put pressure on Leon Rose to get the deal done.
Yeah.
But then Uncle Freezy, but I'll also take everything out of context. Like you, what if he said that and Danny Ainge still traded to him to where he wants to because he still has that power? That's the thing.
Because you keep but Sean, you keep asking me questions and won't let me answer. You asking me a question, and then when I get ready to answer, you like, nah, let me finish. Like, so to your first question, to that question that you just asked, right? To that question that you just asked, if Danny Ainge knows his star player wants to go to the Knicks, and he trades his star player to Cleveland, and the other stars in the league see and Danny Ainge do this, then now Danny Ainge is a marked man by the players in the league.
Right. So I understand what you're saying, but also a star like not on the same caliber as a Donovan Mitchell, but do you really think Rudy Gobert first place was Minnesota? No. You think he was begging to get to Minnesota? But he had to accept where he
had no choice.
You just asked
me another question. But no, I'm not asking a question. I'm not.
You just said, do you think Rudy Gobert first choice was Minnesota?
No, I was about to leave. No, I was about to say I wasn't asking you that. I was going to say no. I wasn't done. I was going to say.
So it was a rhetorical question, man.
Right. I wasn't necessarily asking you. It was rhetorical. Exactly. I was saying, do you really think Rudy Gobert wanted to join Anthony Edwards? And I don't really think that would have been his first choice as far as a championship contender if he had the choice. That's all I'm saying. So Danny Ainge seen that 5 picks and he went with what's best for him, a superstar who's still on his contract. Because at the end of the day, what Rudy Gobert did for Utah, he deserved to at least ask where he could go. But that did never play a factor. Danny Ainge did what's best for business. And I feel like he tried to do that with Donovan Mitchell. I feel like that was the negotiation. He tried his best to get him to us, but we did not make the deal. So he got to move on. That's all I was saying.
I have a question for Freezy. With the Mark
when you ask it, just give me time to answer it, man.
Yeah, of course. When you asked, you said marked people, so if he traded, so let's say Mitchell said, I want to go to New York, and that raised up the price, so New York couldn't match anything, and so then they trade him to Cleveland. That makes Ainge into a marked man. How does that affect the? How does being a marked man affect Ainge? Like, he's already retired. Like, how does that affect him?
Because so for one, stars already don't go to Utah. Star players don't consider. Hey, D'Angelo, here's your time to jump in, bro. The link is in the chat. But so here's the thing: stars already don't want to go to Utah, right? And now just really good players on the fringe that have a choice between the Clippers and the Utah Jazz see how Danny Ainge did Donovan Mitchell, right? And so instead of going to say Denver or say options are Denver, LA, or Utah, now you look at that and you're like, no, I'm not going to Utah because Danny Ainge don't treat star players right.
they're Utah.
Right. And so how I know this to be accurate. How I know this to be accurate. Look at how many stars turned down the Knicks because of James Dolan. How many star players turned down the New York Knicks because they feel like Dolan is a bad owner? All you need is have one bad person in your front office, and free agents won't go there. And I know that's sobering. Right? Because I like Dolan. But if Ainge creates that reputation for himself, then borderline good players are not going.
That's why it's so powerful to have a guy like Leon Rose now, who is an agent, who is creating relationships, and now is repairing all that damage Dolan. It's going to take years, but he's going to repair it. Like, that's why you got Brunson. Well, you got a good point guard for the first time in 20 years. Like, that's because of the lack of free agents, right? So that's why it's so important to have a free agent focus.
Not just that, but wasted draft picks also.
Yeah, wait. I honestly think, like, when it comes to draft picks, a lot of that is player development. So, like, we player, you don't draft busts, you create busts. So you draft a player and then they become a bust because of a lack of player development, in my opinion. And I can show you a couple of examples of that, but that's just my opinion on it. So I think that's why the same teams keep on drafting busts, not because they're just drafting busts, they're terrible. It's because they don't develop those players correctly, right? They give up on them really quickly. So
I'm gonna come back on my mixed emotion.
I mean, some people are just bust though. I'm sorry when they come out. You know,
it's true.
My mixed emotion response is this.
Man,
I love Donovan, but I really want to see these kids develop. I want to see them get a chance. That was really something I wanted to see. So I'm actually pleased that the kids get a chance to, hopefully, again, it's all based on coach, kids. Hopefully the kids get a chance to see what can be done. I want to see Cam. I want to see Obi. I want to see IQ. Even Grimes. What can they do if they get the opportunity? And I really would hate to see them blossom somewhere else.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm okay with.
Unfortunately, that should have been last year, but sometimes you gotta pay the New York tax.
Even if they do it now, I don't believe them. I 100% will be. I'm okay with doing that. I'm 100% will support the Knicks if they do that. I just don't believe them.
Well, that's why Fournier and Rose can't be on this roster anymore.
But that's on Leon.
Fournier and Rose.
That's my point. I don't
championship push.
See, I don't get how we Knicks fans and then we attack.
I'm saying it. If we going young, we got to go young.
I don't have the confidence in Leon doing that because I can see every other executive telling their coach, listen, we're going to go this direction, play the young guys. Leon Rose has shown he doesn't do that. He doesn't dictate or he doesn't tell Tibbs what he needs to do.
And then let me just say this. I'm just going to say this to EG 14,000. Listen to these names, right? Listen to me. The reason why what you said was wrong about development. Where EG 14,000 go? He left.
Oh, man.
There he is. So EG, this is why I think your argument may be wrong, right? Listen to these names: Jameer Nelson, Julius Hodge, Jarrett Jack, Axel Herville, Leon Poe, Sergey Luel, Kenneth Fareed, Evan Fournier, Quincy Miller, is it Turkey Almas, Rudy Gobert, Doug McDermott, Nikola Jokic, Roy Devin Marble, Emmanuel Mudiay, Nikola Radosevich, Jamal Murray, Juan Hernan Gomez, Malik Beasley, Peter Cornelet, Daniel Hamilton, Donovan Mitchell, Viatko Kansar, Monte Chanchar, right? Monty Morris, Michael Porter Jr., Justin Jackson, Thomas Schwelf, Zeke Naji. Do you know what all those players have in common?
They were all drafted by the Nuggets.
They were all drafted by the Denver Nuggets, right? Now were all those players that were drafted by the Nuggets on the Nuggets roster, and can you blame the Nuggets for not developing all those guys?
I can blame them for not developing a lot of them. A lot of them. Especially Moutier is the most egregious in my mind.
Moutier was, yeah.
Because Moutier had so much potential in terms of his size, his passing ability. but his defense was so trash, and I think that's all has to do with his player development. Like we talk about the Nuggets, they never had any good defensive players. Is it just because they suck at drafting defensive players, or maybe it's because their player development doesn't prioritize defense in Denver? And that's part of like the thing in my mind is I believe you can shape players to be what you want them to be, like in terms of like putting their focus on something. Like I come back to like Hardenstein, where his coach focused him on passing, where he would have entire quarters in real games where his coach would say, don't score, you can't shoot, you can only pass. So he focused on passing. That's why he can pass. So players become what you shape them to be. And problem with like a lot of these teams, especially like you look at college. This is why the player that you go to college, that's why it matters what college you go to, because you go to Michigan, great defensive player, Draymond Green. Just one example. Trey
Burke. Yeah,
Trey Burke. Like these players are great defensive players because they went, and that's what they focus on. That's what they focused on in their player development and building habits early. Trey Burke. Wait. That's not
Tim Hardaway Jr.
He meant to say Michigan.
No.
He meant to say Michigan State.
Michigan State. Sorry, my bad.
Okay.
Trey Burke.
Yeah,
wait, I got confused.
Okay.
Wait, no. That was not a good example.
Yeah, that was a terrible example.
No. Michigan State, where Trey Burke and
Gary Harris.
You mean Michigan State? Draymond Green, Jason Richardson, Gary Harris.
Yeah.
All those. Jaren Jackson.
And that's why the college you go to and the habits you develop early in life tend to create the player you are later in life. So I think so that's why the same teams keep on drafting bust after bust after bust, because they go to teams and they don't put in solid habits early. And then so over time, when they start developing, they don't become the player they could become. And obviously some players are just, you're not going to get anything out of them. But I think the vast majority of players, that's the reason why the same teams keep taking busts, in my opinion. I could be wrong about that, but and also like staff, who they're talking to, it changes every year. So it's like we like to think of one team, but sometimes maybe there was a really good player development coach, but that coach left, right? So then, all of a sudden you're like developing players really, really good. Then that guy leaves, and now you're not developing players anymore.
Right? I don't know. Sometimes for me, it just comes down to this: timing is everything. And when you're entering the market, and when you're bringing your brand to market, the Knicks is bringing a new brand to market, right?
Yeah.
We got rid of some old players. We brought in 2 new ones, right? And the fact of the matter is the East is really, really good this year. It's not for play good. It's really, really, really good. And I know a lot of players will say, okay, when you got to have a Donovan Mitchell in order to compete. Okay, it didn't work out. So we got to be realistic about what we are, and we got to stick to our plan. We can't start raising expectations and start trying to do the unrealistic when at the basics, we have got to prove that RJ has got it. He's number one. I trust Jalen, and then Randall has got to be mature. A simple, mature Randall will pass the sniff test for what
not happening.
I don't see. That's the problem. Ghetto, I agree with everything you just said, but I just switch it with I just feel like the more focus is we gave RJ the money, so like if he's not a potential all-star this year, then that was kind of my point about picking at him. He got the money, he's here, but like the East is good, man, and it's like that was just my point about going out and getting Spider, bro. It just don't seem like we're trying to compete, bro. It just seems like this is another 2 to 4 year window of competing because, like you said, in reality, we're 11th seed, bro, 10th seed.
But wait, let G.I. rock. Like I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. But you put Randall in there, so I didn't like that.
No, and I'm not saying nothing negative about it. It's nothing negative. Listen. The Knicks put Randall.
No. Say negative about Randall. Say, ups about Obi. Go ahead.
No, I don't know where you're going with this, bro.
Right.
I'm dead serious. The Knicks put Randall.
The Mitchell talks. The Mitchell.
Hey, hold on.
Let me finish,
man. Yeah, because I've been sitting on this panel for a minute, and I know it's a lot of faces, so I let cats cook. I know I got my own show on Wednesdays with Free Keith at 7:30. We call it Knicks Freestyle. So I just be sitting back letting other cats cook, but let me cook a little bit. So only thing I'm saying about Randall is the fact of the matter is he's going to. The Knicks put Randall in a tough situation. They gave him the opportunity to come. Excuse me, to come here, dribble the ball, dictate the offense, and now you're bringing in a real point guard. You're paying RJ, so that lets Randall look over to the right and say, "Yo, the Knicks really love you. I'm an old player that can go
He
out.
has to go.
You the up and coming thing." So no, but he could become what we need him to become. We don't know, man. I'm just listen. This is a different Knicks opportunity. The young man below me tells me, believe in Isaiah Hartenstein. He's gonna make other guys around him better. We just don't know what's gonna happen. Here's what we do know: the players in the locker room that's under contract, or the players in the locker room under contract, that's not changing no time soon. I'm sorry for being so long-winded.
Randall is 20. Randall is 28 years old. We know what he is. He's a ball dominant power forward that thinks he can bring the ball up. He can go kick rocks with chancletas on.
Here we go. Another
He
one.
He could go to the left. I don't care. He got to get off this team. Obi's time is now. Obi and Fournier need to get off this team. Start Obi, start Fournier, see what we got. Tibbs.
Start Fournier.
Yeah,
Fournier
no. I said Fournier needs to go. Grimes needs to start.
You said start Fournier.
No, I did not. I said
yes, you did.
I mean, you might not have meant. You might not have meant to say it.
Yeah, why you getting so defensive, bro?
Stop it. Fournier needs to go. Randall needs to go. Grimes needs to start.
Okay.
Obi needs to start. Hold on. Let me rant real quick. Let me rant, Freezy. We need to know what we have on our bench and our young guys. These guys need to play minutes. These guys have no value. If Tibbs keeps playing these guys for 17 minutes, 15 minutes, their value is decreasing. We need to play these guys. Randall needs to go. 20-9. Okay. We can get Obi to do 20-9.
Okay.
Obi not getting you 9 rebounds.
How do you plan to accomplish that when Tibbs won't do it and Leon won't tell him to do it?
Charles Smith did 20-11 on the Clippers. We can get 20-9 all day long. It's not hard.
Now you comparing Obi to Charles Smith?
Yes, because Charles Smith was a 2011 player on the Clippers on a bad team.
Okay, but he was a totally different style of player.
How?
And Bo, in your opinion is your opinion. I'm not saying your opinion is wrong. Where I think you're wrong is you said start Obi and start Fournier, and then when I told you said Obi and start Fournier. Even though you misspoke, you told me I was wrong.
You can't just say a little like wrong word. I'm saying
that's not what it is. No, that's not what it is.
Come on, man.
You know what I meant. You getting so defensive, bro? Why you getting so defensive?
What I'm saying, defensive. Bo, what I'm saying is that's what you said, and when we was trying to clarify, you was cutting us off, acting like we was coming for your neck.
Oh my god.
We wasn't coming for your neck. We all. Okay.
Bro, you gotta show him some respect, bro.
All I'm saying is this: is that when you bring up your excuse and you pigeonhole Randall has to bring up. Like I love how you guys go. No, you ain't gonna cut me off, bro. You ain't gonna cut me off. You ain't gonna cut me off. I let you talk. I just let you talk and misspeak and say the wrong person's name starting. Now you let me spin now. Okay, hold on a second. Okay. Now, you trying to say Randall, like you up in his head in a mind reader, that he has to bring the ball up every time. No, the makeup of the team dictated that, okay? Because we had poo guards, we didn't have any guards to bring up the damn ball. We had to lean on Randall to do that, okay? It's not that he had to do that, like that it was his choice to do it. His coach allowed that to happen. And that's what he needed to. It needed to happen.
Coach, you're digging a grave right now. You know?
No, I'm not digging a grave. That's the facts. Because this wasn't a complaint about Randall when we made the playoffs.
His first year here, he was bringing the ball up. His second year here, he was bringing the ball up.
we don't have a point guard.
He's bringing it. It doesn't matter. He should not.
But
be
Bo,
bringing
you
the
talk
ball
about,
up.
but Bo, I ain't trying to cut you off, but Bo, you talking about even if he bringing the ball up, you talk about the second year when we was a 4th seed and he was an all-star, right? Right?
Yeah,
right?
We went and
Right?
got a point guard.
No, right. No, right. Bringing the ball up his second year, we was a 4th seed and he was an all-star, right? Because you had a problem with bringing the ball up.
He wanted a
but
contract.
he proved when he bring the ball up and it's
so he
hold
was
up.
balling out. We went and
What?
we went and got a point guard, and he still put that man in the corner.
No, Bo, I want to pick off of your point. I ain't trying to cut you off, Bo. No, let's stick to your point about bringing the ball up. That's all I want to put. The second year.
That's what I said. We got a point guard.
So it was a problem, but how was it a problem right in the second year when we was a 4th seed and he was an all-star? That's what that answered that question. That's what I'm saying.
He wasn't doing it when Rose was playing.
So Paris Duggar, thank you for the contribution. Paris Duggar says, "Where's Donovan Mitchell's rings? All NBA, all NBA team, anything. What has Donovan Mitchell accomplished while he's been in the league?" Appreciate your generous contribution, Paris Duggar. Appreciate that.
No, but what I'm saying is that what was Randall bringing the ball up when Rose was in the game and playing extended minutes and healthy? Nope.
You just answered my question.
He wasn't doing it as much, was he?
You just answered my question. You just answered my question.
How did I answer your question? What are you talking about?
Well,
I'm saying,
and then plus two, aren't questions asked to be answered? You ask questions to get answers to them. Right?
So answer my question, Coach.
What? He just did.
He just did.
How?
I just answered it 2 ways.
He just didn't give you the answer that you wanted.
Right, that's what a lot of time on YouTube.
So
this
you're
is one of the most awkward panels I've ever been on in my YouTube
Randall
career.
brought up the ball because Rose was in the game. A real point guard brought up the ball and Randall bowed down. That's what you're saying?
Bow down.
No, I'm not saying he bowed down. No. He was fulfilling his role that he's supposed to fill when you have a person doing their job. He was doing his job. He didn't have to do his job and the point guard's job.
Randall is not trying to be the number 4 or number 3 and on the team. That's what I'm saying.
Well, now you're talking about something else. That's different than bringing the ball up.
No. Well, why is he bringing up the ball?
We could just agree to disagree. We can move on.
Bo, Bo. Just to answer you, bro. All coach is trying to say, bro, is the makeup of the team, bro. When Alex Burke, AB, all of us on the panel can agree he's not a point. So it was like difficult. So they had to go to that option. That's all, bro. Randall was not pushing the ball when we was a 4th seed. That's it, bro. And if he Go ahead, Uncle Freeze.
Yeah. So, Mike, boy, you're absolutely right, man. We in disarray, right? We are all over the place.
Man. All right. Well, if you think I'm contributing to that, I'll just get off the panel then. Because I thought I was bringing some clarity to the mix. So
why are you frustrated? Why are you frustrated?
I'm not frustrated at all. I ain't gonna be looped into your mess and the mess of everybody else. And I'm going to be blamed for it. All
I wanted to do was just finish my point, man.
But didn't you call somebody a dummy the other day?
Yo, y'all keep cutting Freezy off, man.
Yeah, this is why the panel is trash right now. Because we can't even like move from one topic to another sensibly. Because we cutting each other off and all these things. All I want y'all to do is listen to what the point is that was stated and just respond to it. That's all. That's all. We won't have to be a car crash. You know what I'm saying? The thing is so we don't have Donovan Mitchell right now, and so now that we don't have Donovan Mitchell, are we gonna point fingers at each other? Like, are we gonna point fingers at Randall, at Leon Rose, at Tips because we don't have Donovan Mitchell, or are we gonna consider what the next move is? Right? In my position, I don't want to blame nobody, man. I would like to see what the next move is, and talk about it sensibly. Like, what is so? What now? What now? The Knicks don't have Donovan Mitchell. Now what do we do? Do we move on and just play the kids? And if that's the case, how do we get into a situation where we can just play the kids and achieve the expectations of Knicks fans? Because a lot of Knicks fans want to see us play the kids, but a lot of Knicks fans want to win also. And if we play these kids, can we win? Right, Gi. If we play these kids, can this team win? Can this team win?
There's no team in the NBA that can play kids and win. There's no team in the NBA that has played kids and win. It's a veteran-laced league, but there is teams that have groomed their own veterans to win. Right. And I believe at this point, I guess I've been saying this since 2010. I won't say the name associated with 2010. If you've been a fan long enough, you'll know what the summer 2010 was about. Right. Ever since 2010, I have been resolved to the matter that Superman isn't walking through that door. Right. And so no, we won't be able to win with the young guys, but we could develop our talent and increase the value of our team in the process. So if and when another superstar hits, and we have still draft picks, and we have still conditionals, and then we'll have valuable young players, and maybe then and only then will we win a trade.
Yeah, so define win. What is win? Define winning for us.
Right. And I was gonna get to that. Wiz, but we got to do it one step at a time, man. That's the reason why we start talking all over each other. But what we want to do is just establish the order. Like so if what is next is play the kids, then do we have to change personnel around so that we can play the kids?
I mean, I agree everything kind of what GI is saying, but like only thing I disagree with when he said young players don't win. I disagree with that. Young players don't win when you don't have a superstar like us. And no disrespect to RJ, but we don't have a superstar because Memphis is clearly a young team that just got a veteran of Danny Green. That's the only veteran they ever had, and they was a accomplished team. So I disagree with that because they got a superstar in Ja Morant, and we don't have a superstar, and that's why we in the position where we in. But to Freezy question, if we play the kids, that's why I say I think we look into another 3 to 4 year window because at the end of the day, we didn't draft well. And that's what was our problem because Cleveland is a team that's ascending up because they drafted up. But
Sha, what is Ja Morant won?
I didn't say he won anything. By him getting in the playoffs as a young superstar, he's ascending. So I'm not saying he won anything, but he's ascending. That's why you can call him a superstar. The reason why
but what I said was young players in the league have not won, and you said you disagree. I'm trying to hear which young players in the league have won.
What young core won? Yeah.
Well, yeah, well, just to be particular and specific, I wouldn't say won championships, but ascending. The Memphis Grizzlies are ascending in their young teams.
But that wasn't my point.
I know. That's what I said. Like that's what to clear that up. That's what I would say. Like you. So I agree. That's why I say I agree with you.
I would love to get a chance to answer Jay's question.
Go ahead, Jay. I'm almost done, Jay.
Yeah, you're good. What's going on, bro? I would like to at least have this season go so I can know what young guys I want to move forward with. So then at that point, once I have my group set, then I could get the right vets to plug in with those young guys. And then we're ready to compete because that's what everybody does. You get a bunch of draft picks. You see who's the real players, who's your hitters. And then after that, then you start plugging in your vets that fit with those guys, not vets that was going to like overtake your guys.
Take up minutes, yeah.
Yeah. So like let's say basically what Phoenix did. Phoenix showed out in the bubble, right? So the adding of the Jay Crowder and the Chris Paul is what helped them, it elevates them. Right. When Memphis Grizzlies went from Valanciunas to Steven Adams, that kind of actually helped them elevate them, even though Valanciunas is a better player. So you got to add the right vets once you figure out who your core is. That's what I would like to do now moving forward. So we have to play the Grinds. We have to play the IQs. We have to play the Obies. We have to play the Cam Reddishes, our big men. And we just see who's going to stick, who's the players. And after that, we can figure out, what? These guys fit together. All right, now we got to move these guys around. That's
all right. But that's your opinion, right? Dre, what's your opinion on it? And Dre fell asleep. Okay.
No, I'm here. I was muted. My bad.
Okay.
I feel like
So what's your opinion on it? Now what? Now what do the Knicks do?
They need to figure out a way to move Randall like immediately. There is no real reason for him and Rose and Fournier to be on this roster, there's literally, I think there's no real means to keep them here. They have to figure out how to figure who the core is and get supplemental vets like the other person said, because the idea of the whole time frame of where the team is moving, most of our guys are 25 and younger, and Julius is at his prime right now, and he's not going to be what we need him to be when RJ is 24, when IQ is 24, when Grimes is 24, if we're still keeping these guys, when Obi is 26. So it's kind of a jumble right now, and I don't think Tibbs is the actual right coach for the scenario that we're in.
Obi ain't 26. What the?
He's going to be 26.
No,
I'm
he's
saying
not.
Obi gonna be
Yes, he
25.
is.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
He'll
No.
be 26.
Time out. I was saying I was adding 2 years on top of our current age. So when I said 24 for RJ, he's 22 right now. Obi's 24.
I got you.
So I'm saying, by the time RJ hits 24, Randall will be 30. It's not really feasible for growth, and we're supposed to be shifting to making him the guy. If we think he is as good as we think he is, then his development needs to be prioritized next. And it's kind of frustrating because we actually went down even further in the East just by Donovan Mitchell coming over, because we thought maybe we would compete with Cleveland without him even being on the roster. But now it's a no doubter that we're moving down even more in the East. So I think the next move is to just try to get Julius up out of here, man. Not that he's a terrible player, but he has to go in order for a hierarchy to form as far as the skill, as far as the talent, and finding minutes for these guys so we know who they are and what they are before their contracts come up. So we don't have 2-3 guys with Cam Reddish situations where we don't really know, and then they're on a prove-it year, and we still don't know if we're going to trade him or if we're going to pay him. We need to have as minimal question marks going forward so we can know what to do, because we have way too many question marks. We have way too many picks to not know what to do with them. We have way too many guys like Randall here that's a question mark. We don't know which Randall we're going to get. We're definitely in purgatory at the moment, and we need to figure out a way.
Okay, all right. So Wiz, so what are you thinking about what Dre said?
Wow.
That was a lot, right? That was a lot of stuff, bro. That was a lot. Bo said a lot. Hey, man, Dre said a lot.
Right.
That's a lot of stuff, man.
I didn't say enough. What the hell?
My bad.
I'm gonna look at the Memphis template minus Ja, and I think we're close to being that. I'm okay with us using the young guys. I say winning for me, for the Knicks, winning right now is second round potential conference finals. That's winning right now for where I want this team to be. And can those young people make it this year? I don't think so. 2 years ago, I see potential for that. So, which is where I was split about not having Donovan, because I think this team has a chance to be the Memphis squad without a superstar like Ja.
Oh my God!
Successful in the second round.
Are you kidding me?
I think they are. No, I think they are good enough.
Just finish. No, wait a minute. Just finish your thought. D'Angelo got time.
Sorry.
So, I'm gonna look for a superstar and a more advanced, experienced player? Because I would move Fournier. I would consider moving Randall. I wouldn't mind Rose even spending one more year just to kind of help the young people develop, but not playing if Tibbs would actually act right, and then let him expire or trade him just before, the trading deadline to get assets. And I think this youthful team is strong, base core and can develop into a competitive second round team, but we need to get a year from now start to get that veteran like superstar, meaning a fifth year guy, 20 in the Mitchell kind of range, but hopefully along. And that will be the final piece to get these guys over the hump. That's
okay. D'Angelo, you've been trying to get in for a minute, bro. What's good?
Oh yeah. What's up, Freezy? Good evening, everybody. I am so pissed off. Like when that news came down, I said, everybody's telling me, calm down. We got this in the bag. Everything's good. We would first dibs on getting him, and okay, fine. Be positive. Well, maybe we'll sign him if we don't get. Boom, goes to Cleveland. He blew it. We got mushed by this front office. Again, we got mushed. So now we basically got the same team we're going into the new season with. Because he won't take a chance because he's a novice in the front office and wouldn't give up picks and give up a couple of average or above average players to get this guy. Okay? If he knew what he was doing in that front office, we would have had this guy right out of the chute. No, but we got to go play ping pong back and forth. And we didn't get this guy because this guy's a bum in the front office.
Oh,
okay. He's a bum.
D'Angelo, hold on.
I'm pissed. I'm so aggravated.
Hold on for just a second. So Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says it's always about what to cry about.
Oh,
next.
stop it, Paris, please.
He said, hey, yo, Paris Duggar says it's about what do we cry about next? What's the next thing to cry about? That's what Paris Duggar said. What do we cry about next?
Again, they never get the deal done. We haven't got a championship since 1970s. Come on now. All right? We're going to wait longer now. They can't get the superstar. They can't go and get him. They couldn't figure out how to get him. We had all the picks. We had the picks. We could have got him. We could have got him.
Yeah. D'Angelo, I think the Cavs had a better package. They had it for a while. And it was just there.
No, you just didn't know how to do the deal. Always be closing. Make the deal.
It was there.
Bo, remember the first deal, Danny Ainge made it simple. He said he wanted RJ Barrett, 3 unprotected first round picks, and Mitchell Robinson. We said no, bro.
Yeah.
We said no. He wanted 3 picks.
Talent.
Would you do that?
Heck yeah, I'll do that deal. Because I love, I don't want to go back to RJ, but he's on, again, if he's not an all-star guys at this point, guys, then what is y'all point of him?
And then this schmuck does some smoke and mirrors about the RJ deal that he does.
You would do RJ, Mitch, and 3 unprotected?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So, but that he just said that. Why'd you ask him that? Didn't he?
I'm confused because I'm flabbergasted. Like, why would
if you flabbergasted, just say you flabbergasted.
I didn't make that trade up. Danny Ainge.
Why would you do that? Like, why would you give up? Why would you give up?
Because go ahead. Can I answer your question, Bo? Go ahead, Uncle.
Hold on. So Shah said what he would have done. Bo is flabbergasted, right? Let's hear why Bo is flabbergasted about what Shah would accept for the Donovan Mitchell deal. And then move on. And then move on because at the end of the day, Donovan Mitchell is a Cleveland Cavalier.
Oh my God. Okay, y'all ready?
Right.
Okay, so you want to give up the 3rd pick overall that has averaged 20 points a game, that has made really? Come on, D'Angelo. Can you put it on mute for a minute? Okay, so
you talking to me?
Yeah.
What? I poured myself a cup of tea and decaf.
Can I rock?
Just go ahead.
Go ahead, Bo. Go ahead, Bo. Go ahead.
I didn't say nothing.
Okay, so you're giving up RJ Barrett that wants to be here in New York, right?
Who cares?
Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, Bo. What happened to Bo?
But he disappeared.
Oh my God!
Hey, Coach,
but
Coach,
just
Coach,
go ahead.
Coach, this is what we got. Coach, this is what we're gonna be dealing with for the next 10 years. I'm just giving you a heads up. This is going to be one of those conversations that we have for the next 10 years. We were this close to getting Donovan Mitchell, and we didn't get him.
Oh yeah.
And now so here's the thing. Yes, I wanted Donovan Mitchell, but now he's gone. Right? You know what can I do? I'm frustrated we didn't get him. But Coach, do you know how I told that story about 1996 and the 3 first-round picks? You muted, man. You muted.
I was gonna say I was gonna reenact that whole thing. I'm like, we were this close to getting Michael Jordan.
Yeah,
we were this close to getting LeBron James. We were this close to getting Kevin Durant.
And we're gonna give this front office, everybody's patting them on the back. Great deal. You didn't make any deals. Yeah, okay. They rolled out Kemba Walker and that beautiful ceremony they had. Oh yeah, they did a great job there, didn't they? Then they're rolling out the guys in the wheelchairs. What's his name? Noel over there. Yeah, great job, guys, cleaning up your mess. You still didn't clean up the big mess with Randall. Good job.
Right.
Nice job.
Hey, D'Angelo, and so D'Angelo, when I say that, bro, I want you to hit me on this.
I got it.
I want you to hit me on this. So D'Angelo, I'm in the same boat as you. Like you and I have the same feeling.
You know it.
But the thing about it is, I don't know how long I'm gonna stew about it, because I've been stewing about it all summer. You remember? I called this the slow burn.
Yes, absolutely.
I called this back early in July. I called this the slow burn. How come a trade doesn't happen in a week, right? and people were talking to me about Uncle Freezy in business. You saw, and I'm like, yo, don't talk to me about business. I have a business degree, and I'm working on a master's in business. Don't talk to me about business. I got 30 years of customer service experience in business. Don't talk to me about business. I know if you want to get a deal done, you get a deal done.
That's right.
When two entities don't want to get a deal done and they just feel pressured by outside entities, they do this. They do exactly what Leon Rose just did.
Let's string them along to training camp.
And so just for clarity, I'm not bragging about personal accomplishments. What I'm saying is, as a Knicks fan, you don't have to talk to me as if I'm a dummy. None of us are dumb. It's very smart people, man. Very smart people. Okay.
Yeah.
I see it, but let me address Paris Duggar's super chat. So Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, "Bing bong, we got kids who are ready."
No, they're not.
Yeah, man.
Quack.
Yeah, there you go. There's the point. If you know how to close the deal, you know how to close the deal. You have enough experience.
Right. So that's what I'm getting. What I'm getting at is the twofold thing. First of all, I recognize that this slow dances like that only lead to disaster, and also the panel. For the most part,
blue balls.
Every now and then, we'll get somebody who may be off their rocker. But for the most part, the people that jump on this panel are really smart people.
I'm off my rocker.
Yeah. Well, we know.
Yeah, I wasn't cutting you off.
But the point I'm getting at is if we listen to what people say, for the most part, everybody is saying the same thing just about. That they would like for this team to be better today than it was yesterday. For the most part, when you boil it down, when you get down to brass tacks, everybody talking is saying that they want this team to be better today than it was yesterday.
So
now, how you go about doing that may be different ways, and that comes from people's experiences and such. Right?
Can I say this, Freezy?
Right.
I don't mean to cut you off.
Bo,
come on, man.
Bo, you're not gonna cut me off, or just let me run, man. I mean, come on.
Go ahead.
It's just
no, but I was getting in my mood, and then I got cut off. So go ahead.
So what, Bo? We got plenty of time, bro. We're not going nowhere. I didn't put nobody on a time limit. EG, did I put you on a time limit? Did I tell you that we're gonna be here for 3 more minutes?
No, you did not.
No, because D'Angelo cut me off, man.
I did not cut you off, brother.
Yeah, and so Travis B. Ryan, thank you for the generous
EG cut me off, man. EG was looking at me wrong, man.
So
I didn't cut you.
Travis B. Ryan.
I'm not even driving.
Hey, come on, bro.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Come on, bro. So it's been 2 months and they couldn't get it done. They don't know how to close deals yet. They are still very inexperienced as a front office. Hey, Trav, I'm with you. Trav B. Ryan is reading exactly what I'm. this front office is still very young, and they are going to make mistakes. But here's the thing. How many mistakes are you going to allow them to make before you start looking for another front office? That's my question to you guys.
Here we
And
go
Uncle
again.
Freezy, I think that time is now, because I think Leon Rhodes just cost his job because not even attempt to try. And at the end of the day, we can just obviously say that what Danny Ainge wanted was some type of young player and 3 unprotected. That's not hard for Donovan Mitchell. I'm sorry, man. He got 5 for Rudy Gobert. So if he just wanted 3 for Spider, for us to not capitalize on that is a failure. And to Bo's point, bro, the reason why I would trade RJ, and I'm not trying to bash on RJ, he's here. I'm a Knicks fan, guys. Don't kill me. But I just got to go back to 2019. Like, we all kind of agree on this panel that if we can redraft that, we would have chose Darius Garland number 3. And that's a problem to me. And that's all I'm saying. When you got superstars like Ja Morant and they team extending into a hard Western Conference, like, you have to look into that factor. That's all I want from my team. We not extending, we decreasing. And it's like
Zion wouldn't take him there.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, that's why I just said Ja, because I didn't say his name, and Darius Garland, because those are 2 guys that proven. And at the end of the day, like, the kid from San Antonio, he was drafted in the same draft, and they're all in the same draft, and he's like, I wouldn't say he's better, but he hasn't played as much as RJ, so we don't know. That might be determined yet. So it's just
thank you for shouting me out, and shout out to the Hard Will in the chats. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Well, well, that was answering your point, but that was just answering the question, Uncle Freeze.
Okay, hey, so EG hadn't said anything. I wanted to rock with Coach for a minute about a couple of things. Just EG and Coach, just real quick. How do you guys feel about the future of the team going forward, minus Donovan Mitchell? How do you feel about this New York Knicks roster as it stands today? Like, I don't want to speculate about who should come and who should go. What I'm saying is, analyze your roster today and tell me how you feel about it.
If you want to go first, EG, you can, but I'm ready to go too, either way.
You go.
All right. I will. All right. So at this point, we've kind of discussed the scenario already, the what if. Like, to me, it's just all in the kids. I mean, when I say the kids, I mean the young guys that we still are yet to be determined who they're going to be with more minutes. Okay. So to me, I think we should just ride with that, and just see where it takes us. See how Brunson can work his magic with them. I'm still a believer in RJ and Randall as far as what they can be with a competent point guard. Now, if by the All-Star break, Julius has not changed with the point guard, then I'm all in on giving up on him and get what we can from in a trade. But besides that, I'm ready to rock with. I want to see what Cam could do with minutes. I want to see what Grimes could do. I want to see what IQ could do. Obi, I want to see.
Okay, so to your statement, then, Coach, then this may not be a playoff team. This is an experimental season.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones where we experiment and we might mess around and get into play-in. You know what I'm saying? Or we want to experiment and mess around and be a lottery team. Like a high lottery team. So that's just what else can we do at this point? It's like we can only get so much blood from. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Like, what's our ceiling? If everyone that we got plays out of their mind at their absolute peak, who we got, what's our peak with this talent?
Oh God!
what I'm saying? I mean, that's kind of rhetorical, but like we can only go so high. Like, so
I agree with Coach.
This team is going to struggle this upcoming season. They are going to struggle. Essentially the same team.
Hey, D'Angelo. So if this team is going to struggle, right? If this team is going to struggle, why not just go all in with all the kids then?
Because who you have as the coach.
You got to get rid of the coach too.
Yeah, he's got to go.
But but I didn't want to because you said without making a move or whatever. That's why.
No. I was asking you your opinion. I was asking your opinion on it.
And I agree. Tibbs isn't the coach for the young movement.
No, he's too set in his ways. He's not for these young guys.
After EG go, I got to answer to that. Go ahead, though, EG.
Okay. Hey, so panel, y'all got to let me moderate though. I'm the boss.
That's right. Boss, you want me to go start your car? Want me to go start your car?
Right. No, man. No, go buy me some. No, go buy me some cigarettes, man. You know the routine.
All right. Okay.
Go ahead, EG.
Newports.
Short in the pack. Yeah.
Man, watching this panel is so fun, and it's partly fun because it's so funny to me because the reality is there's a high probability that this time next season the Knicks are NBA champions. Like, so you're all talking about like, oh, we're gonna have to fire the coach. We're gonna have to trade Randall.
I'm glad you went second.
Do all this bull. I'm like, bro, it's just so funny to me because it's like you guys are gonna win the championship, and it's funny because none of you guys, like, I hear people say, oh, this is the same team. It's the same team, like, and adding Brunson and adding Hardenstein is effectively like adding it's like adding Middleton and Giannis to this team. And nobody knows that yet. But it's essentially like adding Middleton and Giannis to this team.
Come on.
How about Murray and Jokic?
It's
but
literally.
Did the league get better? Did the league get better around us? Yes,
of course they
okay.
got better.
Come on. So we didn't get any better. We got Brunson. That's it.
I agree with Freeze.
Hold on. Go ahead and finish your point, EG.
Isaiah Hardenstein is going to win championships. The only question to me is how many with the Knicks. That's the only question. That's the only question to me. And if you want to argue that, I'm more than willing to have that argument.
I'm very happy you're positive. That's a good thing.
I'm not positive. I'm just stating facts. I'm stating facts right now.
Okay.
Isaiah
EG, are you
Hardenstein
from
is
overseas?
going to win championships with the Knicks. And he's going to win. He likely, I don't know, there's always a probability that maybe an injury happens or something. There's a high probability that they win a championship this season. Next coming season. With
EG, are you overseas? Like
no, he's not overseas. He's not overseas. He in Colorado.
Yeah, that's a hot take, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, but he just listen to him. Just hear him out on it. Just because we all listen to each other's angles, and then when somebody
I'm listening. I'm just
Go ahead, EG.
Okay, so when you look at Hardenstein, the real thing with Hardenstein is that
EG. EG. Listen. Okay. Yeah. So you paint the house with a toothbrush. Yeah. Is Hardenstein any good?
He's an MVP level player.
No, wait. Is he any good? Yes or no?
Yes, he's an MVP level player.
Wait. Is he an NBA starter? Yes or no?
Yes, he's a starter.
And does he impact winning? Will he make the Knicks better? Yes or no?
Yes, he will.
Oh, okay. Now, with all that said, you feel like this dude can have an impact on the Knicks and make the Knicks a championship contender, right?
Yes.
That's what you're stating. Now, with all that said, what type of personal awards, if given the opportunity, can Isaiah Hartenstein win with the New York Knicks in the next year to 3 years?
Most improved player, defensive player of the year, MVP. He's going to win all of those in the next 2 years. No, I don't know about MVP next year, but in the year after that, he's going to win MVP.
No.
Okay. Okay. So what data do you have to support this?
Asking question. I love this question. The first piece of data. So I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first piece of evidence is the fact that Hartenstein is the best rim protector in the NBA, and it's not close. It's not.
Facts. That is a fact. Yeah,
it's a literal fact. When you look at
not.
Yeah, Bo, don't say it's not if you don't have contradictory proof. This has been researched. This is a fact.
This is a fact. Isaiah Hartenstein is the best rim protector in the NBA. He contests the most shots at the rim, and he forces the least amount, the lowest field goal percentage versus the expected field goal percentage. He's a negative
What's
15.
the fact?
It's a negative 15%. So when you look at pure rim protection in terms of points saved, the second best rim protector is Rudy Gobert, and on a scale to 1 to 5, Rudy Gobert is a 4. Hartenstein's a 5. Like
I saw this chart, by the way.
He's
Please
insane.
stop the cap.
His defense is next level.
Bo, you sound like comedy right now. You don't have proof to contradict. You're just saying this based on your gut.
So
if you don't have data,
I'm not talking. Where's his data? I'm not talking data.
Bro, we've seen this data 7-8 times on this show.
It's online.
When?
I can
on the internet.
Yeah, you can put.
You sound like
I would love to pull it up.
We're talking about a player that played 15 minutes a game. Like really?
Okay.
You ready? You want me to pull it up for you?
Yeah, pull it up.
Wait,
This dude played 15 minutes a game. Like we could do this with Obi too. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing right now?
EG, go ahead. Wait.
Like
EG.
Freezy, what are we doing right now, dude? What are we doing right now?
So what we're doing right now is looking at data and denying that it's facts. That's what this panel is doing.
Yeah, but you can't bring up a guy that plays backup.
Here's
that plays
the
15
stat I
minutes a
put in
game.
chat.
No, you can't do that.
If you click on it, we could see it.
No, you can't do that. The guy plays 15 minutes a game.
My point is 3-point. It's a 3-point point. So I'm only on point 1 right now, right? And so you're denying that. Like, so I said Hartenstein is the best rim protector in the NBA, and you're saying that's not true. But I'm giving you the data right now, and this is the list of rim protectors in the NBA. As you can see, Gobert, second best rim protector in the NBA. He's a 4. And you can see everybody. You have if you see Mitchell Robinson's right there, he's covered by Giannis. He's right where Giannis is. The top 4, top 6, I would say, is Rudy Gobert. You have Tony Bradley off the bench is really good. Whiteside off the bench is really good.
Jared Allen,
Jaren Jackson Jr. is all really good rim protector.
And look who is head and shoulders above everybody.
So this is part 1 of the take, right? So Hartenstein is the best rim protector.
And EG, before you finish your point, did you research this, or is this from an independent third party?
This is from an independent third party.
Okay. All right. So this is not drummed up by Uncle Freezy nor by EG 14,000.
Feel like I'm in the movie Moneyball.
Yeah.
Hey, bro. Yeah. You may be. We may be, bro. But you know what wins nowadays? Stars and analytics. And if you can't get a star, the best thing for you to do is go by analytics. It's proven to you today. Today, the NBA slapped you in the face. No, you can't have a star. And instead of trusting analytics, you're like, no, let's go get another star. Let's try going to get a star again. How'd that work out for you this summer?
Yeah. Can you tell Bo the background with the EG with the same proclamations he made about Jokic?
Yeah, we want to get to that though. But okay, well, all right.
No,
I just want. Okay, so
what?
So just for the sake of this dude, the dude you talking to right now, EG. Yeah, I know y'all get enamored because Coach is on the panel with us, and Coach is a former pro running back and blase.
Oh my God!
And all this stuff, Coach, you got people starstruck. But EG 14,000 is famous because he predicted that Jokic was going to be the MVP of the league when everybody thought Jokic was a fat second round pick. He called it, and it's data stamped. It's on timeline that he showed it. He put it on Twitter and Reddit, right? That Jokic was going to be the league MVP, and everybody doubted him, right? And now he's infamous on Twitch and on Reddit because now people follow him and listen to him. But this chat won't listen to him because we love stargazing, and you never get a star.
Can I ask a sincere question, EG? How did you know that Jokic was
that's
going to be MVP? Was it
That's the same question that Coach Juice is just asking.
Like, was it strictly through stats, or
No,
was
well,
it
first
something
of
that
all,
you
so first things first, you have to watch them play. That's
Right.
number one. So I'm a Nuggets fan. So I was watching Jokic play. I was watching Jokic make no-look passes. I was watching Jokic make shots like Dirk Nowitzki. I was watching Jokic rebound.
And this is early on.
This was early on as a rookie.
Yep.
Right. And I saw all these amazing things. So naturally, as a fan, I went in to look at the stats. And this was like 6-7 years ago. And when you looked at the stats, his advanced stats put him next to Tim Duncan. His advanced stats put him next to Hakeem. So I was like, hey guys, he had a higher PER than Vlade Divac at any point of his career, Jokic. So naturally, I just wanted to learn. So I started posting about all these stats that I was, and then everyone's like, "You're calling Jokic this amazing play? Like you can't be doing it." And eventually, I found out that.
So for those that don't know, EG is not comfortable on these public settings, bro.
Yeah, as
you see how he started talking so. So basically, what he's saying is, in the very beginning, when he was putting out this data, comparing Jokic to the greats of the game, like Hakeem Olajuwon, Tim Duncan, Dirk Nowitzki, people were slamming him on the internet, just like right now, right? Just like right now.
Yeah.
But come to find out, after EG did this, 2 years later, people were coming back, subscribing to and reading all his stuff because he was right about Jokic, and he's telling you that the same thing can happen for Hartenstein, but we're bashing EG and Hartenstein.
Yeah.
I'm saying like with me, I'll be honest with you, I'm not a believer. I don't believe it. Right. But I am willing to listen and learn.
Hey, Freezy, can I just say this? Can I just say this in my defense? Can I just say this in my defense? I am a fan of Hartenstein, right?
Okay.
I think that was a great signing by the Knicks. I think he's a great passer. I see a lot of great things in him, that I believe in, that the Knicks can use him for. But here's the thing. I don't feel like because of the situation that he's in, he's going to be a Jokic. Like he's not going to be, put into that first team role, like it's going to be 2-3 years away because Mitch is signed to a 4-year deal and Mitch is the man right now at center.
But,
and then you have.
But I understand what you're saying.
Hold on.
No. You're saying a lot of things, but consider this. So Bo, because we don't want to skip over any of the things you said. I want to take into account everything that you said. When you say 4 things, what happens is when you say the last thing, all the previous 3 things you said, people don't even take into account. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just slow down, right? So the thing is, Jokic was in a similar situation with Mason Plumlee, with Nurkic,
with Nurkic and Kenneth Faried, and Malone actually benched Jokic at one point.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah.
But I feel like this kid, he has the skills to in the second unit, with Obi, I feel like they could do like some dynamic things. You know what I mean? With him and IQ. Obi might go into the first unit, but
can I finish my point, by the way? Because I feel like I got cut off.
Wait, hold on.
Because my point was a 3-point point, and then I feel like
one second.
Like
hold
because
on, 1 second.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. So I feel like Hartenstein, he has to show that he can rebound, he can defend at a top level like Mitch. Mitch is a big shot blocker. He has to show that he can take that away from Mitch. That's the only way he can get it to the first unit. And that's all I'm going to say.
Because he read it done it. He's already done it. But okay, let's go back. Can we go back quizzing?
Wait. Let EG finish. Let EG finish.
Wait. Hartenstein proved it? He proved it already?
Yeah, let him finish,
Yeah.
bro. Let him finish. Listen.
EG.
Yeah.
Go ahead, EG.
Yeah. So the 3-point. So let me finish. Sorry. Yeah, like Freezy say, I'm used to being a keyboard warrior and being able to like type out all my thoughts and like edit my thoughts and put
Rapid
them
fire.
into like a very concise way. So I'm still getting used to speaking in public settings. So essentially there are 3 points. The 3 reasons why Hartenstein is going to be this MVP Defensive Player of the Year like player. And so the first piece of evidence, like I just showed you, is he's the best rim protector in the NBA. And it's not a debate. It's not because he was playing on the bench. He's factually the best rim protector in the NBA. He contested the most shots at the rim, and he at the lowest percentage. Like he is factually the best rim protector in the entire NBA. And there are other bench players that are up there, but even when it comes to bench players, he's the best. He's the best rim protector in the NBA. So that's number one.
You said that already like 4 times.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to say it like 5 times. So that's number one. So number 2 is his on-ball defense. So a big part of Hartenstein isn't just his defense at the rim. It's his switchability. It's his speed. He's actually the fastest 7-footer in the league, where I think he's the best one-on-one defensive 7-footer in the NBA. He was guarding Miles Bridges on an island, blocking him. He was guarding. There was a play where he played against Brunson one-on-one, blocked him. He stayed with him, didn't bite on the pump fake, blocked him. Like he's one of the best on-ball defensive bigs in the league. So you put those 2 things together, being the best rim protector and the best 7-footer in the league, what you get is a player that single-handedly turns you into the best defense in basketball. And that's what he did with the Clippers, where when Isaiah Hartenstein was on the floor, they were the best defense in basketball. So that's number 1. That's the first point. So Hartenstein's defensive stats show that he turns his team into the best defense in basketball. Number 2, and probably more importantly, his offensive stats are out of this world. Where when we look at being a bench player, players in a bench role don't get they don't have a high PER, they don't have a high assist percentage. In fact, Hartenstein actually led the NBA, led all bench players in assists, led all players that didn't start in assists per game, because bench players do not get assists at a high rate because they just the offense doesn't run through them. You look at Hartenstein's
and
PER,
they're asked to shoot, right? And they're asked to score.
And they're asked to score more, right? So like when you're on the floor, you're not being a playmaker. You're just out there trying to make your mark in any way you can, right? So the players that have the highest PER. So you look at James Harden in a bench role had a PER of 21, assist percentage of 19, and a true shooting percentage of 66, and that's when he was 6th man of the year. Obviously, when they traded for James Harden, he in a larger role, in a starting role, he became a multiple-time All-Star and future MVP. Hartenstein had a higher PER, true shooting percentage, and assist percentage than James Harden in a bench role. The only other players in NBA history to do that, regardless of being a bench player, or regardless of anything, are Nikola Jokic, Steph Curry, and Kevin Durant. The only other players in NBA history to have better advanced stats than James Harden in a bench role, these are offensive stats.
Why is this his 15
MVPs.
though? Why is this his 15? This is 15.
That's a great, and so that's number 2. So that's number 2. So now the obvious question. So if his
in 5 years,
if his defensive stats show him being the best defensive player in the NBA, and his offensive stats show him being like James Harden-like impactful MVP offensive player, why has he been on 5 teams? So that's the question. And the answer,
5 years.
In 5 years, the answer has to do with lack of opportunity. Because when he was with Houston, that was a playoff team. they were trying to make the playoffs, so they didn't give him the opportunity to. They didn't give a young player the opportunity to grow. With Houston, he only played over 15 minutes 6 times in his entire. They obviously Houston won all those games because he's amazing, but they never gave him an opportunity. Houston never, and then when they traded him to Denver, same thing. Young player, they stereotyped him as not being good, so they just didn't play him. He never played over 15 minutes for the Nuggets. With the Cavs, young player, he actually played amazing with the Cavs, but then he got injured, and then they drafted Mobley, right? So that he's not, and he wasn't going to stay with the Cavs because they have Mobley and Allen, 2 players that are on this list, right? So then he went to the Clippers, and with the Clippers, he showed everything. Where when Hartenstein played less than 10 minutes with the Clippers were 6 and 13. They were 6 and 13 or something like that. Where they played like a 25-win team without Hartenstein. Without Hartenstein, when they didn't play Hartenstein, they were a 6 and 13 team because they had a lot of injuries. They were basically the worst team in the NBA when Hartenstein didn't play. But when Hartenstein did play, they came back down by 30. They were literally the Miami Heat. They were that good. Literally, there was a game against the Wizards. The Zubac shit the bit. Like the Clippers were terrible. Like I don't understand. People don't understand how bad the Clippers were last season. They made the playoffs, or they were the 8th seed. They didn't make the playoffs, but they were the 8th seed. They were terrible, man. They were so bad to watch. They were down by 30 points against the Wizards. They put in Hartenstein at the half, just like, you put in your bench guys, the game's over at halftime. Hartenstein brings them back from down by 30 points because best rim protector in the NBA, but he's also a insane level passer where he had a higher assist percentage than James Harden in a bench role. That's how good of a passer he is, where he makes no-look passes. He makes cutting passes. He makes passes off the dribble. He makes lob passes, like outlet passes. His outlet passes are elite, Kevin Love-like. It's amazing his passing ability.
And so, okay, EG. So here's the thing. Here's the thing that I want Knicks fans to understand. Here's the thing I want Knicks fans to understand. Right? If you are of the belief that the Knicks front office and Tom Thibodeau did not develop kids because he didn't play them, then you got to understand that other NBA teams do the same thing. Yep. The argument against Hartenstein can't be, well, he played for such and such amount of different teams, and why wasn't he getting minutes?
Yeah.
If you watch the Knicks and you are mad that Cam Reddish and Obi Toppin and Quentin Grimes didn't get minutes, now you understand what it feels like if you're Isaiah Hartenstein. Because think about it, Hartenstein was in a place where he actually sat behind dudes that were perceived to be better than him. Yeah. All of them, Jared Allen, Zubac, Capella, Jokic, all these dudes were perceived to be better than him. But then when you look at Obi, you're like, is Julius Randle better than Obi? And if that makes you think, then you got to give this kid Hartenstein a chance.
Yeah. So, long story short.
Oh no, this was a very long story. It was
too late. Long story short. When you look at the stats, every single opportunity Hartenstein has been given, he put up MVP level impact numbers. Every single opportunity, like even in the G League, he was the best player.
Would you say the Hartenstein thing was politics?
Yeah, 100% politics. I would say
right. And so Knicks fans, do you feel like Obi Toppin not playing because Julius Randle is here is politics? Think about that. Yeah. Do you think about Grimes and McBride not playing over Alec Burks is politics? If you submit to that theory, then you got to give this kid Hartenstein a chance.
Yeah.
See, Uncle Freezy, I've been saying that for a while. That it is politics, but the narrative going around, a bunch of shows was, well, if you're not talented, you're not gonna get minutes, and it's like, no, that's not true. That's a false narrative. That's a false narrative. So I just want to put that out there.
That said, I just want to say this for the record. I do think Randall is better than Obi. I just want to I don't know, just for the record. I do think Randall's better than Obi. That's controversial, but I think that's true.
But the narrative about earning minutes and practice.
So you put all these together. When Hartenstein finally gets minutes with the Knicks, I believe he's going to easily beat out Mitch Robinson because he's a better rim protector and his offense is not even comparable.
Wait a minute, Art. So you're saying that Mitchell Robinson's best skill, Isaiah Hartenstein, is better than Mitchell Robinson at the thing that Mitchell Robinson does best?
Yes. Yeah. Without a shadow of doubt in my mind. Without a shadow of doubt. And he's significantly better.
Now you see why people doubt. Now you see why people doubt what you're saying.
Well, I have that's the evidence, right?
I'm not saying
the Knicks were actually better without Mitchell Robinson last year. Like their defense was better without Mitchell Robinson because he's a very low IQ defensive player.
So your evaluation, EG, is it based on like just percentage wise? Like, is it 50% eye test, 50% stats?
I would say it's about 80% 80% stats, 20% eye test. And because I watched every single game.
And so the thing is though, Don P, is the reason why you get to the stats is because the eye test is amazing.
Yeah.
Intriguing.
Right. You're like, oh, wait a minute, this can't be real. And then you use the advanced stats to break down what it is that you saw.
Yeah.
And I will tell you this, right? I will tell you this. So the Knicks got rid of Kemba Walker, who was making $8 million. The first offseason move that they did was get rid of Kemba, right? Well, they got rid of Kemba. Well, guess who else they signed to $8 million? Isaiah Hartenstein, right? And if it was just a deal, they needed a backup because people are going to say, well, that's the going rate for a backup center. If that's the going rate for a backup center, you could have kept Nerlens Noel because guess what Nerlens Noel was making?
11 million.
About the same amount of money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So the thing is the Knicks front office believes in Hartenstein. He does. You can bank on that. They believe in Hartenstein.
There was a funny video, a picture of Tom Thibodeau looking at Hartenstein. Man, he looked at him like, because Thibodeau has never had an option like to not play Mitchell. Like the only option he had was like play what's his name, Taj Gibson, which is what they finished the games with Taj Gibson a lot. But like I don't know. I think he'll fall in love with. I think at the end, 10 games in, Hartenstein will be the starter and be like. There's a possibility of Mitchell Robinson requests a trade because Tom Thibodeau is just not playing him. Like that's how good that's how good Hartenstein is. But long term, when you have a player that's literally like a James Harden offensive advanced stats, and then you have a player that has Rudy Gobert but better defensive advanced stats, put it together, you have a walking championship. That's what Hartenstein is. The question is, to me, is just how many championships he's going to win.
So the question I have is, here's my statement about everyone who laughed at me saying potential second round ECF. I don't know why you guys weren't like dying of laughter when you hear potential NBA champion. And part of my reason why I love iHeart is that I've read everything that EG put out.
Yeah.
Okay, go to his Reddit page and read it and look at it, and numbers really don't lie, but also I watched them. No look behind the back bounce pass to cutters, ridiculous. But also,
because he has a feel for the game.
Complete feel for the
which
game.
Which his dad taught him because he learned basketball in Europe. So his dad taught him that passing ability.
All right. So let Coach go. Coach, go ahead and do your
thing. So this is kind of a leading question for you to elaborate just a little bit more.
Yeah.
So for the people that are saying like, oh my God, are you crazy? Now, I think they think it's such a small sample size because of his minutes per se. Okay. So do you think he can withstand this level of excellence if he's given the opportunity to have more minutes?
He will improve.
I know how you're going to answer this because I know you told me before.
Yeah. So the answer to this question,
he's played a lot of minutes before, and you tell him what he did with the more minutes.
So the answer to this question is like, so a lot of the question is, he's done this in limited minutes. So what happens when you give him more minutes?
Right.
His numbers will likely go down. And this is the same question they had with Jokic, right? Where I had all these stats, but Jokic, he was playing a bench player. He was playing a bench role. The reality is, when a player this skilled is given more opportunity, they don't get worse. They get better. Because the moment when Jokic went from a bench role to a starting role, he went from like a PER of like 18, PER of 20 to a PER of 31 for an entire month. Like, it was incredible. The moment he became a starter, he was putting up 30, 20, 10 games. Like, it was absolutely unreal how good he was when he finally got an opportunity. Because the reality is, when you don't have an opportunity, it actually deflates stats. And Hartenstein's only played 40 plus minutes 2 times in his entire life. And that was in the G League. And in those games, Hartenstein had 20 points, 20 rebounds with about, like, I think 4 blocks. And then the other game, he had 40 points, 20 rebounds. And both of those games, he was shooting like 70% from the field. Like,
in the G League?
That was at 20 years old. He was 20 years
That
old.
was 20 years old now. 20 years old.
That's the same age as
Oh
college.
my god.
And that's college age, right? So he, at the college age against men, he was still a kid, basically. He was putting up 40 points, right? And that's when he was given an opportunity.
And
right?
so EG. So listen.
Yeah.
This is the thing I want to do because I think a lot of times when people hear G League, they're like, oh my god, man, G League. Think about how Trevor Keels at 19 looked in summer league. Did Trevor Keels blow you away at age 19 in summer league?
I played against G League dudes in freaking like the regular gym leagues out here in Florida.
Okay.
Like
What's the
LA
point,
Fitness, LA Fitness.
Okay.
G League dudes were playing in LA Fitness. This is what I'm saying. Like, that's.
Were you beating them?
Right, and were they offering you their G League contract as opposed to those dudes you're playing with?
No, they were like, I'm a G League player, and they were like playing against LA Fitness dudes. Like, this isn't like.
Were they dominating?
No, they weren't. They were getting dunked on.
Okay, I missed the point. I don't understand the point.
The point is, you know, you can't say, oh yeah, they play in the G League. G League players are like,
it wasn't.
You
None
know,
of my points had to do with the G League.
Let him finish.
French college players, like, come on, man. Like, let's.
Every player in the G League is a college star. Like, if you made the G League, you were likely the best player on your college team, right?
Right. And so here's the thing too that I just wanted to mention, right? The number 2 pick in the NBA draft last year came out of the G League, right?
Yeah.
That's what Jalen Green played, right?
Yeah.
You said okay, just for
but Jalen Green sucks, dude. Like, really?
No, he does not. No, he does not.
Actually,
yes, he does. Yes, he does. Come on.
I don't disagree with that.
Dude shot like 30% from the field.
But that doesn't matter, right?
We're talking about efficiency, and everybody's like, "Oh, RJ isn't efficient."
He wasn't good,
but Jalen Green shot 30% from the field. Really?
Jalen Green is like 19 though. So.
Yeah, but that's the reason why I brought up his age.
Yeah.
So if you bring it, context. So coach, just let me say this one thing and knock it out of the way, right? So Jalen Green sucked in the G League at 19. EG just told you this dude put up 40 and 20 at the same age, and y'all are not ready to give this dude propers.
Yeah. It was crazy. It was crazy because the more shots Hartenstein took in the G League, the more efficient he became. And we're looking at the same thing with the NBA, where the more shots he took in the NBA, the more efficient he became. Where last season, I think his true shooting percentage was only 62%. Now it's 66% because the more shots he takes, the more efficient he becomes. Because his efficiency comes from his touch around the basket, which is just getting better every single year.
Like, do you have the data of how well he does when he actually gets extended minutes in his NBA tenure?
Well, he does. Yeah. Well, he's only played above 31 minutes once in his entire career. So this is why he was available. Like, if they were giving him an opportunity from the beginning, he would not be available. If they gave him like 30 minutes like 3 times, he would have put up like 20, 10, and 5 games over and over and over again, and he would have been stayed a starter. But he's never been given that opportunity, so he's never like really shown that yet. And that's the only reason why he was available for like whatever the Knicks got him at.
Hey, okay, here's my challenge, devil's advocate, because I'm iHeart Hive. You know, I'm president of the club, but not VP. I took your spot, EQ.
Oh, you
EG.
took my spot. I don't know.
Took your spot. Well, okay,
I haven't
see,
sold any of my stock.
you're Hall of Fame. You're already retired from the presidency. But so my challenge is this, and I've done with Freezy with his numbers with RJ, but it wasn't a negative necessarily. It's a positive. One is we look at the opportunity even with Tibbs, because I think there's a guy in the Knicks who's done exceptionally well in G League and exceptionally well in the NBA when he had minutes. His name is Deuce McBride, but hasn't been given a chance. The next thing is with more minutes, necessarily with his stats improve, potentially, but Freezy extrapolated what RJ would be like if his efficiency went up by a certain number of points. And it's a pro and con Freezy went out. I wasn't challenging that the numbers are going to go up to 37 points a game. Its potential is going to be high, because I'm saying if you're hitting 40% or 38% from three and 44% from the floor when you weren't before, you may not drive as much, so you may be reduced in the number of free throws you're going to do, but you will improve in the number of 3-pointers and 2-pointers you hit. So 37 may actually be 42. It may not necessarily go down because it takes less free throws, because you're hitting your 2-pointer and your 3-pointer. So extrapolating the numbers out by adding percentages here or there or minutes is a two-edged sword, because it could be improvement or it could be a detriment based on what the player does in execution and how they play. I think with iHeart using his G League stats and the numbers he got when he got more minutes is equivalent to using it with Deuce. But again, I'm looking at who our coaches, and my fear is, will he have to earn it? And I doubt that iHeart didn't earn it in practice at those 4 teams he played on before us.
He earned it every single time. He just
who is making decision makers to get him on that floor, despite the fact that he's demonstrated over and over again that he has a skill set to be a starter. That's my fear with Tibbs.
All right, so Paris, I can think of the contribution. Paris Duggar says, sounds like Obi's story. And Paris Duggar, to your point, I think you're right. And it sounds like the story of a lot of talented kids around the league that don't get a shot because of politics.
Yeah.
Right? They don't get a shot because of politics. So while I do believe that ET 14,000 is absolutely wrong about the Hartenstein kid.
Never given me reasons why, though.
Right. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. You can't dispute an intellectual argument for success.
Mm-hmm.
You can't dispute it. When you do that, when you look at data that's facts, that's true, that's not slanted, that's provided by a third party, you can't dispute that, because the third party doesn't have a vested interest in the argument that's being made. Right? It's just a fact. It's just so. The thing I'm saying is, if you think that Obi didn't get a chance or McBride didn't get a chance, why would you knock the fact that Hartenstein didn't get a chance?
Mm-hmm.
Just think about what you're saying. Hey, thank you for that generous contribution to.
Because I was in the same camp as Freezy. Okay, a couple weeks ago when I first started hearing this stuff from EG. Okay, so as an informed person that's not just stuck in my ways, like I make opinions, like informed decisions before I rant about it and believe in something I'm saying. So after one of the panels, you know, when you get off the panel, we can still rock and talk to each other when the show's over for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
I talked one night with Greeny from Long Island and
hello, I can hear
and
me.
Yeah, and EG for like an hour and a half about Hartenstein. So I after that, the next day, I went down the rabbit hole, and I looked for myself. I went down this Hartenstein rabbit hole, and I looked for all the things I can on this dude, and I looked for like every video I can find. I watched a couple of games that he played in, and I'm Team iHeart, bro. For this. I mean, I'm not going to go as far as predict that he's going to be a multiple MVP yet and bring the Knicks a championship. But I feel if we give this man the chance to play, he's going to make a huge difference on this team. Like, that's as far as I'm going to say. But so at first, trust me, my knee jerk reaction was like, "What?" But I looked for myself. This ain't no troll, bro.
But see, that's exactly how I feel about Obi Toppin. You know, when people say, "Well, Obi Toppin is, he's trash. He doesn't play defense or whatever." My thing is, Obi Toppin only averaged 11, 12 minutes per game, and then when he was getting more minutes, he was producing. Now, and I won't say all the time, or not 100% of the time, but for the most part, he was producing. You know what I mean? And I feel like yes, I think my humble opinion, I think Julius Randle is better than Obi Toppin
Well,
as a
I
player.
can tell you why I think. Oh, can I? If I can, I can tell you why I think.
Obi's analytics don't back that.
Yeah,
so.
Obi. Yeah, that's.
What I would say is this: I think Julius Randle is an overall better talent than Obi Toppin, but I think Obi Toppin is a better fit for the team because of his ability to play off the ball.
Maybe.
That's it. I know my play.
Yes, you're right. That's why Randall needs to go because Obi is a team player, and Randall is I need the ball. When he needs the ball, and he
I
needs
don't
to
think
bring the
Randall
ball
needs the
up.
ball.
And he needs
I don't think
yes, he
Randall really needs
does.
the ball.
EG, let him finish.
Oh, yeah.
Randall needs the ball. He needs to bring the ball up. He needs to pass it and think he go mellow jab step. I don't need to see a power forward doing the jab step back three. I don't need to see that no more.
Oh yeah, we frustrate. Yeah.
I'm done with
jab
that.
step, pump fake, jab
I'm
step,
done
jab
with
step,
that.
pump
This is where
fake,
he
rip
learned
through,
that
jab
from.
step, jab step.
I need to see Obi set picks going to the basket or baseline, going to the basket, getting alley oop, getting rebounds, putting pressure on the guards. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I need to see. I don't need to see Julius doing jab steps, doing step back threes, moping when he doesn't hit a three. If now, here's what I'm gonna say. I like Julius when he plays bully ball. He's a big power forward. He's a big athletic power forward. If he gets in the post and he uses his size and he uses his dominance, he's dominant. He's a dominant scoring power forward, but he doesn't do it. He thinks he's a guard. Julius, you're not a guard.
Well,
that's all I'm going to say.
I would add to
That's
that.
all I'm gonna say.
Part of the problem with Julius Randle is he was playing with Mitchell Robinson, right? So you can try to get into the paint, but they just double you. It's the paint's not really.
Yeah.
There was a lot of problems with that. I would say with Randle, and the reason why I think he's better than Obi, and it comes down to, I believe that his passing ability is very, very underrated. Where you can run your offense through him, and he could be an all-star level player for you. You just need to have the correct things around that player for him to be successful. So if you want him to be off ball, you need a player that hits him on cuts. Like who's hitting Randall on cuts in the starting lineup? They don't have anybody.
They don't have anybody, or didn't have anybody.
They didn't have anybody. Right now they add Brunson. I guess you could
and Hartenstein, yeah,
and Hartenstein. I guess you could say you can argue what's his name, Kemba Walker, but Kemba Walker's not really he's a score first type player,
and he's washed. Yeah, he's
washed. So that's why you see Randall and you think selfish because he doesn't have anybody that hits him on cutters, right? He doesn't have anybody giving him easy shots, right? So he has to create everything.
But let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If they converted Obi to a small forward,
it wouldn't.
I know
work.
that
he
that's
doesn't have passing ability, and he doesn't have the ball handling ability.
He doesn't have the foot speed, right? Obi's foot speed is weird in half court, right?
Yeah.
Excellent straight line speed, but talking about dexterous.
Yeah,
does he have wiggle? He don't have
like his wiggle speed is weird, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
but if they converted Obi to a small forward or
No.
Power forward. No.
You might be able to convert Randall into a small forward, maybe.
Wait, hold on. I'm reaching.
But
I'm reaching, right? Because I want to put Randall into the whole, let's say Randall moved to the center spot and did the whole, I don't know, man. Like
what?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
well,
EG, somebody has to go.
Analytics puts Randall at the 5 in past years.
Really?
Yeah, it does.
Has it? I don't think it does because Randall's not. I don't know if his rim protection is there. Because
it's not necessarily about rim protection. He's just been much more of an effective player on offense when he's been at the 5 on other teams. Like when he's come off the bench for New Orleans, he was at the 5. Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
he
needs the spacing. He needs the spacing.
But in this current scenario, I don't think there's a way he'll be at the 5.
It's a trade-off though. It's a trade-off though because he's more effective at the 5 personally. But I don't think the team gets better with him on the 5 because of the defensive weaknesses.
The defense would fall apart.
Yeah. So yeah.
I mean, based on eye tests and stats, guys, my lineup is set right now.
Yeah.
Randall is gone. Fournier is gone. I have Brunson, RJ, Cam, Obi, and Mitch at the start for the beginning. Reason why I'm going to keep Ihart on the bench is because I'm going to have Deuce, IQ, Grimes, Sims, and Ihart at the center. And questioning Sims is because he's not a question mark anymore because Ihart will make him better and make him work.
Yeah.
So I think that's my top 10 with my boy.
I don't know. I think you should keep Randall. He's going to be very important for the championship.
I like that. I like that lineup, Wiz.
Thank you very much.
I like that lineup, Wiz.
I posted something.
Because you don't like Randall.
I just honestly, I haven't seen a power forward who can move off the ball and cut like Obi has. Not on the Knicks in a long time. I haven't seen that. I'm not comparing him to Amari.
You haven't seen it because you ain't supposed to do it.
And is that a bad thing?
No. Like I mean, I haven't seen anybody do it as well as Obi on the Knicks team, and I'm saying that's such an asset because we're talking about a dude who's constantly moving at a power forward spot. That's tough right there to deal with on its own.
A team with requisite spacing.
Yeah, but moving around and it ain't accomplishing nothing.
I beg to differ. It definitely accomplished something because when he did get his opportunities, his opposing the person who was supposed to guard him didn't know where he was at half of the time, so he was able to get easy buckets. That's where the eye test comes into play.
So, coach, because it's not been done before, doesn't mean it shouldn't. I mean, Steph Curry is a point guard that's never been done before.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you should try outside the box thinking and plays because it's not. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to work.
I don't think any basketball mind is going to be okay with the new strategy of your power forward leaking on the shot and not being there for a rebound.
And your guards and your small guards have to rebound.
Unless you have rebounding guards.
Just let me clarify this thing about Steph Curry though. The Steph Curry thing has been done before. It's by a dude that silhouette is on everybody's team jersey. Right?
Okay.
Right? Let's not act like Steph Curry all of a sudden just came here from another planet.
Jerry West.
I mean, Jerry West was doing Steph Curry things before Del Curry was born, probably.
No, he wasn't.
Pistol Pete.
Yeah, and so here's the other thing too.
No,
Mark Price for Cleveland was doing those same things in Cleveland.
They just didn't embrace it and go all in with it, but he was doing those things.
So the thing is Jerry West was an excellent outside shooter, but he wasn't given credit for that extra point for shooting from deep. That didn't become official until 1979?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah,
The
so
ABA
yeah,
merger.
and I believe Steph Curry is the GOAT. I believe Steph Curry is the greatest
ain't
player ever.
official,
Oh
it ain't
yeah.
official.
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I don't agree with that. No.
Yeah, no.
Maybe offensive.
But AEG, what I said though was I believe that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that's my
Okay.
opinion.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to force it on anybody else. I'm saying that's what I believe.
Yeah. Now my statement about that never
We'll
been done
give it
before.
to you,
I'm saying
Freezy.
never been done
We'll give
before.
it to you.
Rarely been done before and executed with a winning championship type team. So the rarity of a big power forward moving like Obi, it's a rare scenario. But I don't think not expecting rare scenarios sometimes working.
Yeah.
It's something we shouldn't try because it's so rare. We should still give it a shot and see how it works. And I think it works for this team.
I mean, he's not the first mobile power forward. I mean, there's been plenty of power forwards.
Yeah. Kenneth Faried was amazing with Jokic.
I mean,
the lobs, oh my God.
You ever see Carmelo on the break?
Oh yeah.
See, my question is, when was the last time we had that on the Knicks, though?
Okay. Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Antonio McDyess.
If I could
Antonio McDyess on the Knicks, bro?
Can I interject about Obi leaking out, and that might be ineffective or what have you. If I could find the statistic, I'll post it in the private chat. But I saw it earlier this season. Our rebound rate is almost virtually the same when Obi's on the court.
Which
it's
is
almost virtually the same as when Obi and Randall's are on the court. But the only difference is our fast break points spike a lot higher. So him leaking out isn't to the detriment of the team overall. I'm not saying it's like the ultimate game changer or something like that, but him leaking out isn't a detriment. Because
I mean, it looks better. It's more fun to watch for sure.
Right.
But we rebound as a unit well.
But here are the hidden things to that. How healthy can you keep your guards when you do that?
Can I?
When you ask your guards, when you ask Kemba Walker, Derrick Rose, RJ Barrett to go into the wash and be big men, so your big men can leak, how healthy do you keep them?
But also
the Denver game, the Denver game that RJ Barrett got hurt. Remember we were getting blown out and all that stuff. RJ Barrett was in the wash, right? And so people were like, Tibbs, why'd you play? Nah, bro, why was your power forward out there trying?
But like
Freezy, explain the wash.
One last thing.
Freezy, explain the wash.
Wait. Let Dre go.
Mitchell Robinson's contested rebound rate is actually ridiculous because literally we don't crash as much as we should. Well, Randall definitely doesn't. Randall gets 10 boards and his rebound rate is actually atrocious. Like contested rebounds. Like he actually in the same way that open like cherry picks and like he's running a lot of Randall's rebounds, especially defensive rebounds, are cherry picked. To be honest.
Come on, man.
He's not boxing out nobody for him. He's just
yeah, people say that, and then at the same time they say Obi is boxing. I mean, Randall's boxing out his own.
Yeah, but he tells Obi to run down the line while he gets the rebound. Like
a lot of
Randall's.
And that's what I mean by context to a situation. Like we're talking about a player who was buried in the corner, and somebody, I think it was Julius Randle, told him, "Yo, you got to have some type of niche. You got to do something on the team to where you provide some type of positive. Run down the court. You're the fastest player on the court half of the time. That's your niche." I think it's the same thing with Quentin Grimes.
Facts.
I think it's the same thing with Quentin Grimes. It's like, yeah, we know him as a dude who can who's a 3-and-D player. You know what I mean? But I think he did that on purpose because he felt like, yo, I needed a niche. I needed a niche to be on the court. I'm not gonna have the ball all the time. Huh?
Okay. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean that's just what it is. That's the context to it. Like the dude wasn't getting no plays called for him. He didn't have a proper point guard. So what else was Obi supposed to do in order for to create some type of impact on the team, which he has done?
Okay.
That's a great take. That's a great take.
The NBA game, though, is not made to be in a constant fast break like that. They've tried that before on teams.
Why not? Why not, though?
Because I just said they've tried this before.
This ain't the '90s Knicks. Like nobody's doing.
I'm not talking about. That's an extreme example. I'm talking about the D'Antonis in the world, like the quick shot. Let's get up and break the Showtime Lakers. Like all that stuff has been. They're the only team that's has turned it into a championship. And really, in the end, when the S hit the fan, they were dumping it down to the captain, and not you know what I'm saying, like Kareem.
I don't know,
sealing the deal.
All I'm saying is,
that style of offense has not worked in the NBA, has it?
Yeah, but I'm just throwing it back to you. Like, what's wrong with that? There's
I just said because it's not worked yet in the NBA. Like, prove me wrong.
But there's coaches that like to run it up. Like they want to high scores and they want to.
No, having high scores is one thing, but running a fast break offense. I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
But D'Antoni almost won the championship if he wasn't, he should have won the championship with Steve Nash, but they got cheated. So I'm just gonna put it out there. He almost got cheated. But what I'm saying is, what's the problem with running the score up?
But that's not the same thing. There's teams that run the score up by shooting the ball fast all the time. But
like
then
Golden State.
But that's one way. But I'm not talking about running the score up. I'm talking about running.
Championships.
Bro, you keep let me finish talking. I'm talking about running a fast break offense. A fast break offense that just chucking up threes within 5 seconds of the shot clock or two different things.
Right.
I feel like
four championships.
They won 4 championships in 6 years.
The Warriors do not run a fast break offense.
No, they don't.
Then why Alvin Gentry, after the Warriors won their first championship, said D'Antoni should be vindicated?
What? I don't know. Alvin Gentry is not a good coach. I would rather you had said somebody else.
No, but he said it. But let's be fair here. Let's give context to it. Alvin Gentry was an assistant. I think he was an assistant coach behind D'Antoni in the Phoenix Suns, and he was talking about the playing style that the Phoenix Suns was using, and then he relayed that to the Warriors. I think the only difference between the Warriors and the Phoenix Suns was number one,
they make their shots.
Yeah. It's not just that; it's the defense. It's the defense.
That too.
Type game.
Andre Ayton is one of the worst defensive bigs in the league.
Let me just say this real quick. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says quickly out rebounds everyone per minute. Wow, I didn't know that. That's an excellent stat. I didn't know that.
But the point I'm trying to make is I understand that the Warriors try to score early in the shot clock. That's different than the example everyone's trying to say where Obi would excel. Obi would not excel in Golden State's offense.
No, he wouldn't go.
Okay. So what you're saying is he'd excel with a team like the Showtime Lakers. Rebound, get out and run.
Right.
Like that offense has not worked since then. That's the point I was trying to make.
And coach, and to your point though, the Lakers parlayed a top 8 defense every year into get out on a fast break and run. But we forget that the Lakers had good defenders. They made you miss. They forced you to make shots away from the basket that created long rebounds, and they would catch those rebounds on the run and get out and run. That's what's called Showtime. Pack the paint, make you shoot jumpers and miss, grab those long rebounds and sprint the other way.
I disagree.
But we have a good. Wait,
hold on, Drake. You disagree with what?
Yeah. Okay, bro.
How are you gonna say, a team that won 4 championships in the last 6 years, and they had minimal defense? The biggest defender was Draymond Green.
No. I thought you were disagreeing with the Lakers thing.
Oh, you want to talk about the Lakers?
No, I didn't want to talk about the Lakers. I'm right about the Lakers. I know those to be facts.
If you look at the analytics, the Warriors are top 5 defense.
Right.
They were always a top 5 defense. during the entire run.
Yeah, but the only reason why they got
But you
top
can't
5
say "but" to that. Like you're claiming their
what do you
defense is not good, and they
No,
still
it's
won
not.
championships.
It's not.
And we're telling you
who
the
are their
defenses are good because of the
who are their
analytics.
top defenses? Who are their top defenders?
Draymond
Klay
Green
Thompson.
and
Klay
Iguodala
Thompson,
and
Andrew
Klay
Wiggins.
Thompson.
Okay, so Iguodala just came back to the team. Draymond Green just came back to the team.
You said you mentioned 4 out of 6 years.
Okay,
so we're
this is
mentioning
this
the guys.
year. This year.
I'm not. I'm talking about team defense.
Right, and you said 4 out of 6 years. So we were mentioning the
Okay,
players that
they
were there
won
for that
4
6 years.
championships out of the six years. Who are their top defenders in the past year?
Oh, I don't know. And everybody else, don't answer. Don't answer this.
Don't
Bo,
answer.
Bo, no, don't answer. Bo, what's your
Don't
point?
answer.
Bo, what's your point? What's the point you
No, what I'm trying to say is you're naming dudes that left the team, came back, and then you're naming Draymond Green. Who are the other top defenders? Klay Thompson, who was hurt for the last 3 years.
Wiggins.
Who else?
But wait, no, let him finish. Bo, what's the point
else?
though?
Who else?
Are you Bo, what's your point? Get to your point. What's your point?
What I'm trying to say is, high offensive teams, right? They're high offensive teams that put up a lot of shots. You need high offensive players. You need a fast team to play in the NBA this year. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Bo, like
you don't need a slow down.
You
don't need a slow down. Mellow jab step
Pump
back,
fake, jab
power
step,
forward,
pump fake, jab step, pump fake, jab step.
slow,
Rip through, pump fake, jab step.
Yeah, you don't need that. You need high.
Who's saying we need that? No one's saying we want that.
No. Yeah, you do, Coach.
He
that's
didn't
what you're
say
trying
that.
to say,
I
Coach.
do.
No, he didn't.
When did I say
that? He didn't say that. We're just talking to that one point specifically. And what we're doing is we're taking one point, and if it don't sound right, then we change it. Now let's just stay on the point.
I'm just saying you can't be fast break offense all the time. That's all I said.
Right.
To my original point, I think that we could. I mean, we can stand to have more fast break going on within the team because I think we was like one of the slowest paces. That's what messed us up.
Third last.
During the playoffs. Third last.
Yeah, because we had no point guard to dictate our pace.
You can't keep claiming it on the point guard because back when the story was the bench was the bench was closing out.
The slowest team in the NBA was the Dallas Mavericks. The second slowest was the
you talking about pace.
So back when the bench was closing out deficits, right? They was playing at a faster pace, a way faster pace than what the starter unit was doing. And we all can't deny that had a lot to do with Julius Randle's usage rate. Now, I'm not saying that it's all his fault. That could be the scheme, but it is what it is. Was that not the story? The bench wasn't playing just as good as the starters in the first half of the season?
You got to play to your personnel. And if your personnel's not good at a slow pace, you can't do it. The Mavericks can do it because they had 2 great isolation players. The Rockets of a few years ago that had a great, like a high-end offense were amongst the slowest in pace because they were isoing you to death with CP3 and James Harden. It works if you have the personnel. But if you don't have the personnel, you can't make guys do things they're not good at.
I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. I do. And this is why I do have some sort of beef with Julius Randle because I think he's so talented that, yes, he could play the little ISO, pump fake, jab step, mellowish style, or he could do the pick and roll to where he's bullying himself to the paint. He doesn't do that. He wants the ball in his hands. I can't tell you how many times I've seen him argue with Quickly because he needs the ball in his hand for at least 10, 15 seconds out of the shot clock, and then forced to make a decision.
I feel like it's not completely all on him for that.
It's not. It could be on the coach, but I'm just going by what I see on the court.
It's on not having a good point guard for one. That's a huge part. There could be things that Tibbs could change in his offensive philosophies. Right. He has a lot of modern principles already in his offense, where it's driving and hitting the guy in the corner for three. That is a modern, like that's a most basic modern principle. Shoot the corner three, and we shoot a ton of corner threes. And
Yeah.
but a lot of it is that our roster construction isn't the most conducive for the type of offense that Tibbs wants to run.
Just say it. The roster's been trash. Just say it.
Exactly.
The win-loss record speak for itself.
I'm trying to sugarcoat it a little bit, but it's just not.
I'm fucking Tibbs.
Yeah, man. Just be real, bro. We all like each other here, man. We even though we argue and fuss about simple stuff, man. For the most part, we all kick it. I mean, EG 14,000 come up here with his Isaiah Hartenstein take. You got people all frustrated. Now they expecting Hartenstein to be the league MVP.
He will be.
Okay.
I don't know about next season, but the year after that, maybe.
Hey, I got some lottery tickets I want you to check out for me.
Why? I don't have any. The lottery is a scam.
We got to give them the minutes to do it, though. What if we don't give them the minutes?
Of winning the lottery, it's a scam. It's like, I think I heard a funny joke. The lottery is like a tax on stupid people that don't understand a probability. Like it's a tax on people that don't understand probability. It's not good. Anyway, sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
Well, tell that to the people. Tell that to the people in front of me when I'm pumping gas. Sally, what's good, man? How you doing, brother?
How's that? I'm good, man. How's everybody?
We're trying to buy a whatchamacallit.
Everybody's.
And I'm waiting in line for them scratch offs. Yeah. Go ahead, Silly. My bad.
Man, what I saw the news, man, and I'm like, that's probably the worst team for the East to get for, you know.
Yeah, they could win a championship in a couple of years. The Cleveland Cavaliers. Yeah,
it's tough being a Knicks fan.
Why? You have Hartenstein. It's over. You're going to win a championship this year and maybe next year. I don't know the years after that.
I love your passion, bro.
It's
I
not
really
passion.
do.
It's not passion. It's facts.
But what if we don't play him enough?
High probability.
Hey, well, EG, it is passionate. You are passionate about this topic.
Yeah, I love it.
You can't deny that. You are passionate about this topic, bro.
Yeah.
And so, but Sally, you have a talent for this, bro. You have the golden voice.
He does.
Yeah, hey, bro, you're gonna be great at this thing one day whenever you set your mind to it.
What's that?
That's a joke, by the way.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah, man. How you been? I'm interested to hear your take, Sally. Let's go.
Oh.
Shout out to Sell Next Day. Let's go.
All right. Yeah, no problem. I think it's a great pickup for the Cavs, but the Hartenstein thing, man, I don't. How are you that confident in this guy? Like,
Sally, you don't like data?
He just told us.
So the best 3-point shooter in the NBA
is Isaiah Hartenstein, requiring a 30 minutes play. 30. You know, we don't know if that will continue, but
what I'm saying is like when you look at data, you can also find data like excelling at something doesn't earn you the time to, you know, put it on the court. And that's the problem. There was a guy, what was his name? Matt Thomas or something for the Raptors who shot like 44% and he never started.
What was his assist percentage?
Oh, he was just a shooter. I mean, that was his main thing.
That's the thing with Hartenstein. It's everything. It's not that he's just like, a good defensive player and that's it. He's just a shooter. That's it. It's literally every aspect of the basketball he has in his bag. And then when he starts combining it together, you start seeing these insane on-off. I think he had the on-off numbers of Shaq with the Clippers.
But I got you. EG, we got you. But we interested in hearing what's selling because you rocked for like 40 minutes. Yeah. We just want to hear what's selling.
Man, yeah, okay. I think the Knicks dropped the ball on Donovan Mitchell. I really do, and it's something I saw today, and I was just like, there was a lot of rationing of. Oh, it's okay. We'll move on from it, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, now you're definitely a play-in squad at best. So I think I think the prisoner's dilemma here of Donovan Mitchell, like I definitely think the Knicks dropped the ball on him, man. That's my opinion. You know,
but why would you say the Knicks dropped the ball? Why would you say the Knicks dropped the ball there? Like what's the real reason why you feel like the Knicks dropped the ball? Is it because they missed out on Donovan Mitchell?
Yes.
Is it because the Knicks missed out on a star?
Yes.
Is it because the Knicks were on the grandest stage with everybody looking and failed? And all those things are three different things that seem similar.
Yeah.
But they are all three different things. The Knicks had the eyes of the NBA looking at them, and they dropped the ball.
Because with Donovan Mitchell and Jalen Brunson together, you could rebuild an entire team with those two.
Okay.
So if you have to go into rebuild mode and you're just left with Jalen Brunson and RJ, it's going to be much harder to complete that. With Jalen Brunson and Donovan Mitchell, one, you got two recruiters. Right. You got JB's going to recruit and Spider. So I just feel like if this isn't the Knicks year and the young guys don't prove itself, and they're not, so here's the deal. So there's going to be a coaching change. You're going to be left with one all-star. You're going to have one all-star, and you're going to have a new coach. And then you're going to go into the rebuild with your draft picks. And that's if Hartenstein doesn't prove himself to be the elite player that he could be. And that's the only reason. It's just like inventory, man. It's like I'd rather have that inventory. I'd rather have that Spider inventory to go into the 2025 rebuild.
Okay.
And that's the reason. The Cavs are in win now mode. I mean, they gave it all, but they didn't really give up nothing. They gave up 3-round picks.
I can't believe they didn't give up Okoro. Like I thought Okoro had to go in.
It had to go.
They're going to have. They didn't really give up anything. I mean, they gave up their 3 picks, but they're already really young.
Yeah, it's like
so they didn't really give up any. They already have the solid positions covered. They got a strong center. They got a strong power forward. They gave up Markkanen, who didn't fit that lineup anyway, because you got 3 7-footers out there. You gave the 3 up picks. You already got a really good backup point guard in Rubio and Garland. Right. Like I didn't think they gave up much for their roster, for their particular roster. Yeah.
So let me ask you a question.
So
what was you willing to give up for Donovan Mitchell? Out of everything that we've seen, all the reports, all the rumors, what was you willing to give up?
Everybody was on the block but RJ and Jalen Brunson. That's
how many picks? How many picks? We all know that was the most
everything.
Everything, man. You are getting a guy who in playoff basketball you can literally count on him to score. And maybe that's not the most important thing, but if without scoring, you're not going to win. Who are you going to give the ball to now? You're at game 7. It's game 7. You're on the road. Who's that guy?
You give it to Randall. And then
Hey, let me do this.
He misses. Then Hartenstein gets a rebound, passes to an open guy, and you win the game.
No. Let me do this. Let me make it more clear for Knicks fans. So it's game 4 in Atlanta, Georgia. The Atlanta Hawks are double teaming Julius Randle. Randle is looking somebody to pass to out of the double team. Reggie Bullock has his back turned, right? Because he's going the other way, cutting to the other corner to get to the corner for 3. So Randle can't throw it to him, throw it in his back, right? RJ Barrett is getting mugged by Clint Capella down low because the Atlanta Hawks bump cutters. But there is a wide open 6'3" guard named Elfrid Payton on the wing, right? Do you pass that ball to Elfrid Payton, who's wide open, or do you pass that ball to Donovan Mitchell?
How much time is on the clock?
say 10 seconds, whatever. Right.
If it's 10 seconds,
so the reason why I say that is because based on Selly's example, right? So we've been there and done that. We've been in a playoff series where Randle is double teamed and Randle has nobody to kick a ball to. One dude, Reggie Bullock, was wide open on the other side of the floor by himself. Right? Atlanta deflected the ball. The Knicks beat them to it. They flick it out through a home run pass to Reggie Bullock, and Reggie Bullock takes 9 steps without a dribble, and by himself and misses a layup. And this is not me making stuff up. There's video evidence of this. This dude takes like 9 steps, like he's Mike Allstott, and throws a brick off the glass. He's by himself. He's a professional basketball player, right? And so people are saying, well, why you just pick out that one play? Everybody have a bad moment. Dude, those are the type of moments that deflate your confidence in your teammates.
Yeah.
Right. When you see a teammate do something like that, Reggie Bullock choked. Now think about this. Right. The ball's deflected. The ball comes up to, I forget who had the pass. Do you flick it out to a wide open Donovan Mitchell? What happens there?
Bim.
Yeah.
We don't know, Freezy.
Yeah.
We don't know that, Freezy. Come
Yeah,
on.
you
know
don't.
the probabilities. We know the chances of Donovan Mitchell hitting the
But you
shot.
don't got that guy, man.
Now, wait. Hey, so Don P, before you, but let me, Don P. So you're saying, based on what you're saying right now, you're saying we don't know the probability, right? But have you seen with your own eyes Donovan Mitchell miss a wide open basket in the playoffs?
Yeah, I have.
I have too, but it happens very rarely.
So you seen Donovan Mitchell miss a okay.
Yeah, but it happened.
I need some proof. I think y'all lying.
No,
I think y'all lying.
It was in the bubble.
Face. I think y'all telling the bold face. I think y'all telling the bold face
No,
lie.
I think it was. They gave up they lost a 3-1 lead. Like they gave up a couple of open layups.
Yeah,
like
I see. Yeah, so yeah, I think y'all telling the bold face lie.
No, it's true.
Y'all lying to tell it to
Have you seen Randall make a good pass in the playoffs?
Right. Yeah, I know this is what people. This is what people, coach. This is the thing. Like people on the channel like to do. They like to come on, and their image is more important than facts.
Yeah.
Their image is more important than facts, bro. Tell the truth. You ain't got the line to kick it. You can come in and hang out, bro. We did. There's no cover charge.
Mitchell's never missed a layup open in the playoffs.
Randall with the spinneroo.
Y'all telling me y'all saw Donovan Mitchell on the other side of the court by himself miss a layup? Yeah, I have seen that.
I have though.
Yeah, but the thing of it is,
so y'all have seen Donovan Mitchell on one half of the court by himself, get a pass by himself, and miss a layup.
You didn't say if you say open layup, then I would have had a different answer. I thought
Bro,
you said
I described Reggie Bullock. I said Reggie Bullock took 9 steps by himself.
Let me see if I can find it.
Describe Randall with the spinneroo.
Man, we're gonna get stuck on one thing. I think
Coach, I'm sorry, Sully. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Yo, that right there was extreme, bro. Cat said that they saw Donovan Mitchell miss a wide open layup in the open court by himself.
All right, so I'll retract my statement. I thought you meant a shot period in the playoffs. You asked the question.
Bro,
you didn't say, yo, did he miss an open layup?
No,
you said a shot.
So there's a difference between a wide. Okay, all right.
My point.
I outlined that Reggie Bullock was by himself and took. Coach, did you hear me say Reggie Bullock was by himself and took 9 steps and then break the layup?
I think they misunderstood your follow up the way you worded it. That's all.
You did worded it wrong.
No, man.
But I know what you meant, like when you were asking though.
They just wanted to jump in and hate on Donovan Mitchell, bro. That's what it seemed like.
No, Freezy. Nah, listen. Like this is my point about Donovan Mitchell.
Hey, I'm good. Hey, Don P. I'm good at this public speaking, bro. I'm not an idiot. I'm not stupid. I know how to talk, bro. You're telling me I worded it wrong. I phrased it perfectly. I know how to speak, bro. I'm not an idiot. Y'all be trying to play me like somebody just opened me up out of a can and just put me here.
Ain't nobody playing you.
All right, so maybe I misheard thing. That's on me.
Bro, I said Reggie Bullock took 9 steps in the open court. He was on the other half of the court by himself and break the layup.
To be fair with you, Uncle Freeze, I wasn't even thinking about the story of Reggie Bullock. All I was thinking about was the question I was asked, which was, have you ever seen Donovan Mitchell miss an open shot in the playoffs?
Okay,
that's the only thing I was thinking
of
about.
course he's missed an open shot in the playoffs.
But that's what I said no. That's what I said no.
But when I speak basketball, I try to speak playoff basketball. Regular season basketball to me is nothing but practice because the game don't start until you got elimination games. And I just want to know where everyone knows where I'm coming from. Like when I speak basketball, I'm trying to build a playoff rotation team. And Donovan Mitchell was a chance for the Knicks to become a part of the conversation in the East.
Yep.
Right.
And that is why the NBA, in my opinion, has become 2-year windows because these contracts let them go. Players get bored. They move on. You can't build dynasties anymore. There's no 80 Celtics coming. Golden State Warriors is probably the last hurrah. You know, that's just my opinion about the business in general. Is like, that's probably the last hurrah where you got 3 draft picks that stay together for 10 years. Like, I don't see any other team keeping that core together like they did. So the Spurs, the Warriors.
It could be the Cavs.
Yeah. I mean, look at the Jazz. The Jazz were, They were knocking on the door for a second, and they already gave up.
Yeah.
Hey, what about this? Let me because when it comes to culture, let me ask EG this.
Yeah.
EG, do you think the Nuggets can keep that young core together that they have? Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., Jokic.
They're going to keep them together because like there's no other option. I don't think.
Yeah, but the question was, can they keep it together?
They're going. Yeah, they can. I mean, I don't think there's going to have any choice because no one's taking Michael Porter Jr. And Murray's going to be too good to trade if he's good, and if he's not good enough, his contract is going to be too big. Like I just don't. They're kind of stuck where they are, right? So they're going to stay together no matter what. If they're going to win, that's another question. But like they're going to stay. The Nuggets are going to stay together no matter what.
Okay. So they can do it.
They can do it.
Okay. All right.
That's actually their only option. I don't see any other option.
Easy. I got a question.
Yeah.
Jokic, as good as he is, are you saying Isaiah Hartenstein is better than Jokic?
Breezy, look at the hat.
When okay, let me put it like
I can't see it. Bam! That's fire!
Hey,
fire! It came in. Hey, that's dope. That's dope, bro. That's fire. My man, Bo, that's dope. That's dope.
Anyway,
Blorange Tears swag in the building.
Let me put it like this. So when Jokic was, so obviously they were on the same team, Jokic and Hartenstein. I have the jersey to prove it. When Hartenstein was on the Nuggets bench, one of the worst benches in NBA history. Facundo Campazzo, rookie, can't play. RJ Hampton, negative everything. Bol was on that bench. Just one of the worst benches I've ever seen in my life. Isaiah Hartenstein had a better net rating than Jokic, which means the team was better when Hartenstein was on the floor than when Jokic was on the floor. And that's literally a fact. And he did it by having a better defensive rating than Rudy Gobert. And he was in a shooting slump at the time. There was COVID, so they didn't get any practice time with his teammates. So he didn't get any offensive rhythm. But defensively, he was a beast. He was blocking shots. He was winning games defensively. But that's still that's really hard to see, especially because he fouled so much. So whenever every single time he fouled, everyone forgot the good defensive plays he made. He fouled. So
because his foul percentage was ridiculous.
Yeah, his foul percentage was crazy with the Nuggets. But he would make. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So when it comes to like Jokic versus Hartenstein, like the reality, if Hartenstein's 3-point shot is real, where if he's actually like a 40% 3-point shooter, he's going to be better than Jokic because he has everything else in his game. If his 3-point shot's not real, I think Jokic still has a slight edge. But even if Hartenstein isn't an amazing 3-point shooter, I still think he's still like a Jokic level player.
So he's Dirk.
Well, he actually has the same 3-point shot.
So he's Dirk. No, but that's what I'm saying. He's not a center no more. So basically, he's not a center, even though he's 7 foot. He needs to go to the 4. And because you can't have that scoring talent play the 5.
Yeah.
Well, he could be a 4 on offense, but a 5 when he defends.
Yeah. Nowitzki was a 4, and he was a 7 foot 4.
Are you talking about Jokic or Hartenstein?
What I'm talking about is if Hartenstein is this, he's Dirk Nowitzki. He's not.
Yeah.
He's not Jokic.
Yeah. Yeah.
So do you think
is a
there's
4? He was drafted as a 4. If you look at his thing, like
so,
he was playing power forward in Europe.
Is there a chance? Is there a chance that the Knicks have a Kristaps Porzingis
that could pass and actually is a good rim protector and actually like can make that's basically what they're going. He's going to be compared to Kristaps Porzingis. Like everything you think Kristaps Porzingis is like could have been. Hartenstein is 2 times better than that player.
Okay,
like that's how much.
So will he ever get that role on an NBA team? Will he ever get that role? The question is, you ever been at work and you have this person who's like really good at their job, but they don't get promoted, right? Like they're just really good, but they're not the ones getting promoted because of personality or favoritism, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, or missed days from work or something outside of their job performance.
He smells like maybe he's really smelly. You know, he's just a stinky big dude.
Or maybe he's just awkward. Maybe he's just awkward.
His nickname is Fartenstein because he farts too much.
The Clippers would have loved to resign him. They really wanted to resign him, but they were over the cap and they didn't have any offers. They didn't have his bird rights. So even if they wanted to resign him, they couldn't. So they were in a rough place where they really wanted to resign Hartenstein, but like the best they can offer was $6 million. But Hartenstein wasn't going to take that. So they just went and got John Wall instead, and then let Hartenstein walk basically. So it was bad.
They signed Zubac. They chose Zubac.
Well, because they had his bird rights.
Chemistry
right?
too, man.
So no, it wasn't. No, it was.
Wow.
They had his bird rights.
PG
they like him. They like him.
Yeah,
But I mean, if he's as good as you think he is, they just let Zubac go and let that man have.
They didn't give him enough playing time to prove it, right? So he never played over 30 minutes for the Clippers. So even though he's this good, he never really got the opportunity, especially in Ty Lue. Ty Lue doesn't run anything through a center. He runs. It was pure pick and roll. There was no like real stuff for Hartenstein. Hartenstein would play his game every once in a while, but they didn't run anything through him. He was basically just trying to fit his role, right? So there was a couple times too when he would like literally say he would like do a spin move, take his man off the dribble, finish with a layup, and then after the game they were like, "Well, why don't you do that more often?" He's like, "That's not my role. Like I could score like 30 points. It's not my role. Like that's literally Hartenstein. Like it's so he just fits what he's asked to do. So he'll do whatever he's asked to do. So
and why is that, EG? Why is that? Why is
he was a second round pick?
Why is so is Jokic? You know that.
Yeah.
Why is and so is Jalen Brunson? Why is
and it took time.
There's no talent. Like, dude, if Hartenstein is Dirk Nowitzki, Jokic, KP, that's going to be a crazy lineup. Evan Mobley fits the modern four, right? All can do, but that's what we're saying. We're literally saying that Hartenstein is Nowitzki.
Yeah. Well,
that's crazy.
He's better defensively. Like that's not even.
That's okay, but
he's better defensively than a lot of players.
Yeah, but
he's like, yeah.
But you get what I'm saying? Like nobody cares about. Like I'm not saying nobody cares, but I'm not going to hang my hat on someone's. Andre Drummond's a really good rebounder, but his time has passed.
Oh my God, Andre Drummond. He's so bad at finishing. Like he would get the rebound and throw the ball out of bounds. Like he would get the rebound, throw it off the backboard 5 times, and throw the ball out of bounds. But I got 5 rebounds, guys. Look.
But what you're saying is that there's another level to Hartenstein's game.
Yeah, there is another level,
and
we don't know.
Will the Knicks unlock Hartenstein? Is the question.
Yeah, well, he's been getting better every single year. And that's a really exciting thing because one of the things that weakness of his game was in the G League was his defense. His defense was not this good in the G League. He was not the best rim protector in the G League. He was not this insanely great defensive player but he worked on it. I think they asked him in an interview. This was before he was cut, but it was like during the COVID. They asked him, "What are you working on?" And he's like, "I'm working on my defense." He comes in to the Nuggets the next season, he has a lower defensive rating than Rudy Gobert. And then he learns behind Jokic passing. He goes to Cleveland, has the highest assist percentage for a center in Cleveland Cavaliers history, right? So every single place he's been learning the game. He just hasn't had the opportunity to really show it. And I don't know how much he learned last year because there's a possibility he just got better. Like there's a possibility I'm underrating him. That's why there's a possibility I'm underrating.
Crazy. All right, bro. Like, put your bets in Vegas for him, man. Like,
the most improved player is a lock. It's a lock. So, all the other stuff you can't even bet on that yet. But the most improved player stuff is a lock.
I love it. I am 100%. Like, I am a person where when you stick to your guns, you love what you love and preach it, man. Like, I'm not here to. But basically, we're saying Hartenstein's Nowitzki, and he's a 4, not a 5.
Yeah, he's a 4. He could play point guard. Like, but he could play. I know. People laugh at me when I say that, but he literally fucking could play point guard. You'll see it when he actually plays.
Yeah, but I feel that way about Obi, and nobody believes me. So.
But the stats don't back that up.
The stats don't back it up.
What do you
Obi
mean?
Being that good. His passing is not as good. His rebounding it's okay, but it's not amazing. His ball
Obi
handling,
averaged 9.
his shooting is not amazing. It's good. It's not amazing.
Yeah, but Obi
His cutting
averaged
is
9
amazing.
9
But
points a game this year. It's like
when
he's a
Obi,
college player of the year. So
when Obi played without Quickly, the Knicks had a -10 net rating, which means they were literally the worst team in basketball when Obi played without that point guard that could hit him on cutters. So he's reliant on cutters hitting him, passers hitting him.
And he has chemistry with Quickly.
Yeah, and he had chemistry with Quickly, obviously.
I'm fine with that.
Hardenstein's not rely on anybody, and that's the difference. Because when you have a passer, like Hardenstein's a Jokic, where he's the engine. He's the person that creates the offense.
Yeah, but
instead of the person that just finishes it.
Obi's not get the ball in my hand and I'm gonna get you a bucket. He's I'm gonna set a pick, high pick and roll guy. You know, he's a team player. He's a different type of player.
There's a dime a dozen of those guys in the NBA. Those guys are very common.
Not true.
Like if you can get a good passer, you can make anybody do that.
Really. Not true because Obi can set a pick. You know, attack the guards on the fast break. You know, he's not a get a ball in my hand. You know, I'll get you a bucket.
I'm telling you, there are so many players like that in the NBA.
Who?
Like Kenneth Fareed. Kenneth
Fareed is not in the league. Who else?
Yeah.
What about you could just pick him up.
What about Jaden McDaniel?
Jaden McDaniel's good as like that. There's so many, man. There's so many. Like you just name a big, and he probably
like who else? Who else? Like name a lot of bigs.
Bagley would be a fair modern comparison.
Is better than Obi. Really?
Well, they're
no, nobody said that. He said I can find a bunch of dudes that
I
can
think
do what Obi does.
Like who?
Right?
Like
and
who? Like name some.
No, but he just named one.
Yeah.
Like Bagley. Bagley's already signed to a team. So what I'm saying is, there's not too many.
He said in the NBA.
We didn't say free agents, Bo.
Yeah.
All right. So
like
I'd rather have Jonathan Isaac than Obi.
Who?
Jonathan Isaac.
Jonathan Isaac. Yeah.
The guy that can't get on the court.
Jonathan Isaac. I thought he was so good, and then I don't know about Jonathan Isaac.
He is good when he plays.
He is so good when he plays.
That's hurt every year.
I was so high. I wanted the Nuggets to draft him, trade up and draft him, but it.
So
anyway,
EG, with the Denver Nuggets running the big man offense, modern system, engine system, what's the reason why they haven't achieved much success?
Injuries, man. Like
injuries.
Okay. A lot of it, but it's also, Michael Malone is very overrated as a coach, in my opinion. I think he has a lot of strengths as a coach in terms of leadership and like getting people where they need to be. But in terms of like his basketball mind, literally the offense is give the ball to Jokic and get out of the way. Like that's literally the offense.
Would you want the offense to be something different? Would you want Jokic to not be featured?
Well, definitely feature Jokic, but I feel like there's a lot of like backcourt plays that you could draw up. And there's ways to make other players around Jokic better. The number one problem with Malone, I think, is his rotations and his talent evaluation. He doesn't know who the best players are. Basically, he's very bad at identifying who his best players are.
We talking about Malone or Tibbs?
Malone. Would you say Tibbs has the same?
That was a joke. That was a joke.
That was a joke. We know.
Yeah.
Just so that each can understand who we're talking about, bro.
Jonathan Isaac. I love Jonathan.
Look at Jonathan Isaac's defensive rating, bro.
Yeah.
Last year he had a defensive. Oh, not last year. I'm sorry. 2 years ago, he had a defensive rating of 102.
I have to clarify. So on StatMuse defensive rating and NBA.com defensive rating are two different defensive ratings.
I know this.
Yeah. So this is the box score defensive rating. So this defensive rating is derived by his box score stats, where the defensive rating on NBA.com is derived by how well the team does when they're on the floor.
Yeah. Hey, can you send me a link to that? Because I've been looking for that. And for some reason, see, I get a different number and because I thought Grimes was a better defender than what StatMuse says he is.
Yeah.
But I can't find the
it's in the on-off. Yeah, I'll send the link for it. Give me a second.
Because your Basketball Reference has that defensive rating as well.
Yeah, well, the problem is,
I think it mirrors StatMuse though.
StatMuse doesn't have access to the on-off data, so they don't actually. So this defensive rating is only based on the box score numbers.
The box score.
Yeah. So and box score is terrible at measuring defense. It's just it's not.
And so that's why when you do this, it looks crazy.
Yeah.
107.
107. Yeah. Well, Jokic is actually not. The Nuggets actually almost every single year of Jokic's career, they actually play better defense with him on the floor than without him. Except 1 year. And guess what year that was? The year Isaiah Hartenstein was his backup. That was the only year the Nuggets played better defense without Jokic.
And just for the record, I'm just going to give some context here, right?
Yeah.
Just some context.
But he's not the best defensive player in the league. He's nowhere even close to that.
So Scottie Pippen, based on this website, his defensive rating is 101.1.
And you also look at the era, right? So the era is important. But yeah.
Ooh. Right. What about Andre Iguodala? How do you think Andre Iguodala is a great defender?
I don't know about. Yeah, he's definitely a good defensive player. Okay. I don't know if defensive rating will say so, but yeah,
105 based on this.
But the problem is with this, it overrates bigs. So like Zubac, for example, had a really, really high defensive rating on this.
Right.
But in real life, when they actually played him, the Clippers were terrible defensively. I think they were bottom 10 defense when Zubac was on the floor.
That's something we actually noticed the other night when we did the defensive rating. We felt like the bigs, the centers were getting a little boost.
Context is everything.
And there's context to it. And like a guy that's a coach like Ty Lue, if he sees something is not working immediately, he will pull it. So like if it's gonna look terrible in short and small doses or small minute amounts, it might like look hyperbolic, like because of the actual sample size that we're looking at. Because he'll adjust really quick. Like he'll pull a whole starting five and start a completely different unit in the second half if they're getting obliterated. That's literally what he did in a couple of those games, especially the one that you referenced with Hartenstein. He started Hartenstein in the second half. And then there was a comeback where he didn't start Hartenstein, and they came back from like 27 points. So could
you put that link in the private chat, EG?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm still looking for the link for the.
Okay.
Wait. So what?
They had a couple comebacks last year where they were down by tons at halftime, and one of them included Hartenstein, and one of them didn't. I just got to look up the box score again. But
last season the Clippers had the most 25-point comebacks in NBA history, and one of those comebacks didn't come with Hartenstein. I think it was one of the 6 games that they won without Hartenstein, but one of them did come with Hartenstein. So, no, not one of them. The vast majority of them came with Hartenstein. Especially the main one was actually against the Jazz, where they were down 25 points in the third quarter. But they put in Hartenstein. I think Hartenstein was a plus 25 in that game. He just played absolutely out of his mind, just defensively, offensively. Against Mitchell, against Gobert, he was hitting floaters over Gobert. He was throwing oops to Paul George, and Paul George was throwing back to him. It was unstoppable. It was unstoppable.
What's his plus minus? Is his the best?
Plus minus isn't necessarily a great.
Yeah, it's not the best stat, but net rating is like per minute plus minus basically.
Oh, okay.
So when Hartenstein was on the floor, the Clippers were a top 3 team in the basketball. So it was a plus 7 net rating. So that's like the Golden State Warriors or they were a championship level team when Hartenstein was on the floor basically. So that's what the numbers say.
Yo, can I say this real quick?
Yeah. What's up?
Woj reported New York offered Utah R.J. Barrett, Obi Toppin, Mitchell Robinson, and 3 unprotected first-round picks.
Damn.
What?
And I got that from Woj's Twitter.
That was Woj?
Yes.
Are you sure it's not a fake Woj? Because sometimes people might be making fake Woj accounts.
I posted.
Nah, that's from Woj. That's from Woj's account.
But we also know that Woj is Leon's mouthpiece. Oh, so CAA ties.
Why would you want to let? Why wouldn't you want that? Why would you want to let that out? I wouldn't want to.
I know.
Yeah.
That's
Shout
not
out
good
to
reports.
Justin DW for putting that out.
But that could be like planting to say Danny Ainge wasn't trying to do business with us in good faith.
Yeah. Or it could be that teams around the league don't value our young players.
Right.
Mitchell Robinson was in that trade. So, that's early then. So that was like the first trade that they made.
That was the first offer.
So if that was the first offer, then that trade is never getting done.
So that's how bad of a negotiator he is. He threw the best package at the start of it. That's horrible. He literally gave you the keys.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Huh. I mean, we don't know. We don't know. We can only assume.
Speculate.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, based upon the information we have, that's the best offer I've heard.
Yeah, and plus you don't get anything from Leon Rose, so you got to go with the stuff that's out there in the media.
Yeah.
So I got a question for all the assets that we do have in the future. Can we not make a go for another star?
You definitely can. Yeah, I think you can.
I'd holler at SGA.
But
and see what's up over there?
Like that.
The
I'd holler at
SGA is not getting traded. They're not.
I know he's not.
By the way, if I was a GM of the Knicks the year SGA, instead of Knox, I would have drafted SGA number 9.
No,
I have receipts.
Man,
I have receipts.
Serious?
Yeah, I called SGA everything Moutier could have been.
We messing with you, bro. We already know that.
Well, yeah.
We already had this conversation for 5 straight years, bro. We already had this
Everybody would have done that.
Yeah, that's like saying the Knicks, man, we didn't get Donovan Mitchell. Bro, we already had this conversation a million and 5 times.
Yeah. I was super high on SGA coming into the draft. Super high. I wanted the Nuggets to draft him. But,
so what do you guys say? OG's off the table now, OG?
OG's definitely on the table. I think a bunch of trades are on the table, right? But are they going to make a trade? They have 3 first-round picks, so they definitely could. I don't know.
Knicks ain't making a trade, man.
No, they're not making a trade.
They got to play the young guys now, though. If they don't play the young guys, there's no excuse. There's no whole. Yeah. Don't do this season. Don't do the young guys wrong now.
We gotta filter out all the question marks now.
They're gonna probably sign Carmelo, right?
What question marks? The question marks are hope the guys we make
the question marks are what is the ceiling of the talent that we have?
I already told you guys. Why does nobody listen to me? They're going to win the championship this year. Like nobody ever listens. It's like, oh yeah, that guy said Hardenstein's going to be.
No, I did listen to you when you were talking about the Queen's Gambit. No, I did listen to you when you were talking about the Queen's Gambit. I watched you one time in a chess thing. I saw you opening, and I was like, this dude is a really good chess player.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
But you lost that game, by the way, to a dude. Remember the dude that randomly came in the chat and challenged you?
Yeah.
And you lost to him. And I was like, what is he doing? Why are you trying to move so fast? Why are you so aggressive? Like I saw you aggressive opening, and instead of allowing an unfamiliar opponent to show you his game first, you were kind of like in some attack mode. I think you thought it was like the box trap. Like look at this rabbit going into the box trap. You know what I'm saying? So that's how come I know you're a very good chess player, but I think I would have beat you because I would have showed you like some things, like baited you and played the long game. But you're an excellent chess player though.
Thank you, I guess.
Excellent. No, excellent, bro. I can't tell another man that I'll lose to them in chess for some reason. and Wiz is laughing. Like, Wiz, you laughing like you know somebody that could beat me, bro. Don't Wiz, don't mess around and go get the reinforcement and have them lose Uncle Freezy.
Freeze, what Samuel Jackson said in Fresh, put the time on them.
Freeze. Yeah, I guess an international grandmaster may return against you, Freeze. Actually, I'm gonna put in the link. I'm gonna put a link in there for your 3K with my brother's new thing, chess on Chessable.
Oh yeah.
It's fresh out free. But Freeze also shipped you a little package, also Freeze. I sent you a little package again.
I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you, bro.
Freezy gonna be going ham on them desserts on the broadcast.
Freezy, I'll get you in 4 moves, bro.
4 moves. Not today.
Yeah, not EG. EG is
I used to be in the chess club. I'll get you in 4 moves, bro.
Actually, there's a queen sacrifice that actually ends in 5 moves if the guy falls for it.
If he falls,
I love that move. I love that.
Yeah, but you have to see it unraveling first and try to be aggressive and jump on it.
Yeah,
exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I just want to throw that out there because y'all got to check out EG's channel on Twitch, bro. It's dope. Sometimes he'll go live and play chess with opponents, and he'll write L's on his head every time he loses. And so one day I turned on the channel and it looked like he had a crown growing around his head, and I was like, "What are you doing, EG? No, man. No, man."
But they're lessons.
I know.
Learning.
Yeah. Hey,
when do you broadcast on Twitch, EG?
Actually, I guess it would be 5:22. 5:22. I try to do it every day. Sometimes I miss. But 5:22. 5:22.
Yeah. Just subscribe to his channel on Twitch.
Yeah, I'm going to, bro. The notification will pop up.
Yeah. And so where are y'all right now? Like, what's the next move for the Knicks? Because if it's not Jonathan Isaac and it's not OG Anunoby, what do the Knicks do from here? Do they just play Cam Reddish?
No. Get rid of Randall. Get rid of Fournier.
Who's
Rose
can
go? Play the young kids and just do a real tank.
Don't tank. Tanking is overrated. It's not where you pick; it's who you pick, right?
It's who you pick.
It's who you pick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter even if you're top 3. If you don't pick a good player,
it does matter. Not don't be competitive. I'm just saying, like, get rid of Randall, get rid of Fournier. Those old vets in your starting lineup are not going to work. Play Obi. Let's see what we got with the kids. And boost their value up. If you really want to get like a real superstar, boost up the kids. Let's see what they got. I think we have a real star in Obi. We have a real star in Grimes. Grimes is not
Grimes is a star now.
I don't know. I just don't watch the same games as you.
Hold on. There's a reason why Ainge wanted Grimes. There's a reason why Knicks didn't want to include him in the draft in the trade. Grimes value. So play those kids. Let I cook.
Let's breathing into the mic like that.
I don't know. Darth Vader.
Somebody's sleeping.
Dre.
Oh, what? I'm not sleeping. Oh, I'm watching a replay of a baseball game. My bad.
Dre, no, you had Darth Vader introduction playing or something. Like coming in, it was weird.
It was actually SNY. I just had like background noise of the Mets game.
Yeah, Justin's right.
Yeah, man.
I muted it. My bad.
To answer your question,
let me do this real quick. So Justin DW. Wow. I'm gonna mute Dre real quick. All right, so Justin DW, thank you for the generous contribution. Today was like my favorite sneakers selling out, then convincing myself that I didn't want them anyway. Thank you guys for the knowledge on the platform.
Oh, hell yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Hey, go ahead, John.
Wait. Before I would add to that analogy, and it's also like me telling you, there's a sneaker that you just bought the other day that's going to like become the biggest sneaker in history of sneakers. So just to add to that analogy, so you don't have to worry about that sneaker that you could have got because you already have the sneaker. You already have the star. So you're gonna see it. Everyone's gonna see it when the season starts and be like, "Oh my God, all those stats were right." What?
And he gets 12 minutes. And he gets 12 minutes a game.
No. He's going to get Tibbs.
You're not in control of. You're not in control
Tibbs
of that.
Tibbs is going to play him.
as
Tibbs is
much
gonna
as you
play
can
him.
scout talent, I'm going to respect your talent scouting and your data analytics. But the only one that matters is how many minutes he gets.
Right.
And that's
They're paying him. They're paying him. He's going to get the opportunity. If he gets the opportunity to play, he's going to outplay Mitchell every single time.
So then
every
Mitch
single
Robinson's
time.
on the
Mitch
so
Robinson. Every single
is there in any world that there's a Hartenstein Mitch Robinson lineup?
Yes. Yeah. It's there is a world where that happens.
So boy, I hope you're right, because the NBA needs that. The NBA needs another Dirk.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they do. They do. My question is just like, how many defensive player of the years he's going to win? Like that's my only question. It's not. Is it?
Well, let me get to what I was gonna say about what they should do. Tom Thibodeau, like this whole politics thing has to stop. If we're going by talent and who should earn minutes, it should be strictly about that. It can't be about politics. It just can't be, because you got people arguing about Obi, people arguing about Cam, and you got some people loving Cam, some people hating on Cam or thinking he's trash. And to be all the way frank, we really didn't really get to see these players play. And it's due to politics. It's not due to talent. It's not due to talent. So I think that we should go from there moving forward, building with the kids, see what we have in them. If Cam Reddish sucks and he has the time to play and he sucks, the Cam Reddish lovers, including myself, we got to admit that. You know what I mean? If RJ, what's that?
I would just add something.
Someone just die?
That's what it sounded like.
Please, you put me on the timer.
That was their last words.
No, that wasn't.
If Cam Reddish sucks,
yeah.
No, I mean, but no, I'm just saying, it's difficult to evaluate our young guns when we really didn't get to see them play. The only people who really got a chance was quickly RJ Barrett and to a degree Quentin Grimes before he got hurt. But other than that, like, we really didn't get to see the young players play, and we evaluating them like they're trash, and we really just don't know. And the fact that Tom Thibodeau, even though we was losing, still chose to play the vets in the losing season, that's straight politics.
And that's why
I want to add something real quick. If you take, and I heard this from another Knicks podcast, I can't remember his name, but this is a really interesting point. If you take the minutes Kemba Walker didn't play off the Knicks, so like let's say you just take Kemba Walker off the Knicks, the Knicks actually had a net rating of +3, which means they were a playoff team. They were a playoff team last season. They were basically the same team that they were 2 years ago. If you just take the negative impact of Kemba Walker, because that's how bad he was defensively and offensively.
Right.
So just removing Kemba just changes everything for the Knicks, right?
Yeah.
So that's part of it. That's part of it.
And that's the reason why he didn't play a minute in Oklahoma City. Think about that. Right. He didn't play. He didn't take one trip up and down the floor with OKC. Right? But we brought him here and made him a Saint. And a playoff team, because remember, Kemba Walker, before Kemba, the Knicks were a playoff team. You add Kemba Walker to a playoff team and look at what you get. You know what I'm saying? And so we want to blame a lot of different people, bro.
But I think
I'm with you.
Yeah, I think Kemba, just removing Kemba is a huge step in the right direction. Then you add Brunson, one of the most underrated point guards in the NBA, and then you already know Hartenstein. But like, it's going to be.
He was underrated.
The question to me is just how many championships? That's the only question to me.
That Cam for his cap. By the way.
What's up? Yeah.
Cam for his cap. He said it was cap. He responded. He was like, "I didn't say."
Yeah.
It's a bombing for the record.
Yeah. but it's from multiple places though.
But he responded.
Oh, wow.
He responded like, "Yeah, nah, I didn't say that."
Yeah.
He definitely said that though.
Yeah,
if it was from multiple places. And he
the
also wanted out of.
Berman.
You know what I think they came out. I think they wanted to sign Carmelo. I think they wanted to sign Carmelo, and then he heard that, and he's like, "I'm not going to get any minutes if you sign Carmelo. I want out." So, and he did the same thing with the Hawks, where he asked out of the Hawks. So, We'll see whatever happens.
Man, I'm gonna put some money on the Knicks, man, for real. If you're that confident, I'm gonna
put money on most improved player for Isaiah Hartenstein. It was at 24. It was at -24, where if you bet like $100, you win 24,000. But
we're talking about Bitcoin in 2008 right now. That's what it sounded like.
Right.
But now it's like I think it's on FanDuel. It's about
move Cam to LA and move
someone timestamp this and then send it to the NBA, and EG will have a job if this all plays out. Like somebody's gonna if that guy Vulgaris could get a job with the Mavericks, being an analytic probability dude.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about right now. You're talking about making decisions on a basketball team, which is a team sport, on a spreadsheet.
Right.
And
I watch every game. There's times
it worked in baseball, Moneyball.
Every single time.
It didn't work.
I didn't
it made
watch
a good
the
movie.
game. It worked. It
well,
was
no,
okay.
it didn't work. It didn't work.
Yeah, you need superstars at the against pitchers. Against the best pitchers, you need superstars to hit those pitchers.
Well, I mean, where I say it worked is they got the absolute most out of
but
minimum possible.
If you want to be an athletics coach.
No. I'm saying you could use that same analytics to find when money isn't an issue.
Yeah, well, there's no salary cap in baseball.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is like in the NBA, you could use that same sort of knowledge to evaluate superstar players, which ones are better using those analytics. I'm not saying you have I'm not saying you have to get a bunch of scrubs that help you win games.
Basketball doesn't
and have a low salary. That's not what I'm saying.
The numbers. This is how in math, the numbers in baseball are pretty much the truest numbers in anything. Like the numbers in baseball, because the pitch and the swing is such a controlled thing.
It's a controlled environment.
It's a controlled environment where basketball is. Hold on, man. So the numbers, the probabilities, and the statistics in baseball are truer than a balance sheet in a company.
But there's also the facts that in basketball you have more sample, right? So because in baseball you only get one player gets only 4 possessions. Right, so you 4 at bats. Right. In basketball, a player gets like 180 possessions every single time he per game. Right, so I think Hartenstein had at the end of his year he had 1,500 possessions. So that's a huge sample.
The other
even though
thing
there's
is,
a bunch of other factors,
the math in basketball is not anywhere near as true as baseball. It's not even. You can't have a math conversation about basketball. You can't have a math conversation about hockey.
Yeah,
that puck is going to do what that puck does, and the math is going to follow it. But you can't conduct studies in uncontrolled environments. You just can't. I mean. There's so many shots that don't go in because of unskill. It's not even skill. It's like
but
there's no skill to it.
Are you talking about in baseball? Are you talking about WAR? Are you talking about the WAR?
So here's the thing. Here's what I'm talking about. The truest numbers in basketball are free throw percentages and turnovers. The rest of the numbers are what you would call carnival games. Yeah, that's my opinion. Yeah. The truest numbers are your free throw percentages because basketball games are won in 2 departments on the box score: turnovers and free throws. That's it.
And 3-pointers.
No, it's not even.
No, it's not 3-pointers.
It's not, dude. It's literally free throws. See, everyone thinks, we were talking about this last night with buzzer beaters and stuff. Everyone thinks the most clutch shot is the 3-point step back with 5 seconds left. No, it's the 5 free throws the guy missed having to make that shot.
Right.
So that shot in the first quarter where he rims out the free throw and everyone goes, oh, it's not a big deal. Yeah, it is. It's a really big deal. It's a really big deal.
Because you don't get an easier shot than that.
Right. So this is why RJ, we were talking about, and no shade on RJ, but RJ's not a clutch player because his free throw percentage doesn't allow him to be a clutch player.
That's terrible. Yeah.
Right. So you're not clutch if you can't make your free throws. And you're not a good team if you have a high turnover rate. I don't care about anything else because there's not. If you throw up 100 shots, you and I are both going to make 20% of them. I would believe that we can be 20% shooters.
I would add one. I would add one thing. So You're right with the free throws. Free throws are like everything.
That's the basketball game.
But I would add one more thing. The most efficient shot in basketball, outside of a free throw, is a cutting layup. That's the most efficient shot. I think they did the numbers. It was an average cutting layup has a true shooting percentage of 68%. But the problem is that's very low. It's a very low to create cutting layups. It's very hard. There's high probability of a turnover and a bunch of different things. But because a cutting layup is the most efficient shots, the teams and the players that generate cutting layups become the best players in the league, right? So that's why you look at a Shaq versus Nash. Why is Nash a 2-time MVP, most valuable player, and when Shaq has only won one? Because Nash generates cutting opportunities, and that's more valuable. And same with Jokic. Why is Jokic a 2-time MVP? I'm a little blurry, but why is Jokic a 2-time MVP? Because he generates cutting opportunities. This is you look at championships. Championships are won when you have a coach that creates a system that generates cutting opportunities. That's what the triangle was, right? Where you use the talent of a player, his post game, to create cutting opportunities for his teammates. And that's Michael Jordan, out of the first round, 3 years, he adds Phil Jackson, championships, 3 straight championships. That's why it's so important to generate cutting opportunities. And the players that do that hit cutters and have the most cutting opportunities are the best players. Likewise, the players that prevent cutting opportunities defensively are the best defensive players.
That's why I say Obi is a great,
but he doesn't generate. He's a great cutter,
yeah, but he
doesn't generate that. He doesn't create the cut.
No, but
right?
he cuts to the rim, and you're saying players that cut to the rim.
No, players that hit cutters that create the
passers.
Because the passers
are always
and the passers.
The most
passing is power in basketball. Passing is everything. This is why Luka's the MVP of the league.
No, but this is what I'm saying.
Or one of the
I'm saying Brunson is going to help Obi, and Obi is going to help Brunson, and this is why.
But Brunson is not an elite passer, Bo.
Well,
but
hold on. He's a top passer. He's not elite. He's not elite.
He's not elite. This is why I'm saying Brunson on the team, and Obi is a cutter, and Obi knows how to cut to the rim. Brunson is a willing passer, and Randall is not that cutter. Randall is a guy that
you're right about that.
Obi cutting is the reason why the on-off stats are so crazy. Like Obi being this amazing cutter is why but the moment you take quickly off the team and you just play Obi the cutter, -10 net rating. So the Knicks
you don't know
terrible
that.
when you separated them.
Yeah, but
right?
you don't know that. You don't know that because we added Brunson. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Brunson is the positive to Quickly. You know what I mean? Brunson is what Quickly is, but times 10. So what I'm saying is Randall doesn't do what Obi does. He doesn't.
Randall hits cutters.
He doesn't go baseline.
He generates the cutting opportunity with his passing.
So wait, hold on. So Sully, what I'm adding to your argument is when you said that there's guys that cut to the rim, there's guys that, what was the other thing you said?
I didn't have the argument of the cutting to the rim, but
well, you argument free throws because free throws is
the team that won
turnovers.
the team that won the championship last year was the best free throw shooting team in the league.
Right.
Yeah.
So Curry and Jordan Poole were 1 and 2.
So they were also one of the best cutting teams, and that team is nothing without Draymond. Because that team is nothing without Draymond.
So
because
RJ,
Draymond is the passer who hits the cutters.
Right. Hold on. So what he was trying to say is like free throws, like RJ, right? So RJ needs to hit his free throws. He gets to the line a lot,
right?
But he doesn't hit his free throws. If he would have hit his free throws, we would have won a lot of those games.
You're right.
Would have probably been in the playoffs if RJ would have hit his free throws.
He also needs to improve his passing. Well, it's both.
Right,
It's both.
but he's a 10 free throw a game guy, and he would only hit like 5 of his free throws.
There's people in the NBA right now who only have a job because they do everything else okay, but they make their damn free throws.
Yes.
Wait, who are some examples of those?
I mean, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I'm sure if we dig into the
Jimmy
numbers,
Jimmy Butler.
No way.
Yeah,
No
40
way.
points.
Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Butler does everything good across the board.
But
he knocks down his free throws at an exceptional rate for a wing defender.
Yeah.
And so the reason why you don't think of Jimmy Butler as a superstar is because you don't see an eye-popping attribute from Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
You just know he stays healthy, he plays good defense, he's a good passer, he's a good rebounder. So he does everything good across the board, but he's exceptional at shooting free throws. Right.
And you know who, after IQ, you know who our best free throw shooter is?
I want to say,
Don't
my
say
guy.
Julius. Don't say Julius.
Yeah,
Cam Reddish.
Yep.
Cam
Reddish is like a
is
9%
amazing
free throw
shooter.
shooter. Yeah.
But apparently he's leaving. I don't know.
Bro, hey, he hits his free throws, bro.
Yeah, he does. Anyway, yeah.
And college basketball tells you that. You know, the college basketball, you know, where it becomes a foul game in the last 5 minutes, you know, it just becomes a free throw game. Like it literally just becomes a free throw game. And
wait, that
it's a
reminds
boring
me of something.
topic.
Wait,
Though.
that reminds me of something. I actually have a really hot take. Surprisingly, I believe you know how they're taking the take foul out of the game, where you know that you take the foul and it prevents the fast break. I actually think that's a bad thing because I think it might lead to more injuries. More fast breaks lead to more injuries possibility, right? So there's a lot of that might be a hot take to me. I think there might be more injury. There might be an injury uptick this year because of the fast break opportunities because you can't grab a guy anymore, right?
Yeah.
So you can't take the take foul.
Now, can you grab him? You can't grab him if he's crossed half court. You can't grab him if
you can't grab him at all. If it's a fast break, I don't.
Well, I mean, it's talking about the penalty itself. Like, when does it become the
penalty? Is just one free throw, and I think it's just during a fast break. You can't. I don't know exactly.
Playing street ball, like fast break. We love fast break
after a turnover
because there was no stopping us.
Yeah, but it's
it was 1, 2, 3 pass, and we would score. If you fouled us,
AAU ball.
we get to the line. You know what I mean? Like that was 3 points. So
until you reach the pros, basketball is a turnover game. Whoever has the most turnovers up until the NBA usually wins the game, loses the game. Usually loses the game.
Usually, right?
Usually loses. The game.
Actually, yeah.
Like if you take 2 AAU teams, the one that you want to put the money on is the one who's not turning the ball over. And what happens? When do you go on fast break? After a turnover.
And that's why passing is a risk. Like hitting cutters is super risky. It's a high risk, high reward. Because if you're not a good passer and you try to make that pass, it becomes a layup for the other team.
Yeah.
So that's why it's a high risk, high reward type of thing where if you are a great passer, you're automatically like this MVP type player. But if you're like a mediocre passer, then you're just like you're actually better off not even trying it, right?
So Coach, the free throw stat actually plays into the Moneyball philosophy, where you're looking at what players does this low, boring thing really good. Those are the players we want. And I don't know what Donovan Mitchell's free throw shooting stats were, but I'm assuming he's
pretty good.
Are the players getting to the line? Because that's another aspect of it. Can you get? Because there are a lot of great free throw shooters that cannot get to the line. Like that, you just can't.
Which Cam can, and that's one of the things I like about Cam is that you can make Cam just to be a slasher that can get to the line. Man, he could drop 20. He could get 8 on the paint and 12 on the line.
Yeah, especially late in the game. That's who you want in.
Right. That's who you want the free throw shooters in.
Because here's the thing: even if I'm sure there's a way to figure out the analytics of this. If you're the last place team in the league on getting to the foul line, but all the guys on your team shoot 90%, you're going to make more free. You're going to make more free throws than. You're going to have more points from free throws than the team that gets to the line more and only shoots 70% as a team or 75 or whatever, you know?
Okay.
So there probably is some analytics to that. You know what I'm saying? So.
Okay.
I was gonna say, if turnovers are objective statistics for let's say Moneyball, or and wouldn't steals be also?
Yeah.
So just to clarify, I just want to say this one thing because we mentioned something. I just wanted to say it in context. The turnover thing that y'all are mentioning is not just turnover; it's a live ball turnover, right? We're not talking about dead ball turnovers. We're not talking about shot clock violation. We're not talking about charge. You know what I'm saying, or things of that sort. We're just speaking to, e.g., this is what you're speaking to, right? Live ball turnovers.
Live ball
right?
turnovers. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Just because live ball turnovers create pass breaks for the other.
A player mistake.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Then again, cutting opportunities are more efficient than even transition opportunities.
Breezy, let me just tell you, down here in Orlando, maybe 4 years ago, I was playing and I was playing against college players and semi-pro dudes, and I'm 46 years old. You know what I'm saying? And this point guard was like, "Yo, cut," and I couldn't. I couldn't cut to the basket, bro. Like my legs wouldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like I just couldn't do it. I just that's the way it is. You know what I mean? Like there's some players that it just won't happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the majority of the players that are in the NBA right now can all cut to the rim, and you know what I'm saying. Like it's not this special skill that Obi. Like I see what you've been hitting at this whole time. You're trying to say that Obi has this special skill to cut to the rim more than other people, which he doesn't. He doesn't possess this magical ability.
No, Coach. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, I know I'm an Obi stan, but what I'm saying is, that's the play that is now. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of players that can't do that. They're asked to do that. They just can't.
And they can't do it in one. And to piggyback what you said, Bo, they can't do it in one motion. Not only can they cut, they might be able to cut, but they cut and go up for the shot at the same without breaking stride.
It's a different skill, dude.
That's a wide receiver. Cannot catch and run. Right?
Yeah, wide receivers.
Yeah.
Well, that's not what I haven't seen Obi.
Obi cutting and not cutting the ball.
Obi is an elite wide receiver, but we need quarterbacks.
Now I've seen Obi catch it on the from at the corner. I mean, on a break, the free throw line extended and then finish at the rim. But cutting up. I'm just cutting it in the flow of the offense is different than cutting then going to the rim on a fast break.
No, I'm just saying that the new offense right now is like more cutting, more shooting out to the three,
positional versatility.
Yeah, it's a different skill. You know what I mean? Like it's no more posting up, jab stepping,
jab step,
isolating.
I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying there's a lot of guys, in the NBA that could do that. Besides Obi.
I would say this though, Coach. There's not a lot of players on the Knicks who's willing to do it though.
Willing to do what?
Willing to cut.
Obi's one of them.
Cam's also a slasher.
Well, again, you have to have a player that hits the cutters. So, like,
right, it's the same conversation.
Yeah,
it's the same conversation we've been having. People are frustrated that Julius Randle doesn't want to be the role man. Why be the role man when you know you're never gonna get the ball?
Yeah.
Right? That's what I'm saying. The people are like, man, Randall is so big and so agile and so strong. Why would he never roll? Because clearly you hadn't been watching Knicks basketball.
And he hasn't been told and asked to do it.
Right. And then the dudes that have been doing it for the Knicks are always injured.
Yeah, because you're knocking knees, you're knocking shoulders. It's just a high contact move.
Yeah.
It's an indictment on the roster composition. It's an indictment on some coaching,
but I think you fixed it.
And IQ,
adding Brunson and Hartenstein. I think it's over. I think it's fixed.
It doesn't completely fix it. It helps.
I think it's completely fixed. I think it's like a conversation in the past.
But you need to emphasize it still. Like even the great players that are great passers, they still have to have good coaching to emphasize their strength.
And you have the coach of the year. Like I know we shit on Tibbs, but he didn't really have the personnel to run that. You can't run a cutting offense without passers because then it becomes a fast break for the other team. So you literally cannot do it because if you try to run a cutting offense without passers, it becomes a turnover.
So EG, you saying that the Knicks played basketball last year with a bum knee, like they had to limp their way through the games, because they were a little held back and they were limping through the game.
Kemba Walker.
Okay. No, I'm not throwing shade. I'm just saying, like,
literally and figuratively.
It's like a bum knee. All right, I got you. All right, so you just had to walk your way through the game because you didn't have the elite passing to run the plays that Thibs would otherwise call.
Yeah, and we know he would call those plays because he ran with Joakim Noah, who is an elite passing big. He knows how to run through a passing big, and it's just gonna be a fun season for the Knicks. It's going to be so much fun. Just blowouts after blowouts after blowouts. Like you're going to be blowing everybody out, and you're going to be like, "How are we blowing all these teams out?" Like,
what?
Like it's going to be a lot of fun.
Damn. All right.
Wow. If we're going to be blowing teams like that, there needs to be people lining up blowing you, my friend.
Whoa.
Well, this just turned in Knicks at night. All right. Welcome to the hole.
Oh, come on. There was no trigger word or curse or anything. You're fine with the YouTube algorithm. You're good.
Yeah, easy, y'all. Just come on, man.
All right, my bad. We've been on for five hours. My mind's a little messed up.
He went off the camera. He got embarrassed. Like, don't do that.
Yeah. I'm rocking. I ain't going nowhere, bro.
Yeah,
I'm rocking. I'm not going nowhere. ET, you got a few more minutes left.
Yeah, I would love to
Coach, you got a few more minutes left.
Yeah,
hey, I'm
I would love to someone.
I'm rocking, bro.
So I'm literally saying Isaiah Hartenstein is going to be an MVP level player, and I haven't got any pushback. Like where is the pushback?
We've decided. I think
we're already defeated after the trade, man. We're defeated. That's
you're defeated already.
And so EG, what it is we are in a grieving state, and that's okay, right? We're because we legit had a loss. We were told that Donovan Mitchell was a Knick. We don't have him, and we won't ever get him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. And so right now we're trying to come to grips of a player not being here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things. That's what I'm saying. That's what.
Y'all just don't even know it.
It's not.
He's out of my life.
No, it's not, Don. Don't. I know we want to spin positivity on this, but it's not good. It's not good.
Right,
this would have pushed the Knicks ahead 3 years, man.
So
it's gonna be it.
All right, so here's the thing. We still got our assets.
Because I know how good Hartenstein is.
Hey, hold on. Y'all talking about two different things.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me respond to Shelly.
Yeah.
We still have the assets that we have today next season. So it's like Donovan Mitchell is the end all be all. Y'all telling me that we can't pull all of our assets to potentially get another star?
Okay, let me answer right there.
All right, so wait, Sally, let me ask. So, Don P, is that a rhetorical question, or are you asking?
No, I need an answer because
so if you need an answer, stop right there. If you need an answer, then all right, go ahead, Sally.
Okay, so if you get Donovan Mitchell and you make a deep run into the playoffs, you're now a team other people want to come to. That's it.
But that didn't answer my question, though.
It did answer your question.
I asked you. I said, with all the assets that we have now, are you telling me? Because it's not like we was planning to get Donovan Mitchell.
Get back to the question. What was the question?
With all the assets that we have now, can we make a push for another star via trade?
Who?
Okay, all right. That's the question. With all the assets we have right now, can you make a push for another star?
Okay, I'll answer that. Okay, next season. Why would a star come to the Knicks?
It doesn't. If you're trading for a star, it doesn't matter whether they want to come or not. You're trading for them. We're not talking about the
yes, but practically I don't know who anybody who's available. Like I'm trying to like
right. There's nothing.
Everybody
man.
like maybe De'Aaron Fox. Like
he's not Donovan Mitchell.
He's not. You know.
No, we didn't know that the dude from the Kings was available. The point guard.
Halliburton.
We didn't know he was available.
So
we didn't even talk about him.
Don, which I think would have been easier is to get the Donovan Mitchell trade done, which I can't believe the Jazz turned down that offer in July. But get the Donovan Mitchell trade done, and then sign a free agent.
Who's available as a free agent?
Like, I don't know who's coming out. I mean, I don't know.
What year are you talking about? You talking about 2023?
Yeah, I think that the Knicks should have been made a push to be in the NBA Finals either next year or the year after, and you can make that push with Spider.
Wait, hold on, Sally. Let me ask you a question. Going off of Don P's question. Now, let's say we traded RJ, Obi, and Grimes, right?
Yeah,
and 3 unprotected for Donovan. Let's just say.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, your roster is Brunson, Mitchell, Randall, and Cam, and Mitch.
Yeah.
Right. Who's your bench, and who do you get after that? Who's the star that you go after, and what do you have to go after that star?
Are you asking me that question, Bo?
No, I'm asking Sully.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean that's a tough spot for the New York Knicks, and that I don't disagree with your take. I can't disagree with your take, but you have 2 All-Stars on the starting lineup. It's a lot better than
what's the All-Stars?
You have Randall and Spider.
Randall wasn't an All-Star the last year. He was.
I didn't say last year, but he is an All-Star player.
2 years ago. 2 years ago.
I don't want to cut hairs, Bo. Like at the end of the day, I don't want to be right about when Randall was an All-Star.
Not an All-Star either.
Right. Like I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to have a conversation of when the guy was an All-Star. The point blank is you have Spider and Randall who are All-Stars, and you have Jalen Brunson who you just paid $100 million to, and now you still have an elite. You have 2 elite rim protectors by EG. And you got a wing that's a big wing. You got Fournier who can still shoot. The defensive stats said he was there. You have the team before the run. You got the team before the run is designing.
Hold on, you say
you have a team that's one piece away.
Right.
You say we have a wing. Who's the wing? Cam? You saying Cam is the wing?
You could run Cam at the wing. You could start Fournier. What's wrong with them? I mean, a lot of teams.
Oh,
Mavericks.
Okay, so,
hold on, Bo. The Mavericks reached the Western Conference Finals with Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock. Yeah. What? I mean, come on, man. It isn't like you need an all-star Kawhi.
That's the power of passing. It's the power. That's the power of having Luka and a Brunson together.
So you're gonna try to compare Luka, Brunson, and Finney-Smith to Cam, Fournier, and
Brunson, Spider, and Randall.
Randall?
Oh man,
Randall has he's only smelled the first round of the playoffs. And when he smelled the first round of the playoffs, he didn't do well.
I don't know.
I
don't know how to make this friendly in the sense of I don't want to say you're wrong, but what I'm trying to communicate, Bo.
Am I wrong? What did Randall do in the first round of the playoffs?
I don't want to talk about. I'm not talking about Randall. We're talking about Donovan Mitchell trade. I thought we were talking about Donovan Mitchell.
So what I'm saying is,
it's good.
If you get Mitchell here, right? You get Mitchell, Brunson, Randall, Cam, and
Mitch Robinson.
Mitch Robinson, right?
Right.
Who else do you have? You have Rose, and who else?
You still had Grimes.
And who else?
You still have Fournier.
No, Fournier is going.
Why is he going? He was part of the trade.
He has to make the money work.
Who else you got?
Well, I guess you're going to have to figure it out. I'm not the coach, but I still make the trade.
You got Hartenstein, right? You got Hartenstein.
You got Hartenstein.
Okay, Hartenstein, Grimes. Who else? Who else you got
on the bench? I mean, you're only going.
What are we rolling? 12 deep?
I mean, you're only playing 8 players, man. I mean, I don't get it. You play 8 players a game. This isn't hockey.
So let's go over it again. You got Brunson, You got Mitch.
Yeah.
D. Mitch.
Right.
You got Cam. You
Right.
got Randall, and you got Mitch. Right.
Right.
And then off the bench, you got Hartenstein and who?
Grimes, Rose, IQ.
Grimes and Rose. Rose, right? You can maybe 20 games. And then who else?
Bo, I think you know the roster, my friend. You got IQ. You got Grimes.
I'm saying like
Hartenstein.
Like so.
Hartenstein.
What I'm saying is that team will get gutted, right? For one player, and then you can't draft for another 5 years.
You can draft, but you just can't trade a pick.
Yeah, but hold on. You can draft, but it's every other year, right?
Hey, Bo, let me ask you a question, brother.
And
if you drive your car, let's say you buy a brand new Lexus, right? And you drive it for 3 years, and you go to the dealership. Even though you're not going to get what you paid for, you're going to get something, right? You're going to get it. You're going to get something from the dealership, right, Bo? What's the difference, man? If things ain't working out, you trade Spider 2 years from now. Who cares?
Yeah, and you recruit some of the stuff that you traded away.
Yeah, so it's not a 3. It's not a 5-pick trade. It's a 2.5.
Yeah, and then if you trade them, it's not like you trading a 34-year-old man. You just trade somebody 29, 28, 29.
I'm with Bo on this one.
So let me do this real quick. Hold on.
Oh my
God. So the Knicks at night. The Knicks after party is coming your way at 11. I'm gonna keep this live stream going. I'm gonna see how long we can go. EG, you hanging out? Coach, you hanging out? Sella, you hanging out? Bo, you hanging out?
Yeah, it depends.
Yeah. I'll probably leave in a couple of maybe like
Kelly ain't get off the hook that quick.
Yeah, because I was
that quick. I've been here since we opened for 5 hours.
Yeah, 5 hours. Yo, I'm Coach. I think I might try that 24-hour live stream, bro. Right now. I think I might try it right now.
Wow.
Easy marathon. Okay.
Yeah, I think I just need a little help from my friends.
He's looking up like
a little help from my friends.
Yeah,
there's always going to be somebody wanting to pop in on the chat.
I'll take a shift.
Yeah, man.
Coach is looking up at that fan. Yeah. I don't want that heat.
I'll jump on when I wake up. I
ain't scared, bro. Hey, I ain't scared of nobody. Trust
I'll
me.
help you.
Yeah, man. I just need some help, so I might do it. So we're at 5 hours and 20 minutes.
Running backs for a long time. I ain't scared of that.
Yeah, man. I think I might try it, man. I might try. I'm not gonna say we're gonna be successful, but we might try it. But the Knicks at Night podcast. I'm sorry. The Knicks after party will be on. We'll run both simultaneously, right? So basically, what you'll see on Blorange Tears, you'll see 2 shows running at once, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it'll be 2 shows on YouTube. At once those guys are getting ready to jump on in like 10 minutes.
I mean, I don't want to steal their thunder, bro. You can just rock with them, and I'll sit back and watch them for a minute. And then I'll get back on after if you want. I mean, I don't care either way.
It's up to y'all, but I'm rocking.
Because I don't want to take away from their viewership if some people just stay here.
Who's them, Coach? You talk about?
You just cross market the streams in the chat. Man.
No, I'm saying that. I'm talking about the after party guys. They have their own little show.
I think Freezy's running a little A and B testing, man. See what.
I got you.
Yeah, and then plus, it's not about how many views you get live. It's also about replay value, also. Mm-hmm. So it's a lot of stuff that go into it. So
business decisions.
Yeah, man. So EG, now I'm not trying to get you fired up, bro. But since we're here, what does it take for us to get to a point where we see Hartenstein surpass Mitchell Robinson? Like what's the jump off point?
Mitchell Robinson will have to be injured.
No. I think it'll be very obvious in training camp that Hartenstein's a better player. I think he'll be outplaying Mitchell Robinson basically every play in training camp. Wow. He did the same thing last year with Zubac, but he was just fighting to make the roster. So they weren't even considering it. Like he was just fighting to make the like he was like playing against Giles. So they weren't even starting job wasn't even an option. It was just
So they kept him over Harry Giles?
Yeah, they kept him over Harry Giles. That was a big competition going into it was kind of ridiculous. But anyway, so in training camp, I'm sure he'll be out playing Mitch Robinson like basically every play. When the season starts, but they'll just be like, oh, that was just training camp. Right, that's just training camp. We gave Mitchell, so Mitchell's going to start the season probably as a starting center because they gave him the contract. It's going to be 10 games in. There's going to be a game where Hartenstein puts up a ridiculous stat line. I'm talking 30, 20, 10 type stat line.
What?
30 points, 20 rebounds, 10 assists because he's going to play in more drop coverage. One of the things with the Clippers is that because he was contesting he contested the most shots per 36 in the NBA. That put him out of rebounding position. So he didn't get a lot of defensive rebounds, even though he's a great defensive rebounder. So in drop coverage, he's going to have these insane rebound games. So where he's going to have like 20 rebound type games, where both offensively and defensively, he's just going to have these insane rebounds. And he also has the passing ability to get a rebound, get an assist, get a rebound, get an assist, especially with all the missed shots that Barrett throws up, that Randall throws up. He's going to get those rebounds and then get an assist out of it. And that's going to be a lot of his offense early on. But he's going to end up having like this 30-point, 20 rebound, 10 assist type games. And then when he has one of those games, they're going to monster game. They're going to consider starting him. He's going to have that in like 3 games in. Probably 3, maybe 5 games in, he's going to have that game. And then once he has that game, they're going to consider starting him, and then he's going to have another one of those games, and then they're going to start him.
EG,
so he's going to have.
So
you're talking about
8
games.
8 games, 10 games around there.
EG, you can't believe this, bro. Come on, man.
What do you
Come
mean?
Come on, bro.
Do you know what Jokic had when they put him in the starting lineup?
Come on,
like
bro.
literally 27, 18, and 9. Like literally, that was the moment they put him in the starting lineup. He was a bench player. They put him in the starting lineup. He's 30 points, 30, 20, 30, 15. It was basically a 30, 20, 10 game. Right?
EG, real quick. You got the Grizzlies, the Pistons, the Magic, the Hornets, the Bucks, the Cavs, the Hawks, the 76ers, and then the Celtics.
Yeah.
So it's more likely this is going to come against the Hornets or the Magic.
Yeah, probably. Well,
everyone, write down those 2 games.
This is the first.
The
games. Say it again. Say it again. Sorry.
So the schedule starts off Grizzlies, Pistons, Magic, Hornets.
It's going to happen against the Pistons.
Bucks, Cavs.
It's going to happen
Hawks.
against the Pistons most likely because the Pistons have no big. So it's going to happen against the Pistons most likely.
So,
but they're going to be like, well, yeah. So the Pistons most likely.
So that's game 2.
Game 2.
All right.
Yeah, and then but then he's going to do it over.
Mark that down, fellas.
Game
2 of the season. Hartenstein.
Yeah. I'm a Hartenstein fan, but he's not going to get 30, 20, 10 and like play over Mitch.
Well, these are the stats. People don't really. When a player puts up a higher PER, true shooting percentage, and an assist percentage than James Harden in a bit, like look what happens when James Harden went into the first game of the year when he was a starter with the Houston. First game, 37 points. Second game, 44 points. The moment the player got the opportunity to play, first of all, he got better because, it was a year of improvement. And second of all, it's the moment they got that opportunity, they exploded. They went crazy. And I think something very similar is going to happen with Hartenstein, where he's going to set all his career highs like in the first 5 games of the season. So that's what's going to likely happen. So, but he's going to be out playing. The preseason is going to be wild too, because he's going to have some crazy preseason games too, where he's going to show everybody that his talent. But they're going to be like, "Oh, it's just preseason. Yeah, we blew him out by 20 points, and Hartenstein had like 20 points and 10 rebounds or whatever. But that was just preseason. Then he does the season, and then you're gonna really see it. You're gonna really see it. So, but yeah. So it should be fun. So second game of the year. But I don't know like I said, 8 games in, he's likely going to start. All this to change if there's an injury or something, which is all possible. Like it's always possible that against injury, everything changes. But that's what I think. If healthy, 8 games, 10 games in, he's going to likely be the starter.
I'm looking at this team. He's not so optimistic because last year, looking at each position that we've improved on or the player has developed more is, for me, a definitive reason why we're going to increase our number of victories. So everyone who's saying we're going to still be a 37-win team or out of the play-in means that they're not looking at the fact that this team has, and it's not just that we've improved and everybody hasn't. I think we've improved more than everybody else has improved.
Yeah.
Especially at the key position. So center is a no doubt. So, I mean, obviously, it's been, stated with facts and with stats right now. There's no question about the center position.
Yeah.
Massive improvement. I personally didn't want to sign Mitch, Mitch Rob, but I'm okay with that we did it. It's a safety measure.
Yeah.
We covered ourselves.
He's likely going to ask a trade out of the Knicks. When Hartenstein takes the job, he's likely going to ask a trade out. He's on a very team-friendly tradable contract, which is
right.
And then you can use Mitchell Robinson, maybe trade for a star, maybe just trade him for picks. But that's likely what's going to happen. So he's likely going to ask to trade out because Tibbs is not going to play Mitchell Robinson when he has Hartenstein. It's just going to be like most likely they could play together, but I just don't. I just see Tibbs just being like, why would I sit Hartenstein? Let me just play him out. The game's over. You're going to see a lot of it. It's going to be a lot.
And definitely, the point is no doubt, there's no question. Even if we start with IQ, I didn't even want Brunson. If we had IQ start with Deuce backing him up, improvement over Burks.
Yeah.
Burks IQ combo. So right away,
improvement over what's his name? Walker?
And Kemba. Exactly. And Kemba. And then Grimes improvement over Fournier. I'm sorry. Fournier has his pluses and maturity and balance.
See, I think Fournier in the playoffs, you need a Fournier. So I think we need the playoffs. In the playoffs, when you get to the playoffs, Grimes, I can see Grimes is falling off in the playoffs because he's so young. Fournier won't fall off. I think Fournier will perform in the playoffs.
So we go RJ 2 and Cam 3 and try that combo. Then RJ's improvement over Fournier at the 2.
Do you see Hartenstein like a pick and pop, like top of the key type of player?
Okay, he's a pick and roll. So he's a roll. So he rolls. So like you set a pick and he rolls hard every single time. And he's a lob catcher. So he catches lobs. He dunks over people. That's the main thing. He can pick and pop, depending on what the coach asks for him. He can pick and pop. He can stretch the floor, but he's mainly a pick and roll type player. He mainly.
Have you ever watched Hartenstein's highlights?
Yeah. I mean,
because he catches on the short roll, and then he has a floater that he hits at 61%. I think top 5 in the NBA floater. So, so he catches on the little pocket pass, and he hits that better than basically 99 percentile. In the
I've seen him he's a good passer. He sets good screens. You know what I mean?
Well, one of the things that I noticed, one of the best gauging people in the game that gauge like players they can trust are superstars in the league. Like, would you say for the most part?
Yeah.
So what I've noticed, one thing I noticed when I got into that Hartenstein rabbit hole I did, I was watching a lot of footage of Hartenstein, and some of the things I noticed, guys that are normally ball dominant guys like Harden, Westbrook, PG, like he's played with superstars in this league. They without on a break, when normally they take it themselves, they've been on breaks and where Hartenstein's cutting and without barely looking at him, they only trust certain dudes with those kind of passes. And they were just, and I'm talking like Westbrook, Harden, PG-13, like these were guys looking and they're passing it to Hartenstein. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So like that's like one of these little things I noticed. I'm like, dang, like who the guys are actually passing to him on a lot of these highlights.
Yeah.
So if those guys can trust him, you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, of course they trust. When Hartenstein played with Paul George, the Clippers played like an 82-0 level team. When Hartenstein played with James Harden, the Clippers played like an 82-0 level team, right? every single time he played with a superstar, they were unbeatable. They would blow out teams. I think when both James Harden and Hardenstein played together, it was only 5 times when Hardenstein played more than 15 minutes. The Rockets won by an average margin of 26 points. One of those games was against the Nuggets, where Hardenstein played Plumlee. Plumlee had 0 rebounds. Like, he completely dominated. I think Hardenstein had 16 and 12 in like 18 minutes. It was incredible.
Well, that's why I think he would pair well with Obi off the bench.
Well, he would pair well with anybody, man.
No, but
there's no Obi out. Yeah, he would pair well.
What I'm saying is he's a great passer, up top.
Yeah.
He's a good
Brunson,
shooter.
Pairing him with Brunson, playing him with RJ, pairing him with Randall.
But I'm saying in the second unit,
it's everybody.
Yeah, in the second unit right now, he's a good, pick and pop type of player. Obi's a cutter. He's
decision maker. Hardenstein always makes the right read.
Yeah, so he'll be able to see Obi cutting and stuff like that. So
and you know what? And if Obi has gravity cutting, he will look at Obi and then no look pass it to an open guy in the corner or an open layup. So he will use Obi's gravity to create an open shot. That's how great of a player he actually is. So he will use Obi and then look at him and then, I'm about to pass to Obi. Whoop. No,
the Hartenstein laws of physics.
Yeah, it's going to be like
we're gonna have to start giving him a nickname, Mr. Wizard, something
or something.
The announcers will figure it out. It'll all fit in place. Everything will work out.
All right, so Isaiah Hartenstein by himself will make the Knicks NBA champs in a loaded Eastern Conference.
He has Brunson. He has prime. Hopefully he has a better year than he had last year. But he has prime Randall. So put those 3 together. Those are 3 all-star level players, and then you have RJ coming up. You have Quickly coming up. You have a really good rotation. Obviously, Obi is a
Randall's out of here. You think they're going to make it past the Raptors?
Huh?
You think they will make it past the Raptors?
Yes. Yeah. 100%. They're better than that. Like, who's the Raptors' best player? Who's the Raptors' best player?
Fiasco.
Spicy Pete.
Hardenstein is better than Siakam in every aspect of the game. They both were G League Finals MVPs. You can look at the stats. Hardenstein is better than Pascal Siakam in every aspect of the game. You can look at their stats at the same age, in the same role, because they're both role players at the same. He is better than Pascal Siakam in every aspect. Even
so you're saying we got Siakam? You're saying
you have Siakam if he was a 7-footer and had and Jokic's talent,
240.
Gobert's rim protection, except better than Gobert's rim protection. It's just not even. It's not even
blasphemy at this point, man. Come on, better than the Raptors.
Freezer, you gotta stop EG right now. You gotta stop him. Gotta stop him before he's.
But what's the alternative? The alternative is Julius Randle.
Julius Randle got to go, bro. He got to go. He's got to go. He got to go. He can't stay here, man.
But who's his replacement? And you're going to say Obi.
I don't care. I don't Obi's his replacement. Julius got to go, bro.
Julius Randle, I think Julius Randle, because of his passing ability, is likely going to be better than Obi mostly. Because Julius Randle is like a quarterback.
I don't need a jab, step back 3.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you jab, step back 3, and then Hardenstein gets the rebound and makes it into a layup.
I don't need
you can take a jab, step back 3 if you're obviously making layups out of it.
Nah, I don't need
Randall does that though. Randall does that when we're not making shots. Randall will halt your offense. I've been giving this thing to these dudes, and they out here throwing basketballs around like it's a circus. So let me ISO jab step pump fake rip through jab step pump fake rip through jab step.
Oh God, so annoying.
Yeah.
It's annoying because he does it when people aren't making baskets.
Right.
Easy. How many
people are making baskets?
Easy. How many Knicks games did you watch last night? Give me a roundabout number.
Not many. I watched it every single time the Nuggets played, which only twice, and then I watched it every single time the Clippers played, which is also
Just
so
twice.
four times. I
Okay.
think I also watched one time with the Cleveland Cavaliers. I think they
If you look up the raw like
So 5
assist
times.
percentage numbers, there's a lot of context missing in how Randall plays. He runs a lot of dribble handoff, a lot of two-man game, where there's only two end results into what happens when he passes. It's not like when he like Jokic or Hartenstein, where he'll hit the skip pass or he'll make the advanced read. So when you're automatically making the same two predictable plays over and over, you're going to have assists, but you're also going to have a lot of turnovers.
And he
And
goes left.
Randall's turnover rate is definitely higher than Jokic's, and he
And he
doesn't
goes
make
left
the
every
advanced
time.
read, and he doesn't have that IQ. So when you say
That's true.
passing, you
But as a
have to
third
be
option,
okay.
with Brunson, and I think it
Time out.
works as a third option.
As a third option, but he won't have as many opportunities to be the passer at the third option unless we start doing a lot of short rolls. Unless we start doing a lot of short rolls, and he
But
starts
then you
making
put
more-
him into more offensive rebounding position, right? So
Yeah. He could be a
he'll have
finisher
more,
too.
He'll have more. His efficiency will go up. His offensive rebounds will go up.
No.
I
Randall
would say
thinks
that,
he's mellow.
but time out.
Randall thinks he's mellow.
Thank you,
Time
bro.
out. Even when we had the ball out of his hands, the guy that on our team that got the offensive rebounds at a top two like big rate, literally was top two was Mitchell. Mitchell Robinson was
But
top
Mitchell
two
Robinson, see,
offensive
this is
rebound.
why passing is so powerful. When Mitchell Robinson gets the rebound, he goes up and
He
he gets
goes right
fouled,
back up.
and maybe it's like, maybe it's a
1 out of
free-
2.
It's 1 out of 2, right? When Hartenstein gets a rebound, it's a pass, open 3, right? And that's the difference, or a layup. It's a completely different type of offense when Mitchell gets a rebound versus when Hartenstein gets a rebound.
But this isn't even about Mitchell or against Hartenstein. This is more about properly contextualizing Randall's passing ability.
And
it's not as advanced as it might seem from the analytics, because if you watch him play, he does not make the advanced read. He makes the simple pass that will be.
But he's a
it will
better
be
passer
one
than
of.
Obi still.
Oh, of course,
Like,
he is.
Yeah.
He is, but
I
he'll make
feel like he has
he'll make the
more
direct
opportunity to throw it
pass
than
that
Obi.
will have the ultimate result, which will be a shot that will go up. Which is why he was pretty good with what's his name, Reggie Bullock, because he ran a ton of two-man game, and Reggie Bullock will put the shot up. But as far as like getting a pick, and then him seeing the cutter or seeing somebody in the corner that's away from the play, he's not doing that regularly because that's not really his game or his IQ. He's not Jokic. That's
He's
not a
not,
fault
yeah.
of his. Jokic is
Yeah.
an MVP caliber player, so I'm not going to fault him for that. But when you say passing, you have to contextualize it.
Yeah.
But that's
yeah,
all
and I agree with. I completely agree. The way I see Randall, I just look at it, Randall, and maybe Randall isn't the best fit. Like, that's a completely possibility. But I look at prime Randall. You need a prime player. You need a player in their prime, 28 years old. And I think Randall has the potential to be, because he had that amazing season. Like that doesn't disappear. That just doesn't disappear. That
a
ability
lot
to do
of
that.
it, a lot of
right?
it is based off of his jump shot. All
Mm.
basically all the amazing parts of his game was based on that jump shot, because he did basically everything else that he did the prior year: rebounds, assists. It's even the same amount of turnovers. It was that he shot 40% from 3 and shot like at a
Jay,
top 2 rate for mid range. That was the big difference. His jump shot.
and I will go further by saying that he surprised everybody, even the fan base, that he was hitting those jumpers.
Yeah.
And once they gave him the respect that he deserved from, I guess, according to his play in the playoffs, he wasn't able to repeat those same numbers.
Yeah.
Not in the efficient manner he did during the regular season, and not since. Even though he got that championship.
And a lot of the
Charles
reason
Smith
why he
was 20 and
struggled.
11 on the Clippers. Just saying. Charles Smith 20
said
and
what?
11 on the Clippers.
Charles Smith, the guy that missed the layup, that guy.
Charles Smith was
So
20 and 11.
Charles Smith was a solid professional player. Well, why
He
is that a
was
surprise? What do you?
20 points.
I don't understand that reference you keep making.
He
Help
was
me understand that reference, please.
He was 20 points and 11 rebounds on a bad team. That's Randall.
Well, they weren't a bad team though.
You put him on a good team, Randall is a.
They were like a top 5 team though.
If you put Randall on a good team, he's a 16-8 guy.
You just keep going and don't listen to the
Randall's
facts.
not a guy, dude. He's just
No.
he's just a good guy on a bad team. That's what I'm trying to.
Future championship, Randall.
Alright,
Future
see,
NBA champion, Randall.
Like
I would
I don't
ask you
understand.
He's going to be big in the
So
playoffs.
were we a bad team when we made the playoffs?
Yes,
He's
we
gonna be
were.
big in the
Yes, we
playoffs.
were.
No,
We were a bad team.
we was a terrific defensive team that had a lot of stops, and then you could add Rose to that he was making clutch shots. I'm not
If we
absolving Randall for his contributions to that. I'm
But
just
he's
saying
had the
that
same. He's had roughly the same stats his whole career, though, on every team he's been on.
No,
So
he hasn't. No, he
the whole
hasn't.
so what does
excuse.
No,
so
he
what
hasn't.
does that say about
No,
Randall?
he hasn't.
No,
Okay.
look at his
No,
stats.
let's just say, all right, coach.
Yo, I
Let's
think
just
you
say,
need to go look.
coach. Let's
Yeah.
just say you're right. Let's just say you're right, and he did have the same stats his whole career.
He
Why
got
is
better.
it that he only made the playoffs once during his whole career? And
You
I
mean
would
All-Star?
dig.
Because
I
it
would.
takes more than one player to do it.
He had arguably a better team in the Pelicans. Did he not?
The Pelicans?
Anthony
Well, he was only played
didn't
50
play a
games.
lot of that time. Anthony didn't play a lot of
Anthony
that time.
Davis didn't. Yeah.
They had him on the
It's
bench.
still
They
a
had
better
him
team.
sitting out literally.
Yeah, this Charles Smith and Pelicans thing, all of this stuff is fluff, bro.
It's
Yeah.
All of it.
Hey, I'm just saying the praises that we're singing about Julius Randle is based off of one season, one good season, not two good
He was a
seasons,
better
not
player
three
on the
good
Clippers
seasons,
than
but
Randall
one
was
good
on the
season.
Knicks.
And I won't even say the
No.
Knicks were a bad team last year. They weren't a bad team. They had a bad stretch, that 3-17 stretch. But if we were to, I know it's hard to just say take that out, but we were literally about league average or 500 team, or I think a few games over 500. We were a playoff team or play-in team. So it was just a terrible stretch and injuries.
Yeah, I think
threw
we
everything
just
off.
bashing Randall because unnecessarily because we just don't have nothing else to do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
We're just bashing Randall just
Yeah,
because
it's because we need a
he's
scapegoat.
he's a
Randall is
scapegoat. Yep.
trash.
That's
Right,
what we're going with.
and so, Bo, just real quick, Bo, that year that you said Charles Smith was 20-11, he was not.
Yes, he was.
And no, he wasn't.
What do you mean?
Okay. All right.
Bring it up. Bring it up. Bring it up on the screen. Please and thank you.
What
In that
season are
order.
you referring to?
The season before he came to the Knicks.
That was the fastest that came before this game.
He's 20-6 barely.
No, 20-11.
Well, where's the 11?
The year before
It was
came to the Knicks,
14.6
and 6 rebounds, and he was playing small forward.
Come on, man. Bring it up, man. He was 20-11.
Well,
what do you mean bring it up? He's showing you, bro. What do you mean bring it up?
11. Maybe he was 20-8. You can say that. Which
Might have been.
I mean, I guess maybe. Okay.
That was 2 years
before he came to the Knicks.
Yeah, it was before he came to the Knicks.
Yeah.
And the Knicks have pressure. There's pressure because.
Oh, my bad. 20-8. Okay. And Randall was what, 20-9? Oh.
No, you overlooking that other year between
moving
that.
the goalpost. That's moving the goalpost, man.
Okay. All right.
No, he was 14.6 the year he went to the Knicks.
Okay. All right.
The year before he went to the Knicks.
And Don also did the same thing. Don also said something that was a little bit out of bounds. I ain't gonna speak to it, but man, the Pelicans, come on, bro. You can't just keep bringing up the Pelicans, for the sake of diminishing what Randall does. You know what I'm saying?
Bring that year up. Bring Randall's year up.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I'm looking at the Randall stats right now.
We have to because he got to go. He got to go, bro.
Yeah, and look how efficient he was in those years.
Yeah,
right.
It shows that
coach.
As a finisher, he can do it. He could do it.
We don't need
Stop it, coach.
We don't need linebackers.
What are you talking about, bro? You got the worst takes. I'm sorry right now. I don't know what you're talking about half the time.
Yeah, because you all about football, bro. Like,
I haven't mentioned football in 4 hours. What are you talking about?
You like these little bruiser dudes.
What bruiser dude am I looking for?
21, 19, 24, and 20.
Yeah, coach,
like,
you just fell for the trap, bro.
Huh?
Coach, you just fell for the trap. It's the misdirection. You just fell for it.
Whatever, I know.
You fell for the okie doke, coach.
Yeah, it's the misdirection.
Yeah,
When
you got
you
me.
right,
I guarantee it won't happen again.
and then the year
Fool me once.
Yeah, and so what people are saying is that Randall wasn't able to do stuff like the year before. Look at Randall's assist totals: 3.6, 2.6, 3.1, 3.1. The year he was in the year he was with the first year with the Knicks, 3.1 assists, right? The year he was with the Pelicans, 3.1 assists. All these numbers look similar. Right? All the numbers look similar. Randall, his scoring was down. We all know why his scoring was down in that year. I'm not even going to mention the dude's name. But the next year, Randall improved, right? Randall improved his rebounding and assist totals. Randall basically doubled his career average in assists that next year, which is telling y'all that he was playing unselfish basketball, right? And people are saying, no, it's only because of his jump shot. It's not because of his jump shot, bro. It was because he was playing totally unselfish. He doubled his career assist totals in one season. And what we're looking at Randall and saying, well, he stopped shooting. He started shooting at mid-range. Nah, what was happening is Julius Randle the year before was cooking dudes on the baseline. Coach, you remember baseline Randle? You remember Randle on that baseline, and when we needed big buckets, we went to Randle on the baseline. And what happened is teams started double teaming Randle, and so Tibbs the next year moved Randle from that baseline where he could be double teamed to the top of the key where he could see the double team coming, right? And his numbers went down. And so we act like all this stuff is just Randle just being a psychopath. No, it's not as simple. It's not as simple as my man just lost his mind. Come on, bro. Yeah.
Look at his shooting percentages in them 2 years before he came to us.
Yeah.
His shot chart was different though.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, because of the situation he's put in, he had to change up his game. It's not like he made a conscious effort to be an a-hole. I mean, he's 27 years old. You thinking like between the age of 24 and 27, he becomes a different human being? I guess so.
I will say it's pretty rare for a guy to come into the league as mostly like a physical downhill guy and then develop a mid-range shot and a three-point shot. It's actually very difficult for a guy to change his particular skill set.
Right. Unless you're Zion Williamson or Charles Barkley.
Yeah, but he went from 52% to 41% field goal percentage.
41.
Yeah, he shot 41
that's what he shot. Yeah, this is what he shot last year, right?
He shot 45%.
No,
my bad. I'm looking at E field goal. My bad.
Yeah, that's terrible too, though.
It is.
Oh, power forward, that's not good.
Yeah, and
no, I agree.
But the thing is y'all, we are talking about Randall's, right? Go look at the rest of the Knicks. Go look at the rest of the Knicks and what they shot.
Yeah, RJ was not.
Right. RJ, Quickly, Burks, everybody except Rose and Fournier was trash. Everyone.
I think Randall is going to be an elite third option with Brunson and Hart. I think he's going to be an elite third option. And in third option, he's going to be great. What's his name? That played for the Lamar Odom type player. I think in that role, he's going to be really, really good for you.
Wait,
maybe not as good of a passer, but what's up?
Come on. He's gonna jump Randall. You think Tibbs is gonna let Hartenstein jump 100%, Randall as an option?
100%. He's going to
make
jump Randall.
But where does RJ? Where does RJ?
It's going to take a lot longer for that to happen, but it's that's going to happen. Well, first of all, it's going to be like a team thing, right? When you start seeing the stat lines, you'll understand. But yeah.
EG, what clip do I have to watch of Hartenstein to be on the Heart Radio station with you guys? I need to get on that same channel that y'all on, that frequency that y'all on. I need to know.
It's the passing, man. It's the passing. It's the no-look passing. And then Well,
I watched the tape of him against Jokic, and he was getting killed by Jokic.
Who? Who's
I
gonna be?
heart.
Well, first of all, everybody gets killed by Jokic because he's Jokic. First,
I'm saying
it's like, oh yeah, he got killed by LeBron. Like
it was looking bad. Like it was looking bad.
Wait,
Like,
who?
he wasn't even. Like,
He's only played
I
Jokic
heart.
like 2 times. Hartenstein's only played Jokic like 2 times. One game, and he was playing Jokic pretty well. Like, you know, no one really plays Jokic super well. But the thing is with Jokic is when you're a great defensive player, Jokic beats you with his passing, right? So even if you can't beat you 1-on-1, he'll make a pass, and then your teammates will. Because Hartenstein was playing with Luke Kennard. Luke Kennard is literally one of the worst defensive players I've ever seen in my life. Like, so as good as how great Hartenstein is defensively, he can't cover up all of Luke Kennard's defensive weaknesses when he's playing against a Jokic, right? Where Jokic then he obviously hits backdoor layups and then you know, it's complicated. Defense is not like a one-man thing. It's there's a team aspect to it. So what was the question? Like, what was the question? So yeah, what was the question?
So he wants to know what footage to look at. I'm sorry.
Oh, what footage to look at? Well, our Hartenstein on Reddit, I have clips after clips after clips. I have stats after stats. I've written over 45 articles about Hartenstein, you know, point by point, because I was high on Hartenstein before, based on his Nugget stats and his G League stats. I was high on Hartenstein coming in, and then I made that. I made the Hartenstein before he was traded from the Nuggets, and then after I kept with it, and he kept on putting up historic stat. He put up Jokic level stats with the Cavs. So over, you know, so I've made over 45 art. So our Hartenstein on Reddit is where you go to see on Reddit. Our Hartenstein.
So when he makes the All-Star game, are you going to be in Salt Lake City for it?
No, probably not. Probably not.
You should, man. That's one of his greatest moments. His early greatest moment.
I'm good.
Before you get to the MVPs.
Yeah, it's. You know what's going to happen? This is the same thing that freaking happened with Jokic. It's like I called Jokic MVP, and then 2 years later, it's like, oh yeah, everyone knew Jokic was going to be MVP, and it's going to be the same thing with Hartenstein. Like 2 years later, like 5 years from now, it's like, oh yeah, everyone thought Hartenstein was going to be like that 3-time MVP. It's like,
right.
It's like,
I hope you're right.
Yeah, but it's just incredible. Like Hartenstein, literally, his advanced stats were Tim Duncan level. Like literally Tim Duncan level, like the career averages of Tim Duncan, which is just I can't even describe.
How many guys can you name have been in the league for 3 or 4 years and never started but become MVP?
I can't name anybody that puts up the stat line, the skill set Hartenstein has. I can't name anybody. Hartenstein is uniquely great.
Going on his 6th year. You understand? He's on his 6th year.
He's never had an opportunity again.
Is it his 6th
it's a lack
year
of
or is it
opportunity.
I thought it was
It's a lack of opportunity, not a lack of skill, right? It's all politics. Once he gets his opportunity, you're going to see these stat lines that are just going to blow your mind.
Yeah, Jokic didn't really start full time until his 3rd year.
Yeah, man, I was freaking. If I was a GM of a team, the moment they benched Jokic, I would have been calling Tim Conley up. It'd be like, hey, you want DeMarcus Cousins? You want DeMarcus Cousins? Right? I'll give you DeMarcus Cousins and 2 first-round picks right now for Jokic that you just benched.
Yeah, but
you just benched him. You just benched, and then with Tim Conley, I could have got it done. I could have got it done.
So you're not a fan of Tim Conley?
No, I'm not a fan of Tim. Tim Conley I was saying the Nuggets should have had a dynasty with Jokic. Like they should have had the most wins in their franchise history. Jokic is a 2-time MVP, but because of Tim Conley, what did he do in the draft? Where he drafted Donovan Mitchell and traded him for Trey Lyles. Are you kidding? Imagine if we just and it wasn't even Donovan Mitchell. The 14th pick in that draft was Bam Adebayo, who would have been the perfect. He would have been the perfect 4 next to Jokic.
Yeah,
like. And then there's so many little trades that he made over. He traded Nurkic, who would have worked next to Jokic if they gave him a chance. He traded Nurkic for Plumlee. He traded Nurkic and a 1st-round pick for Plumlee.
You know, we could have had Donovan Mitchell, but we drafted somebody else instead of Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah. Well, the Nuggets actually had the pick. Like literally, Donovan Mitchell put on a Nugget. Like Nuggets.
He put on the hat.
He put on the hat, man. He put on the freaking hat. Like,
and did y'all have Jamal Murray at the time?
We did. We did. We had Jamal Murray at the time. Anyway, I can't. You know.
Yeah.
So I'm not a big fan of. And the moment I loved it because all the Nuggets fans were like so mad that we traded Tim. The moment Tim Connelly got to the Timberwolves, he traded the entire Timberwolves future away for freaking Gobert. Like, come on, no. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan. I would,
I can tell.
I'm not a big fan. But, he drafted Jokic. So, which is, by the way, I put all the credit for that for Karnisovas, who is now the GM of the Bulls. Karnisovas, I think, is the one that was responsible for scouting and drafting Jokic.
When was Jokic drafted?
2014. He was in 2014 draft. If he was drafted 41st, it was the same draft as Embiid.
Second round.
And Wiggins. It was the Wiggins draft.
He was a second round draft.
Jabari Parker was in that draft.
And Clean Anthony Early.
Who?
Wait,
so
the Knicks passed up on him.
Hey, Anthony, you got
value passing. Just imagine if you value passing. Like, oh, we have this big man that can make no-look passes. Let's pick him up. Let's just imagine if you value that over like being able to jump high. Like, then you would have an MVP on your team.
Freeze likes triggering our PTSD. That's what he likes to do.
I saw him live in MSG, and he torched the Knicks. He had like 40-something points. He cooked the Knicks.
He cooked them. Yeah.
I was like, who is this guy? He started like 50-something games that year, though.
Yeah, he was like pulling up for three. You know, cooking us, and
he was abusing him on a low block too, just like bullying him out the way.
The fakes. Well, everything that goes around comes around. So you're about to have your own version of that, like where he just comes out of nowhere. It's like, hey, who's this like white Serbian, like European big that just automatic like scoring 40 points on us? Like that's what's going to happen with you guys.
You're right.
So just enjoy it. It's going to be a lot of fun. You're going to have a lot of fun.
Well, if it doesn't happen, I'm gonna call you out.
Well, how is it not going to like?
How is it not going to happen?
How is it not going to happen?
Are all your predictions correct?
But Tibbs doesn't.
Not true, but
Tibbs doesn't play him the minutes.
When I have this much evidence for a prediction, I don't see Tibbs not playing him. Like if Tibbs.
What about
if Tibbs didn't play him? That would obviously not work. But I just don't see Tibbs not playing him. The way Tibbs loves winning basketball and he loves his rim protection bigs. Hartenstein's literally the best rim protector in the NBA. Like the way Tibbs has run through Joakim Noah before, the way I just don't see him not playing.
Do you see Hartenstein playing like a little power forward?
Tibbs doesn't care about advanced analytics.
He doesn't care. He does not care. He cares about winning, right? He cares about winning. And Hartenstein makes you win. So he's going to play Hartenstein.
But can Hartenstein play a little power forward with like Sims?
He's the best. That's one-on-one.
He was drafted as a power forward.
He was drafted as a power forward.
Okay.
He's the best one-on-one defensive big 7-footer in the league.
So can you see it? Can you see him playing center with Obi and?
Yeah, he can play center with anybody. You put him on the floor, he's going to be good for you.
Coach, any coach, position. I didn't ask you. I asked him.
You always slide an Obi in there, bro. It's funny. I just giggled to myself.
RJ, he'll be good with anybody. You put him with Brunson, definitely. I think adding I wouldn't say the Knicks would win the championship if they didn't add Brunson. Like I think they would just made like the second round or something. But because they added Brunson and Hartenstein, I think they win the championship. I think that was the key. Right? They added Brunson and Hartenstein.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Gathering our collective breaths.
That would be something.
I'm mad to go do my Hartenstein research.
I wanted to be right. 100%. That would
I just don't know how I'm wrong. That's the thing. How am I wrong?
All right,
I mean, you have the numbers.
Can you hear me? Greeny, can you hear me? Greeny, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I hear you.
So we're at the 6 hour mark, bro, right? And I am legit fired up and excited to have the Cam Reddish All-Star debate right now. Right?
Okay, I'll be on the side. I don't think he's going to be an All-Star. I don't think he'll be an All-Star. I'll be the against. You guys can argue for him. I'll be on the other side. Of it. You're 4. I'll be on the against side.
Right. All right.
I'm ready for the debate. I can argue the Cam Reddish debate. Right. I wasn't really high on him during the draft.
All-Star is tough.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time,
But I do think he has the potential. I said All-Star on Cam Reddish name. That's tough to say. If you're going all the way there, because that's a lot. Like he has to average a lot. Then you got to win the popularity contest because the All-Star game is a popularity contest. So
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you how for the first thing Cam Reddish needs to do, in order to win, the hearts and minds of NBA fans, is stop being so smug. Right? Stop telling people you a star off rip. You walk in a place, every facility you walk in, and you like, yeah, I'm the best MFer in here.
Word.
That does tend to rub people the wrong way, and then when they ask you to prove it, you get hurt. Right? Right? What I'm going to ask you is this: what player on the Knicks moves like Cam Reddish?
Obi Toppin.
None.
No. Yeah.
No. You are
insane
if you think Obi Toppin moves like that. Obi Toppin.
Right?
He's the most smooth athlete. He's definitely the most smooth athlete on the Knicks. It's not even close.
Right, and he was the smoothest athlete on the Hawks. Right, he was the smoothest athlete on the Hawks. What I'm gonna say to you,
he's the smoothest scorer on the Knicks.
But he stayed hurt. He stayed dinged up. So Cam Reddish has what you call the natural ability.
He do stay hurt.
But he can't stay. But he can't stay healthy, man. But he can't stay healthy. So what I'm gonna invite you to, if you listen to anything that EG 14,000 said, what I'm gonna do is invite you to a conversation about how if Jalen Brunson can help unlock Isaiah Hartenstein, Cam Reddish will be a star. Right, and here's why. Here's why it is. I had his stuff pulled up, and then I got away from it. Right, so I'm just gonna pull it. I'm gonna pull it back up. Yeah, towards.
I would just say I don't think Brunson unlocks Isaiah Hartenstein. I think Brunson unlocks the championship. Hartenstein unlocks everything by himself with his skill set. I'm just like that's just to clarify. So anyway, you continue.
Did you just say? What did you just say?
I just said Brunson unlocks a championship for the Knicks. He does not unlock Hartenstein. Hartenstein unlocks everybody else with his passing ability, with his skill set. So, anyway, so continue. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Hey, Freezy. I just want to say, I almost called the Lakers Utah 3-way trade. I almost called it. Remember back in the day? Did
the Lakers 3-way trade happen?
Back a few months ago, I said the Lakers were going to get involved in that three-team trade. It almost happened, but it didn't happen.
Oh.
So, I just want to put that out there. I put that out there in the universe, and it almost happened, but it didn't happen.
All right. Let me say this. Let me say this to you called it.
Thank you. Thank you.
But let me say this. EG, what takes a guy with unlimited basketball skills, takes him from being just a random guy to a superstar? What's the one skill they have to do? What have to have?
It's basketball IQ and it's passing ability. Because the most efficient shot in basketball is a cutting layup. So you can be one of the best mid-range shooters, you can be one of the best scorers, but if you don't generate cutting opportunities, the offense can't run through you, right? So you can, so that's why you. There's a bunch of examples of that, but it's passing ability. It's being able to turn your talent, your unbelievable talent, into cutting opportunities, and that's what I don't think Cam Reddish does very well. That's why I think he'll be a role player.
All right, and so this is why I bring up the argument. At the moment, Cam Reddish has a career turnover percentage of 12%. Right? That means every 8 times he touches the basketball, it's going to result 8. Was it 7?
No, it's so turnover percentage is the percentage of turnover. So like if the team has 10 turnovers, you're likely responsible for 12% of it. So it's how many turnovers you're responsible for.
Okay.
So it's
not
like how much you touch the ball. Like it's not like he's turning it over 12% of the time. It's that for every turnover the Knicks have, he's responsible for 12% of them when he's on the floor.
Okay. So if the Knicks have a 10 turnover game, he's responsible for 1.2.
Yeah.
If they have 20, he's responsible for 2.4.
Yeah.
Right.
When he's on the floor. So if he was on the floor the entire game, then
right.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
And so with that said, Cam Reddish's career assist percentage is 7.4. Right.
Whoa.
Right.
That's like a center.
That's not even. That's not like a Hartenstein.
No.
That's not like a Jokic.
Center. Not Hartenstein and those are point centers. Those are not. Those are like.
You said center. You said center.
Yeah. Okay.
You said center.
It's like you know what I mean.
You mean like Mitchell Robinson? That's like Mitchell Robinson.
Like Mitchell Robinson.
Right.
4 turnovers.
Right. Yes. Cam Reddish has a propensity to turn it over and not pass. And so you know what that gives. You know what that gives people the impression of, right? Cam Reddish is a ball hog that doesn't trust teammates. That's what Cam Reddish is
straight
right
check.
now. Right.
I feel like that just comes with him having a point to prove. Like you said, Freezy, he walk in the building feeling like he the star. So when he get the ball, he just feel like he trying to prove to people that he is star. And that just results to him just putting his head down and getting that tunnel vision.
Right.
Nobody want to play with that.
Nah, I watched that game when he scored 17 points. Before he scored them 17 points, he was asking for the ball. And he wasn't getting the ball that much until towards the end of the fourth quarter.
Right.
And there was no plays called for him. He wasn't getting the ball that much. And when he finally did get the ball, he was supposed to swing it. But instead, what he did was he got his. And the fans was happy about that. So
but you know who is not happy about that?
Opportunities.
But you know who is not happy about that?
What's up?
Coaches.
I understand that. But how he not got that 17 points, there would have been a stronger case of, Cam is not who we think he is. He doesn't have that potential. It's like, what do you do when you don't have the opportunity to showcase your skill set?
Yeah, but playing with a dude like that, you don't
plays called for you.
Nah, his team doesn't want to play with a dude like that. Like, you stand on the sideline while this dude is trying to get his. Like, that's not team ball. I don't want to play with a dude like that.
That's one of the points that I'm getting at. Like you notice when I first started this, I ate a couple of cucumber slices, whatever. I just like cucumbers, man. Don't judge me, right? But when I first started, I mentioned Cam Reddish humbling himself. Cam Reddish thinking he's the baddest MFer on the planet, right? He don't need help from anybody. Cam Reddish is hero ball personified, right? And so his career numbers indicate that. Like Cam Reddish, who people say is a walking bucket, you know what his field goal percentage is for his career? 38.7% from the floor for his career.
30
for a wing player.
Oh, that's so bad.
For a wing player, he's 38. He's a scorer that can't score. But he makes up for it with his 3-point shooting. You know what his 3-point shooting is for his career? 32.5. 32.5. So he's a shooter that can't shoot.
Oh,
right?
Hey, the stats don't lie. The stats don't lie. But I will say this: R.J. Barrett and other players on the team had to work for every shot they got. When Cam Reddish scored them 17 points, that was the easiest 17 points I've ever seen.
What? What does that even mean? What is that? If he's only shooting 38%, how is it easy? Like,
what you mean? What you mean? How is it easy?
Yeah, if he's only shooting 38% from the floor, how is it easy for him to score?
How many minutes is he averaging? How many minutes is he? You hear the crickets? How many minutes is he averaging? How many minutes he averaged that game? Well, how many minutes
he played over. Yeah. He's played over 3,000 minutes in his career. He's played more minutes than Hartenstein has.
Right.
He played more minutes than who?
Hartenstein has in his career.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm not bashing Cam Reddish. Just listen. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not bashing Cam Reddish. This is not what I'm trying to do here. What I'm trying to say is, if there is a teachable moment to be had, now is the time.
Cam Reddish is going to average 17 points next game and 4 assists. Stamp that.
On 36% shooting.
4 assists. I don't know what you're seeing.
Shooting at least 40% from the field. 43% at least.
And so here's the thing. Here's the thing, Greeny. My thing with Cam Reddish has never been his ability to score. Cam Reddish has the same issue that a lot of young players like Jermaine Jones. Anybody in here remember Jermaine Jones?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, anybody in here remember Larry Hughes?
Yeah.
Y'all remember cats like Larry Hughes?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They all have the same issue, and that issue is shot selection.
Yeah, but Larry Hughes played defense though.
Yeah, later. Yeah.
You remember Derek Anderson, Freezy?
Yeah.
Cam Reddish's defense is why he's going to be in the NBA for a while.
Derek
His defense is very, very good. His steal percentage is elite.
A lot of looked apart type players, but they don't think the part.
I would say less Derek Anderson and more Ron Mercer.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You remember Ron Mercer?
Yeah.
Right? So what I'm getting at is there's a teachable moment to be had for Cam Reddish, but the thing is you have to strip this thing down to the bare bones. Cam, we know you can score.
Yeah.
We know you can score, right? How we get you on the floor is defense and hustle. Knock down these corner threes and rebuild your offense from the ground up.
Yeah.
For a guy as talented as Cam, it's not going to take 3 years like it would have for Kevin Knox. What you're talking about is about 40 games. That's all because Cam, when you say Cam knock down these corner threes, and then when Cam start knocking down the corner threes, what teams are going to do is they're going to close out on him harder, and that opens up Cam Reddish's bag by attacking closeouts, right? You never want Cam Reddish to be an ISO scorer, not yet. But just hear me out on it, because I said the same thing about Obi Toppin last year. I said it about Obi Toppin in January. I'm sorry, about Obi Toppin in January of this year. Obi, how you unlock your game is by knocking down corner threes, and then when they come out on you hard, you attack closeouts. Put the ball on the floor and attack the rim. And you know what happened when Obi started doing that? Not saying that he started listening to me. It just made basketball sense. Obi, they're not coming out to the corner because you can't shoot. But then when Obi started knocking them down, they started closing out hard. And guess what that allowed Obi to be? That allowed Obi to be an athletic slasher. Because every slasher in the league is not athletic. You only have about 20 of them in the league that can be an athletic slasher and shoot. Obi is one. You know who else is? Cam Reddish, right? It's the little things. It's the little thing. like when we talk about Hartenstein, the reason why Hartenstein does flashy passes is not just because he's a flashy guy. It's just quicker to get the ball, hurry up and get the ball out of your hand so the other player can make a play. It's being unselfish. Why Hartenstein throws the ball over his shoulder? Because think about what he had to do if he had to turn around on his pivot foot, look at to find the player again, and then pass it to him.
And telegraph it.
Yeah. It's these little things. The same thing with Jokic. Why does Jokic throw overhead passes on a dime in the open court? It's not because he's trying to be Magic Johnson. It's because Jokic is slow and he can't run that fast. So it's more effective to be
I think there was literally a quote like, why do you guys play? Why they asked Jokic, why do you play so slow? It's like, I don't have any other option. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I can't go quick. So might as well play slow.
Jokic was literally trained to play the way he was. Like they trained him, I think ever since he was 15, to play the way he was. And they trained a few
but
players
his body
like that.
type is his body type though, bro.
Right. And the thing I want to say about Obi Toppin and Ken Reddish is this, and I want to put myself, I'm not comparing myself to NBA players, but I do understand the concept of being a rhythmatic player. When a coach puts you at a set to where he expects you to shoot and make a jumper at a specific spot, and you're a rhythmatic player, it's like it messes you up. It messes with your rhythm. And when he did that with Obi at first, that messed with his confidence. I would say this: when Obi gained his confidence and was making shots in the paint, that allowed him to get the confidence to start hitting shots from the perimeter. And I think the same could be said about Ken Reddish.
Right.
I think the same could be said about him. I think that he's at his most comfortable when he has the ball in his hands. Unfortunately, you got Julius Randle on the team. Unfortunately, RJ Barrett. I mean, not unfortunately, but you have RJ Barrett who's well established, and now you got Jalen Brunson. So I just don't know about Cam Reddish. Just knowing what type of play he is, I just don't know about him.
And the reason why you don't know though is because you have a track record of basically what Cam Reddish is the benefactor of poor coaching and development, right? That's what Cam Reddish is. Cam Reddish is the benefactor of poor development, right?
What did you say his 3-point numbers was from his career too?
Trash.
So Freezy, I used to play with these brothers. One was a 6'1" guard, and his brother was 6'4", like shooting guard, small forward. And when they got on the court, it was always, they always had the ball. You know what I'm saying? No matter who they played with, it didn't matter if they were playing with, 2 7-footers, or they always had the ball.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like and those guys didn't want to play with them. They were like, nah, like the minute they got on the court, nobody wanted to play with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they always ran with small dudes because the big guys didn't want to play with them because they wasn't going to get the ball.
Never.
They would never get the ball.
Right.
Because they couldn't get down the court to hustle with them.
Because these dudes got the ball, got a rebound, and took off. Yeah.
They just took off, and it was like 15 game done, and it was like when are we gonna get the ball? You know what I'm saying? So I understand, like nobody wants to play with a guy like Cam.
Hey, Bo. I would say this. No, go ahead, Freezy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, Freezy.
No. So what I'm getting at with Cam Reddish, how Cam Reddish gets to be a star, because the thing about Cam is that you got to understand that guy don't really make a lot of players in the body type of a Cam Reddish. You don't see 6'8", 218 fluid athlete that can defend, that looks good shooting, right? Looks good scoring. That's dexterous, agile, and explosive all at the same time.
That's the enigma. Yeah.
Right. And so what you do is with the Cam Reddish, if you want Cam Reddish to be around, and if you want Cam Reddish to be a star with the Knicks, you give him a role, right? You give him a role, Cam, Listen, out of training camp, Cam, you coming off the bench. Oh man, I feel like I'm gonna start it. No, I'm giving you 20 minutes, but if you don't produce, I'm gonna take minutes away from you. This is a gift, right? What I want you to do every night, I want you to lock down the other team's best wing player, right? And then on offense, I don't want you to create. Give up that ball to the second unit point guard, who would probably be Quickly or Rose, and knock down these corner threes, right? Knock them down. You got the ultimate. You have the greenest of all green lights for the corner three. If you got it, take it, right? And then, so what'll happen from there is Cam gets on the floor, and EG, you probably can speak to this. Cam plays defense on these guys, and you know how he starts to score? You know how he starts getting the scoring foul? By getting live ball steals and breaks the other way.
Yeah, exactly.
So, hey, did you see his steals percentage?
Yeah, 2.8 last season. Ooh.
And see, Knicks fans don't think about this stuff. Knicks fans always think about the post-game press conference. Don't think about the post-game press conference. Think about what Cam Reddish can do in a game. Cam Reddish, if he gets, think about this. You said is what, 2.8?
2.8.
So it's say in this new role he just gets 2, right? That's 4 points, right? Say he gets 5 corner threes a game and he knocks down 2. That's 40%, right?
Yeah.
Right. In the NBA, you want that to be 50%.
For steal percentage, it's the percentage of steals per possession. So 2.8. So that means about 3% of the time the possession ends in a steal. So if there's 100 possessions, 3 of those will be steals.
3 of those will be steal.
Yeah.
Versus missed shots, foul, all that other stuff.
Yeah.
Right. So here's the thing. So Cam shoots 50% from those corner threes, right? Yeah. That's about 8 points a game. So now this dude is at 8 points a game doing the stuff that the coach told him to do.
Yeah.
Right? And if he gets fouled, he knocks down free throws. Say he knocks down 2 free throws.
Yeah, that's 10 points.
Right. So you're talking about 10 points plus the 2 open dunks he got. That's 14 points a game being a role player. And he didn't create offense or any of that stuff. He got the easiest shots on the NBA floor. He hit free throws, he hit the corner three, and he hit dunks.
But that's not the player he wants to be, though.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. You have to weigh that versus the player that you are. Right? When I look in the mirror, I want to have a body like The Rock, but I don't.
You know what you're saying is a safe bet. I think that's the safest way for him to stay in the league.
Right.
However, like Marvin Williams and Terrence Jones, to a degree, he's out the league now. It's like you pigeontoling them to a certain role for the rest of their career.
No, that's not what I said.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that you're saying that. I'm just saying that the conversation around Cam Reddish is purely based off of the skill set that he has now and his potential, right? And you're talking to Cam Reddish's strengths, which is his defense. He could play defense. He could get steals. He could do all those things. And EG said that that's not the type of player Cam Reddish wants to be. I know what EG's talking about. We all know what EG's talking about when he says it. You know, Cam Reddish wants to be that dude. Now, I
said that in the very beginning. I said that in the very beginning of this whole thing. That's why I was saying it's important to listen to what I'm saying. I know this already. That's why I said it. Cam Reddish feels like he's the baddest MF on the planet. Y'all remember me saying that?
Yeah, I think
I came at the tail end of it. My bad. I was talking to somebody. My bad.
I think Freezy is trying to say that, you know, Cam has to do more than just think that he's the baddest dude on the court. You know what I'm saying? Like Michael Jordan said, it's easy to score, you know, over 20 points a game. All you got to do is get 4 buckets a quarter, right? So that's easy, right? But Cam has to do more than that just to produce, to get on the court. He can't just do just give me the ball and I'm gonna score
and get out the way. Yeah,
get out the way. Like he has to get in the passing lanes. He has to, play defense
because this is not AAU. This is not AAU. He could do that in AAU, right? And he put it on full display in AAU. Man, there was a tape around where Cam Reddish destroyed Anthony Edwards, destroyed the number 1 pick in the draft, and this kid, he deserved to get destroyed. He was 14, and Cam Reddish was 18. So he deserved to get destroyed, right? But Anthony Edwards walked away from that thinking man, this dude Cam Reddish is the baddest dude on the planet, right? But we all get to success in different ways, right? Anthony Edwards was the number 1 pick, and everything clicked for him when he got to Minnesota. It didn't click for him at Georgia. At Georgia, he didn't look like that dude. He looked like he was a dude playing half speed that really wanted to be a football player. That's what he looked like to us. Until I saw the dude play live. I saw the dude on one play outrun the entire team, and then I saw the dude on another play against the Gamecocks. The Gamecocks had a layup going the other way with the game on the line, and Anthony Edwards was jogging. And you Anthony Edwards, if you're the most athletic, fastest dude on the floor, why don't you just let them hit a layup to tie the game? Right? That was the conundrum. That was Anthony Edwards, right? But the thing about Cam is you have to rebuild him slowly, starting with his confidence. Because the dude knows that he can do this. And he's probably murdering people in practice and one-on-one, right? But you have to start at the bottom, right? You got to start at the bottom. Start at the bottom.
I'm
right?
walking to the bus. I got my car.
And so
this is the spot.
So you gotta start with Cam. Take these 20 minutes and fulfill this role, right? Do this role. Be this defender for these first 40 games. Show us what you got, right? Yep. Get these because the thing that he's best at right now in the NBA is free throws and steal rate, right? So why not cater his game to the things that he does best?
So you want him to develop like Jimmy Butler?
Yes.
Yeah.
Except a microwaved Jimmy Butler. Because this won't take. Yeah, because this won't take. See, Jimmy Butler, man, Jimmy Butler wish he had Cam Reddish's athletic ability.
He does, man.
You know what I'm saying? RJ Barrett wish he had Cam Reddish's height and wingspan and speed and everything that go with. Bro, you look at Cam Reddish is almost the same size as Obi Toppin.
I would say a little bigger.
Yeah. And so what you want to do is rebuild. This is how you rebuild Cam, bro. This is how I think the Donovan Mitchell deal. And I've been sitting here listening for about 4 hours. I think the best thing to happen to Cam Reddish is the Knicks not get Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right. And so now Cam Reddish gets the opportunity to compete for minutes and prove that he's the guy. Now, is he willing to do it? Cam, what's the alternative? The alternative is getting traded to another team. Now you look like a lottery bus.
Or getting out the league.
Right. Now you look like a.
If he's on a third team, it's
that's it. If he's on a third team,
I'm not disagreeing with you at all. It's just that I feel bad for Cam. I really do because everybody's been in a position to where we know for a fact that we're better than a certain type of player.
Yeah, how do you think Hartenstein feels, man? To take a second and think about that. He was the Finals MVP of the G League. The next year, he gets cut without getting any playing time. Every single time he got playing time, he dominated. He had a historic games when he got playing time. Got cut. How do you think? Cam Reddish? Cam Reddish was a top pick. He'll be fine. He got money. He's got his money. You know, he's going to make it. He's going to make it. He's a great role player, great defense, great shot. People value Cam Reddish, right?
Right.
It's just I don't know.
That's because of his That's because of his archetype, man. You don't have athletic 6'8" guys every day. You just don't.
You just don't.
Who can who has the potential to do it all at a high level?
And Sally, you know who Cam Reddish will remind you of when you think about it? Cam Reddish's height, size, fluidity, all these things will remind you of a dude named Reggie Lewis. You remember Reggie Lewis?
Yeah, I think Tracy McGrady. When I see Cam, the ceiling for him is T-Mac. That's T-Mac.
Here's a little funny thing. Look at T-Mac's assist percentage. Just Google T-Mac's assist percentage. What do you think it is? Before you do it, what do you think?
Because I think his prime season.
I'm gonna say I think
prime season he averaged like 3.9 assists with like 27 points with like 9 rebounds, something like that. And that was when he was
what do you think
that's when he was highest in the MVP voting.
I'm thinking it's going to be about 27.
20. Wait, you're looking at it. Wait.
No.
27. Yeah.
I'm saying about because think about So EG, listen.
Yeah.
That's
just remember. Just hit me out on this. Remember all the years that he played with dudes like Pat Garrity. You remember Pat Garrity? Remember all them dudes that couldn't create a shot for them? You remember JJ Redick played with him? Dudes that couldn't handle the ball, and Tracy McGrady was legit the point forward on those Orlando teams. Right? I'm not saying he wasn't that in Toronto.
Yeah.
Right?
And he had Yao Ming, and that had a lot of assists.
Right. So I don't know. Well, what is it?
Yeah,
it's
26. It's 26%.
Not
in his prime. It was 30%. You were right on. But am
I right about the Pat Garrity thing? You remember Pat Garrity, Troy Murphy, all them dudes that he played
in Orlando?
Yeah, that couldn't dribble. They could just shoot. And T-Mac had to create for everybody.
Yeah.
Y'all remember that?
Michael Doliak.
He was EG, you gotta give me some credit for knowing basketball, bro.
Yeah, you did. You knew exactly. I thought you were going to say a lower number, but you got it.
But you don't remember Pat Garrity.
It was before my time. It was before.
Okay, all right.
I thought Troy Murphy was going to be a good player. You don't remember Tracy McGrady and Doc Rivers.
I've only seen highlights.
Okay, so I saw the Doc Rivers Tracy McGrady thing.
Yeah,
I remember when they didn't have anybody to handle the ball, and T-Mac had to do everything in Orlando. I remember that.
Yeah,
but Cam and T-Mac.
I don't think Cam Reddish could do that. I don't think Cam Reddish could be.
That's his ceiling. Like that's his archetype.
Like 7% assist percentage. I don't think he can get up to 30. I don't think that's his game. I think. That what his ceiling as a passer, I think, is 20%. Like even if you run everything through him, and he would have a high turnover percentage. I just don't think he has that ability like T-Mac. Like T-Mac had that athletic, but he also had the ability to run an offense, right?
Yeah. But I didn't think T-Mac showcased that until he got to Orlando when he got the confidence.
Even with Toronto, when he was 18 years old, he had an assist percentage of 14%. So even in a limited role, when like he wasn't really featured, he still had a assist percentage double of Cam Reddish, and that was when he was 18 years old. He's 18. When he was 21, he was already about assist percentage of 23%.
Now, I gotta ask, how often was T-Mac showcased in Toronto? I understand Vince Carter kind of overshadowed him, but
he wasn't showcased.
And they had Damon Stoudemire.
He was 18 years old. You know.
Yeah, and they had a shooting guard by the name of Vince Carter.
I was like, I know he was overshadowed about Vince Carter. That was one of the reasons why he went to Orlando.
That really shows you, even if a player has the talent, is not unselfish, like they will get assists, even if they have they have all the potential in the world. If T-Mac can get like 15 assists, have a assist percentage of 14.5%, playing, which I think is higher than RJ Barrett. Playing as an 18-year-old, like playing with Vince Carter, like that shows you what you can do. Like that shows you what superstars actually value, right? So so that shows his ceiling, right?
Hey,
hold on. Go ahead.
Can you say Cam Reddish is like Kerry Kittles?
No.
I don't know. It's just something to think about. I don't know.
No. Okay, all right. Kerry Kittles was no joke, though. You know what I mean?
Hey, Freeze, remember
he wasn't 6'8".
Remember to begin
6'5".
To begin the summer, I told you I wanted Cam Reddish to be locked in the gym, learning how to play basketball with Tibbs, and we were talking about his journey, like being the man from like AAU But then once you get to the NBA, it's hard for him to break all his habits because he's playing with Trae Young. And Trae Young always had the ball in his hands.
Always,
so Cam Reddish had that mentality that it was never broken. So I don't think it's a bad thing he's with Tibbs now. But Tibbs has to take a liking to him because he's the perfect wing model that Tibbs always had, whether it was Ronnie Brewer or Luol Deng.
But y'all didn't let me get to that. I wanted to mention that. I just couldn't get to it because I got asked so many questions.
Y'all stole
My bad. I'll fall back.
No. I was gonna say ultimately, when I was building up the Cam Reddish thing, ultimately what you wanted Cam Reddish to be built up like is Luol Deng. Ultimately, that's what you a Luol Deng that's a better scorer, right? Tibbs has been trying to build dudes like that for years, but dudes are not patient enough with their role. But now that you see Andrew Wiggins in Golden State, guess what Andrew Wiggins did in Golden State? Go out and defend, knock down the corner three, and then build upon your offensive game, but start with defense first.
And when Steph Curry's on the bench, you have your little 2-3 minutes to shine, you shine.
It's right. But you're not gonna come in here taking all the shots. Play the team game.
Ronnie Brewer, these two.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. And so people are gonna think that I'm hating on Cam Reddish. I don't hate Cam Reddish. I love Cam Reddish. But I understand that Cam Reddish is a flawed player right now, and you heard his career numbers.
Yeah, I heard his career numbers. I was gonna say for Cam Reddish is like a Tayshaun Prince type of role.
Nah.
No.
Nah, not at all. I would say this. Cam Reddish, I always knew he was a high ceiling, low floor type of player.
Right.
He's the antithesis of how I personally think about RJ Barrett. I think RJ Barrett is a high floor, low ceiling type of player. Somebody who could come out putting numbers up from the gate, but who's gonna improve a little bit by little bit every season, but who's never gonna take a jump. I think Cam Reddish is the type of player who's from the jump for the first 3 years, maybe even 4, if I'm being honest with myself, he's not gonna put up any real numbers. You know what I mean? It'll maybe take his 5th year if the coach has confidence in him.
It's so rare for players that don't pass to take a jump. It's so rare.
Right.
You look at Brandon Ingram. Brandon Ingram wasn't loved by the stats, but he was a passer. He had a high assist percentage, and then he took a jump. Right. It's just for players that don't have passing ability. When you get less shots, when you get less, they don't tend to take a jump. They just tend to either become role players or are completely out of the league. That's what ends up happening to them.
But wait a
Would
minute.
you consider Brandon Ingram a high ceiling or low floor?
High ceiling player.
What about his floor coming out the draft?
Who?
Somebody said Tayshaun Prince.
Brandon Ingram coming out the draft? High
ceiling.
Yeah,
his floor.
He was second pick. Of course,
but
he
his
was
floor,
high
his floor, in terms of his,
I guess his floor was like Outlaw, Travis Outlaw. Travis Outlaw is actually a great example where Travis Outlaw was an amazing scorer, but he had no passing, and because he had no passing, he never got better. I think his PER in his second year was the highest of his entire career.
Right.
So he never improved,
and because he wound up turning. Hey, just real quick, you know what happened with him? Portland and other teams wind up taking the ball out of his hand and turning him into a defender, trying to get him on this role like Cam Reddish is, like what I'm proposing for Cam Reddish. Yeah. The thing about Outlaw is that he never embraced that. It's the same thing with another player named Tim Thomas. Y'all remember how gifted Tim Thomas was offensively?
Man, he was so good.
Right, he was ahead of his time, right? 6'9" dude could get in front of you and hit you with the 2K and all of that, all that stuff. But Tim Thomas was not a multiple-time All-Star.
And Harrington, Al Harrington.
Al Harrington, these dudes, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Jonathan Bender.
Right. That's why you got to talk to Cam as a cautionary tale, like Cam. It's a bunch of 6'8", 220 dudes in free agency right now.
That's true.
Right? Now, here's the thing. We can go get one of them and bring them in to compete with you, or we can have you be that dude in free agency. You know what I'm saying? What do you want to do, Cam? Because if you get traded to a third team, if you get traded to another team, it's the same thing that me and EG was talking about politics, like Isaiah Hartenstein. When you play for a third team in such a short stretch, people are gonna wonder.
Yeah.
Just like what Jay said, yo, how come he played with Jay, or was it Bo? I can't remember. But somebody said, how come he played for 5 teams in 5 years or something like that?
Well, this is why when Hartenstein's first last year, because I already knew Hartenstein was this amazing player based on his Cavs stats. Hartenstein did not get a contract from anybody. Nobody in the league wanted him at all. He was a training camp pickup. They brought him in to be like a man that just plays a practice, right? Because he was on his third team. Like it was the Rockets cut him. Then the moment the Nuggets traded him, he was trash. And even though all his advanced stats were Jokic level, it did not matter. It did not matter. He was still a training camp deal, and he had to like literally put up historic preseason numbers to make the roster
to survive.
But that's what happens if Cam gets traded to another team. It's nobody wants you. Oh, you're 3 teams. Nobody wants you. Right?
I have a comparison for this, EG, is that if you look at Matt, and this is a different sport, but similar conversation. If you look at Matt Ryan's career stats versus Aaron Rodgers, they're very similar. And no one would ever give you the ability to say Matt Ryan is as good as Aaron Rodgers.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. And
they're really similar. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and there are certain categories that Matt Ryan is actually a little better.
First downs. I think it's first down. I saw this somewhere before.
Yeah, like
I think
Matt
it's like
Ryan,
first downs or something.
Yeah.
But you know what? You know who got all the love on the Falcons?
Julio.
Because
rightfully so. But still, Aaron Rodgers had Devontae Adams. So I guess the point is that even though the game is played within boundaries, so players are going to do something. But it's the same thing. No matter what the numbers say, Hartenstein to be an NBA MVP back-to-back is probably never going to happen.
It's going to happen.
This is
but he said probability. He used the word probability.
It's probably going to happen.
I want to chime in on the Cam thing.
But that's like future. That's like prime Harness. Like right now, we're talking like 23 years old. He's back-to-back MVP stuff was going to happen like later.
7 foot, yeah.
I got my money on Scotty Barnes before Hartenstein.
He needs to be moved to the 4 if he's going to have that. Like he
could play any position. He could play the 3, 2. Like he'd play any position.
Hey,
you're not going to have a 7 foot.
You know what I would do with Cam? I would do this. I would sit Cam down, and I would tell him, listen. You can be so productive on the court and score so many points without like an offense running through you because he's just one of those players that things just come easy. And I would sit him down and I would tell him, listen, I have the perfect mold for you. And I tell him, look at Sean Marion, right? Now you're not as athletic as Sean Marion, but what does Sean Marion do? Defend. He always hit his open threes. He was always active. Now, by Sean Marion always being active, he will get into passing lanes. He was always running the court, and he will always be in transition, right?
What if he comes back? Is like, I don't want to be Sean Marion. I want to be Paul George.
Then
like, why are you treating me like Sean Marion? I'm Paul George.
As we like,
if you think I'm Sean Marion, trade me now. Trade me now. I don't want to be Sean Marion for you. I want.
Okay. Let me finish this point, though.
My whole point is that we can have a role for you. Right, because I believe Cam Reddish is the type of player that if he's in the game and he's playing and he's in the some guys are like they just need to be in the flow of a game to really stand out. Some guys just can't come in 2 minutes and play their heart out and just sit on the bench. Like I see Cam as that guy that he just needs to be in the flow, and when he's on the flow, I feel like he can play defense better. He'll be in the passing lane, like he's more engaged.
I agree.
I would try to sell him so hard of you don't need to have the ball in your hands to be super productive. There's other ways you can be productive and just change his mindset as being a ball dominant player to being more of a team player where now you can shoot your 40% from the corner threes because that's what he did shoot. I was at 42% from corner threes.
I agree. He should be our Sprewell. He needs to be our Sprewell.
In all fairness, Sprewell thought he was better than Houston.
But now at that point, when you put Cam in his role, now at that point you can tell him, hey, listen, now you can attack off the dribble from the corners. Now you're able to do all these things because we know you're able to do these things. But let's build you up first to get there. So we still doing all these things without having the ball in his hands. So we're making him more dangerous at that point.
Okay.
But I think that's a perfect comparison. I think he should be like Sprewell. Sprewell was the type of dude that would get in the passing lanes, get those steals, get those fast breaks, get those quick dunks. You know what I mean? And then Sprewell wasn't the greatest shooter, but he would hit the open shot every now and then.
Streaky.
A lot of Sprewell's game is based on him having the motor and the edge.
Yeah, and I think Cam needs that motor. You know what I mean? So,
but that's been the thing on him since he was 15. So,
but here's the thing to that though. Asking Cam to do all these different things, and then he's looking at RJ Barrett, who RJ Barrett legit has 1/3 of the physical gifts that Cam Reddish has.
Yeah,
right?
But he has the motor.
But he has.
I'm sorry, Feezy.
But he's got. I was going to say, but he's got three times the motor that Cam has, right? So you're talking about a dude that wakes up wanting to kill somebody over a bucket, and then another dude in Cam Reddish who feels like I don't have to kill nobody. All I got to do is walk up and take it. You know what I'm saying? It's the mindset, right?
That's a fact.
And so it's this thing like now you got to just talk to Cam about, hey man, I understand what you were in high school, but at this level, the most important thing over everything is winning, right? Right? Sure, you can get your own signature shoe, and sure you can have little kids with your poster on the wall, but guess what happens if you and RJ Barrett and Obi Toppin are talking to Doris? What's Doris' name? Doris, the lady from ABC. Doris Burke. If y'all talking to Doris Burke with your caps on sideways, with the neck cut down, and y'all holding these trophies, guess what the feeling is then? Now you're more legendary than famous. And which one do you want to be? Do you want to be legendary, or do you want to be famous? Right.
It's a gamble, Breezy. I ain't gonna lie. Like Jay just said something about Sean Marion, and in all honesty, his name has kind of been disrespected when it comes to his contributions to what he did with the Phoenix Suns and other teams because of his role.
Well, he won the finals with Dallas.
A lot of things Freezy said was right. It's because RJ will willingly go through a defender. I have never seen Cam want to go right through someone to get to what he wants to get to.
That's AAU training, man. You are seeing a generation of this same training that's gone across AAU. I can say
that. No, because I want to say something real quick. Zion is a product of AAU.
And if RJ was more athletic, he'd have the same problems. Your athleticism can't bail you out in the NBA like it can in college and high school.
Right. But Zion is an athletic.
I want to say something real quick. I honestly think AAU and that type of style of basketball is ruining players.
It is. Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant said it. Go YouTube it. Go YouTube what Kobe Bryant said.
When
AAU's destroying kids.
You look at like a player like Okafor. Like Okafor played.
You mean a Mecca Okafor?
No. Jaleel Okafor. Jaleel for top 3 pick. People said this guy was an NBA level player at 17 years old.
Yeah.
In the AAU circuit, they taught him you just need to score. You don't need to pass. You don't need to do anything. You just score.
Cherry pick. His highlight tape was just like Obi Toppin, just cherry pick.
Yeah.
Hey. Hold on, Jaleel Okafor?
When he finally got to the NBA, they put the ball in his hands and it's score. But guess what? Scoring is not that efficient. It's the passing that's valuable. So you look at a player like Hardenstein. Hardenstein didn't. He learned in Europe. You look at Jokic, learned in Europe. They go to Europe, and in Europe, it's like you're a guard now. You're passing. It's all unselfishness. And then those players now are more impactful when they get to the NBA level.
And then guess what? Guess what the NBA MVPs turn out to be. Every year when the NBA MVP is announced, it winds up being an international player.
Think about it. The top 3 players right now are international: Giannis, Jokic, and freaking
And
Luka
this is
Doncic,
because
bro.
of the A. And you look at like who's the best American player? It's like, is it Jason Tatum? Maybe like
is it John Morant?
John
Joel
Morant?
Embiid.
Like
Joel Embiid.
Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid is
he's not
Stephen
American. He's not
Curry.
Yeah, he's not American.
What do you mean?
Stephen Curry.
Did he grow up in America?
No.
I don't think.
I'm pretty sure
he
Joel
learned
Embiid is
English
not
from Rick
American.
Ross.
Yeah, and he went. So EG 14,000. Let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you this thing real quick. It's gonna
Learned
make you
English
laugh.
from Rick Ross.
So
He
this
did.
so this high school, it's hilarious, but you can look it up. So this high school had a center named Joel Embiid, right? Guess who the point guard was for that team?
D'Angelo Russell. Yeah, that's my guess.
Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Guess who the two guard was for that team? D'Angelo Russell.
Oh,
yeah. I knew they played together.
And guess who was murdering the 8th graders? I mean, I guess he was averaging about like 47 a game as an 8th grader.
RJ Barrett.
Yeah, because it was on Mount Verde.
Yeah, all these dudes on Mount Verde Academy, right? And you hear all these. I think about this. RJ Barrett, as a 14-year-old, somebody told me somewhere that RJ Barrett was averaging like 50 points a game as an 8th grader. I didn't believe it. I don't believe stuff like that. And if he was, so what? It's 8th grade, right?
Yeah, right.
Decent,
but at the day he became a 9th grader, he was ranked the #1 player in his class as a 9th grader.
Yeah.
And he stayed that way all the way through high school.
Freezy, did you see Zion's highlights from high school?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
not even.
Yeah, well, I mean, Zion's. Yeah, that's not even real.
But
Then why isn't he a great passer? Like, why is you look at RJ
he
Barrett
is a great
and
passer,
Luka
though.
Doncic. Just think about the difference between RJ Barrett and Luka Doncic.
And
Their
let's not forget
talent is
Ricky
about the same.
Rubio.
They
Why
were
don't-
both #1. Ricky Rubio is really underrated, actually.
That's what I'm saying. But let's talk about that. Let's.
One of the best.
I want.
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
Let's
but
finish
let
this
me
right
finish.
here, then
Let me
we'll talk
finish my
about
point. Where Doncic and RJ Barrett, in terms of pure talent, is very, very, very similar. But the thing, and they were both #1 ranked. They were both superstar talent, like in terms of like basketball IQ. But Doncic learned in Europe, where passing
learned by playing
professionals.
With men.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He was in Europe, right? And RJ Barrett didn't have that opportunity because he was playing against high schoolers. And then you don't play.
But it's not that he didn't have the opportunity,
It's not
right?
just high school.
It's
Yeah,
not
he
like
played
that's
against
a
elite high school.
Well, elite high school,
Yeah.
but it's just high school. At the end
You
of the day,
also, I mean,
playing
look,
men
you
versus
kinda-
guys,
you got to
kinda
take
make
into
a-
account. You got to take into account though, EG, when you're that elite in isolation, teams have to force you to pass the ball. That's how he gets so great at passing. RJ at this level is not an elite isolation player.
But I can back up EG's case.
I want to
back
get
up
this
EG's
point in
case though,
because I think
because
it'll make a lot of clarity.
Because an American player went overseas and he's literally looking like a stud right now.
Yeah,
and that player is
and that's
LaMelo
Ball. Exactly. And
his passing is outrageous.
Exactly.
But
and look at the difference between LaMelo Ball versus like even Lonzo Ball. What we would think their passing is similar, but Lonzo Ball learned in college. He didn't go overseas.
Yeah,
right?
but you got to remember too that those players overseas, they play against, they play professionally.
It's not that. It's not
in high
that,
school.
man.
No.
I'm telling you what it is. Let me just get this out, and it will clarify something. The question is, we all know that they're coached differently, right? That's the answer. But so when you're a European basketball player, no matter how big or slow or small you are, you learn all 5 positions.
Yeah.
So the first thing you learn in Europe is the post game. It doesn't matter if you're the point guard. The post game is the first thing you learn. You learn how to play with your back to the basket. In America, they go, "Oh, you're 7 foot. You play center." In Europe, they don't do that. They're "Okay, we're running point. Everyone's running point guard drills today."
Yeah, but Sally, that's true. But what I'm trying to say is,
that's
in
the
Europe,
difference.
That's the difference. Imagine if Okafor
by the age of 14 or 15, they're playing against men. So
that's not
they
it.
play.
No, they don't. No, they don't have an age group system over there.
Yeah,
they have a
they
talent
That's what I'm
level
saying.
system.
Yeah, that's
They
what I
have
was
a
about to say. They
talent
go
level
by
system.
talent. If you're
They
good
don't go
enough to
by
play with the
age.
older men, they're gonna put
That's
you
what
with the
I'm trying
older
to
men.
say is like if you're 14, 15 years old and you're talented
So,
to play in the
Bo,
men's league, you're
right.
in the professional league and
And
you're
this
playing.
goes back to AAU destroying these kids because the kids are not being challenged. It's all about the money, man. They're
It's all about
taking
the
these.
stats.
It's all about them getting. It's all
It's
about the money, bro.
it's just a
Yeah.
different it's just a different way of learning. It's just a different
But
level
it's
of
not as like this is why they're not MVP. Like
Right.
if you take Jaleel Okafor and trained him as a point guard,
but that's not true
I'm
though.
telling you
Because
right now,
no,
he
but
would
it's
still be
not.
in the NBA. He would
It's
probably be an all-star level player.
nah.
Like
It's
that's
not
the
true.
talent he had.
It's
Like,
not true. It's
but
not true.
he never had any passing. He never had any
No,
defense.
it's not. It's
right?
not true
Okay,
because
it's not true. It is true.
it's not true because the NCAA and the NBA took away coming out of high school. They took it away. There's talented now they're trying to put it back in, but there's guys
That's
that
already back
that are
in.
16, 17 years old that can probably play in the NBA right
They're
now.
not going to get paid
It's
that
already
money.
in.
They're not going
It's
to get
already
paid that
in.
money.
No,
man.
but what
There's
I'm
too much
saying is
money.
they have the skill to play there, but it's taken away from them
Okay,
because
I
they
see what
have
you're
to play
saying.
in college. Get what I'm saying? These guys in Europe get to play against men or professional leagues at 14, 15 years old. That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
No, you're right.
Ricky
But
Rubio.
but this is the comparison between AAU and that's where the conversation started. I didn't want to. The conversation started where the AAU leagues, where these kids are on 10 different teams. My little nephew's on Durant's AAU team right now.
But
He's
that's all
also
they
on
have.
5 other AAU teams.
That's all they. That's all they
Yeah,
have. I like.
That's toxic. It's
Right.
It's
It's
not
not
teaching
the right
teamwork.
system, man.
It's not teaching winning. It's just teaching get yours. And if you're
That's
not
not
getting yours,
that's false. That's false because
Really?
yeah,
Okay.
because I know a kid that played against Obi Toppin. He played in the Gauchos uptown in
everyone
New
says
York.
they want to win, but
I ain't gonna lie. I played
Hold
against
on, let me
Gauchos
finish.
in
Hold on,
AAU. They're nasty.
Hold
Hey,
on,
go ahead,
like
Bo.
I know kids that have played against Obi Toppin. They were on the Gauchos, and Obi has played in these AAU teams for I don't know how long, right? And these kids are like, yeah, he was good, but he wasn't that good. But it's until he like went into another league to get to that point where he can get into the league. Get what I'm saying? So our kids have to do different. They have to hop into different leagues to get into, or be
You're right,
more
Bo.
talented to get into colleges and stuff like that.
Because
In
the
Europe,
AAU
in Europe,
system
if you
is
have the talent, you will start at 14, 15 years old. That's all I'm
because
saying.
the AAU system is controlling the progress of these kids. And that was the point, Bo. You're right. You're 100% correct. The AAU, instead of categorizing the talent instead of the age, they need to categorize the talent instead of the age. If I'm in baseball, they let you do this. So in baseball, you can play pro baseball at any age, man. There's no age barrier.
I mean, we
Think
can
about
go.
it. AAU, you got ringers anyway, so you got
We can
kids that
look
16 playing with the 13s and 14s.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
but
It's happening already.
But to coach's point is you could be a 40-year-old dude playing single A baseball, right? You could be 40. You could be 40 years old playing AAA baseball. You could be 40 years old playing Major League Baseball. But how you get there is you have to beat out the dudes that are in front of you in order to ascend through a farm system.
Hey, Freezy.
But the NBA doesn't have a farm system. We like to call it the G League, but it's not.
Hey,
farm system. Hold on. Hold on.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So a farm system is where one team that's a part of an association has a system of teams that promote kids from one level to the next. Like the Knicks have the Westchester Knicks, right? But what's below the Westchester Knicks?
The junior Knicks.
Right, and then below, and then the thing about that, the Westchester Knicks, how many roster spots do the Westchester Knicks have? They have limited roster spots, right?
Yeah, because you got people coming from the Knicks and too.
Yeah. So if you're not good enough for Westchester, then what do? You go play overseas. You go play in Israel. right? But you go play in Israel, and guess what? You're no longer affiliated with the New York Knicks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if I could draft, say for instance, the kid Usman Jing, he's the perfect situation. We could have took Usman Jing, put him in single A, and forgot about him.
Yeah.
Until he went to move to double A, and then to Westchester, and then when he started tearing up Westchester, and R.J. Barrett limped off the floor with a high ankle sprain, we could have called up Usman Jing the next day.
Yep.
But we don't have a situation like that. And to be honest with you, you have a bigger pool of professional basketball players than you have professional baseball players, right? And people are like, nah, but the rosters. No, don't look at the rosters. Look at the number of the leagues globally and where people have to. You don't hear people talking about going to Israel to play baseball.
Yeah, the NBA needs like a league like how the hockey has. Like
I want to add to that real quick. Because
wait, hold on. Can I tell a real quick story, and then I'll give it back to you, EG. So my cousin's son, he played competitive baseball up and down the East Coast, right? Like little league baseball stuff.
Travel.
And travel league. And he went to West Palm Academy. He was recruited by Gary Carter. Now, he went there. He had a 320 average. He played right field, all this and that. First season, Gary Carter got a brain cancer, and he had brain cancer. He died. Second season, he got benched. Didn't play at all. He batted 320 his first season, and he got benched. The coach that came in benched him automatically. So what I'm saying is, these kids, it's all political. It's not. It's about who you like and who you want to like bring in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, my cousin's son played the rest of his 4 years because he had a scholarship, but he sat on the bench, and his first year he started and hit 320. But they tried to like give him like a lame excuse that, oh, your arm's not strong enough. And but he got recruited by a Hall of Fame catcher that said, yeah, you're gonna start in right field. Then and the minute he dies, he gets benched.
Yeah,
So
but that just proves the point that they're trying to make, that the U.S. system of the AAU thing's broken. It's all popularity contests. No, my turn now. I got off for a long time to let y'all cook. Now I just got back on.
But it's my story.
I want to chime.
I can't finish my story. And then I'll let you go.
What else is part of that story? Gary Carter comes back from the dead. I mean, what other point are you trying to make?
Okay, all right. You're gonna be disrespectful, Coach. Go ahead.
No, I love Gary. Hey, I'm a Mets fan.
Go ahead, Coach.
One of the best catchers ever.
Yeah, cool.
But
what other point are you trying to make in the story? Go. I'm giving you a chance to finish.
Anyway, it's over with. Baseball, you can still walk on its minor league team. At the end of the day, I could go try out for the Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but the point out, what I came in to cook about is, I'm proud to be an American. The U.S. is great, but I talked about the stuff to Greeny off panel earlier today. In Europe and overseas, they've been civilized countries for centuries and centuries before the U.S. became a country. They have a way of finding out what their children are having affinity or a talent in earlier in their life, and they let them start to hone that skill younger. So, for instance, if you have a child that's like at the elementary to middle school age, and all of a sudden they're taller than all their classmates, and they show some athletic skill, they value athleticism at the same skill level as a kid that's great at music, or a kid that's great at math, or a kid that's great at science, and what have you. So they put them in these athletic academies, and they start teaching them the game. And just like Sally was saying, they teach them the whole game of basketball. Like, they don't just say, oh, he's a guard, he's going to learn dribbling only and shooting. And That's why if you look at all the Euro players, they're all usually on average very complete, fundamentally sound, players when they come up. And then because they are brought up a certain way, they do have all the different levels of leagues in Europe. Like they have the little bit lower levels, like the Israel and the Spain league, and then they have the Euro basket, all that stuff going on over there. That's how these young guys that come over from Europe, they're like ready to play in the right way.
So, Coach, are you telling me that based off what you're saying, if the AAU circuit stays the same and your league continues to, I guess, raise up their kids in the right way when it comes to athletics, you're telling me that your league is the kids from the Euro League is gonna take over the NBA?
They're already starting to. There's over 100 international players from 39 countries in the NBA right now. And think about 20 years ago. Could you make that comment? Like 40 years ago, you definitely couldn't.
I just wanted to add something to the G League thing, where with the farm systems. Part of it is when you draft a player, number one, they're automatically put on the team, right? And you might not think that's a big deal. Like to us, that's no big deal. But who is the rookie taking the spot of? And the answer is they're taking a spot of a G League superstar who is not getting any opportunity. That's the player that are taking the spot. I look at Gary Payton II, who was the defensive player of the year in the entire G League. Like he was literally the best defensive player in the entire G League. He was cut multiple times. He was literally there's a video of him almost taking a video coordinator job. Okay, I almost just didn't make the team at all. And had to take a video coordinator job. He was the defensive player of the year of the G League, literally the best defensive player of the year. They finally played him. They got him on the team after they cut him, but they ended up getting him on the team. Now he's an NBA champion, and they were down 3-1, 2-1. The Warriors. They get Gary Payton back. They won every single game with him. I think nearly every game with him. Right, so he was a huge contributor to a championship defensively, but he was still the amount of disrespect G League players get. It's not only just because there's no farm system, you can be a great G League player and not get called up. There are so many great G League players right now that are just stuck on the bench, even though they're better than why is Austin Rivers still in the NBA? Austin Rivers should not be in the NBA. I'm saying it 100%. There are better.
There's a lot of them are playing in LA
than Austin Rivers.
The same reason why there's still a 60-year-old nurse in the ER, because game time experience outweighs athletic ability. And that's it. When I'm paying you $5 million a year, I don't really care that you can have a huge vertical. I need a guy that knows where to be and who can play with these type of players.
And that's why Jared Dudley was in the league for so long. He was trash.
It's not about your athletic ability at that point. These guys
it's basketball skill. I think it's not. It's there are players that have better basketball skill than Austin Rivers.
Will drop 10 on you though.
Right. He's still an NBA player, man. So here's the deal. The NBA is not about potential. The NBA is let's go. The G League is about potential. This is not a potential league. The NBA is not. The Major League Baseball can be a potential league. You'll wait for Juan Soto to show up, right? But the NBA is not a potential league.
Unfortunately, that's true.
You're not. There's no time to waste, man. They make so much money, and there's only 12 roster spots.
To put another bow on this conversation about the overseas players versus the AAU, there's been a lot of top tier talent from America that went overseas, and they failed. They had a hard time adjusting. And we're talking about the top point guards.
Emmanuel Mudiay.
Moutier, man. And why is it? What's the rule? Because there's one rule in Europe that makes the game so much harder, and that is no defensive 3 seconds.
No, what was it? Moutier, Brandon Jennings went over. These guys.
Moutier went to China. Brandon Jennings went to Australia.
What happens when Asia starts letting all their boys out of the country?
Hey, y'all gonna stop disrespecting Moutier, y'all. Come on now.
Whoa, I literally called Moody the most obvious bust in the draft before the draft. Like, I literally. Anyway,
Boutier was terrible. Boutier was terrible, bro.
We got to fall down from a layup.
Hey, he was better than Alfred Payton and Kemba Walker.
No. Alfred Payton's still in the league. Alfred Payton's still in the league because of his defense and his passing ability.
You just got finished talking about how G League players, as good as they are, don't get called up. It's politics, baby.
Yeah.
It's contracts, man.
It's
contracts. It's business, bro. This ain't free. Ain't none of this
Alfred
free.
Payton in defense. Okay.
What isn't Alfred Payton a good defensive player? He is. He's a good defensive player.
Boutier wasn't worse than Jared Jeffries, though.
So imagine if the NBA had a Dominican Republic like Major League Baseball does. So you're able to scout all that talent without paying them a dime.
Right, and it's not fair, but yeah.
It's not. You're not. I'm not saying. Whatever, man.
Cuba.
I'm not on anyone's channel to ever talk about politics or any of that.
Right.
Yeah.
But
I always think the European basketball leagues do it right because they have 3 tiers for each team. So let's say
that's what I was saying.
Like Olympiacos, they got the tier A team, then they got the tier B team, and they got the tier C team.
But it makes it freaking confusing when you're scouting. Like I was scouting Poku. I'm like, wait, he's an Olympiacos, but he's playing like B team. Like what?
Yeah, he was like in a YMCA gym.
It's like why is everyone so small?
Right.
But that's the point. They're building these kids. There's the same thing with soccer. They get these kids from 13, 14 years old. And they're teaching them. They're learning the school, but they're training. So they're training how to be professionals. They're learning the game at this young of an age now. When you're playing against, like if you play ball, right? After a while, your athleticism it just zaps from you, and you got to learn the game differently.
Your body's a tool.
Yeah, so now you're learning the game of basketball against men that know the nuances, know about if I set a screen this way, these angles are better. These guys are learning the traits, the tricks of the trade at a younger age, rather than we're putting these guys fresh into the league. They're still 2-3 years behind by the time they start hitting. And we're hoping
that's what they're doing with American football.
We're hoping by the second contract that, like, all right, now they're starting to get it. You know.
Here's the thing about like outside of America athletics. Okay, the biggest sport in the world, whether we like to admit it or not, is soccer. Period. It's 10 times bigger than and it's probably bigger than the NFL and the NBA combined. If you think about how huge on a world stage like soccer is. Now, as far as TV ratings in America, that's just our little area. Soccer's not as popular. Okay, but soccer has been such a huge worldwide game, and it's been so competitive. If you look at their systems they have in play in all these countries with the soccer academies and the different leagues and the different levels and the farm systems and the developmental teams and all that stuff, basketball on a world stage, that's like number 2. Like it's creeping up, and they already have that framework, and they're using that soccer model with basketball. So they're bringing up all these basketball kids the same model and the same way they did with soccer.
Can you imagine if there was delegation in the NBA or in like different like professional sports, like
teams like the Sixers wouldn't have survived.
Yeah, it'd be like, well, you suck. You can get a high pick. Actually, no, you're out of the league.
Yeah, you're out of the league.
You're out of the league, bro. You're out of the league. We're bringing up the G.
I don't think many people know about that. Like that's the equivalent of like, say we have you have the Canadian Football League, like the champion of the Canadian Football League gets moved up, and then like the Detroit Lions get moved to that league, or the Jets or something.
Yeah,
I know.
Jets are our G League.
Everybody got their theories. My thing is the whole one and done thing. Coaches is teaching their players to have some type of niche to get into the NBA. It's all about stats.
I don't know.
I mean, but what if the college did do like a whole 4-year program for somebody
honestly, I think college basketball is over. I would rather a farm system. I would rather have a farm system in the NBA, and then these super talented players try out.
No way, man. Those
love
kids need an education.
Bro,
They need an
I tell you what.
I don't know.
If my son
you can go to college at any time. Like
if my son
No,
was
you
6'8",
can't.
if my son was 6'8" and awesome at basketball, I mean, he's a football player instead. If he was 6'8", was awesome at basketball, after his senior year, I'd find a way to send him overseas, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah,
I really
just get
would.
him out of the country.
Let him get the experience of, let him get that experience of being overseas.
That's only available for if you're like super rich, though. Like honestly,
you'd be
like,
surprised.
We talk about
there's
education, like that's going
can get a job.
overseas.
You say
No, they'll pay you. They'll
I
pay
mean,
you to play.
I'm saying like if you like reach out to like a lower level, like maybe pro team, be like, hey, I got this star basketball player here in America. He's looking to play a year or two with y'all.
Basketball. Not to cut you off, Coach, but basketball.
Yeah, just like what LaMelo did. Sorry.
Yeah. I was just saying, basketball is no longer. I'm going to go from Rutgers Park to the NBA. This world's changed, man. Competition's steep. And, I'm from Baltimore, bro. I see plenty of young kids hooping right down the street from me every single day. But that kid that can afford the better trainer, that kid that can afford the better food, that kid can afford the better time spent in the gym. This is, and I'm, once again, none of the thing I say is political. This is a money game. Baseball has been a money game. Hockey has been a money game. Football is damn well a money game. Basketball is now becoming a money game.
Well, it's like
a
money game.
It's like that kid.
No, it hasn't. The 90s
that.
ain't
If
been that.
you
The
are
90s
paying
wasn't that
for
way.
a trainer
Really?
and you're a basketball player, you are winning. Like I
Yeah.
am a player. I'm played in college
Right.
basketball. If you have a personal trainer and you're getting worked out on the side versus you going to the gym and maybe, all right, put it like this. Say you're a person that has good work ethic. Like me, I'm a person that'll go outside my house and pull my court from my backyard every day and pull my court out to get the shots up and buy the cones and do the drills that I'm looking up. But if that person that's paying their mom and dad, they got the money to go pay for the trainer to do this and have him play, it's two different worlds.
It's a money game.
It's two totally different worlds.
Yeah.
And even though you might have the work ethic to be way better than this kid, and you honestly might be better than him, but he's paying for the trainer, and that's literally the total difference.
And what's crazy is in America, we do it in other sports already. Like just look at like all those tennis academies. Like y'all ever see that movie with Will Smith? Was the dad the Williams sisters? I don't know if y'all saw that movie, but it was pretty good.
No,
but it was like you get them in a tennis academy, and then like the golf. It's all them rich country club sports. They have these academies for these kids. Like they can go in at a high school age and learn golf and tennis. If they're like a really high level, they'll like pay for your education and all this stuff. And they're starting to do it now. And here in America a little bit with some of the academies like IMG Academy in Florida with football, and they have all the other sports too at IMG.
I think they got one up here called Brewster Academy too.
Yeah, so like
it's in like Massachusetts or something.
Well, it's like that.
You gotta pay for
soccer
it,
kid, right? Mbappe. Didn't he start like at 14 or something? 13, 14 years old. He was like some soccer prodigy. He's like a multi-millionaire now.
But I'm pretty sure, like Coach said, he probably was overseas, and his family already knew that from when he was probably 8, 9, 7 years old playing with the soccer ball.
Yeah, but like he's like a beast though now. Like he's like,
oh yeah, he's Ronaldo level, bro.
Yeah, but see, like over there though, if they see a 13, 14-year-old that's that good, the country will embrace him, and they're gonna they give him all the training he needs, the scholarship. What they don't have to pay for the stuff like they do over here.
Mbappe is like the Jordan of soccer now.
Yeah, Mbappe. All I know, I'm probably going to head out now, but all I know is Isaiah Hartenstein is going to win a championship for the Knicks, and you guys are going to be like, what? EG was right. I'm like, yeah, because every single stat says exactly what I'm saying.
There's no way.
No, I did
like
check out
literally
the
every single stat.
Hey, EG, I followed you on Twitch, bro, just so you know.
Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. But I seriously, and if you want to argue and say I'm wrong, I'm more than willing to listen to your arguments.
Well, you can't be wrong because you have to prove this has to prove you right.
Yeah.
Your claim isn't truth until it's done. Everyone else is right now.
Right.
You're the one that's wrong.
Well, I remember when
you're wrong right now.
No, I'm not wrong.
You are.
I remember
It
when
hasn't been proven.
the Clippers were down 25 points, and I think they weren't playing hard. They were playing small ball against the Jazz, and then they put Hardenstein in, and I was watching the game with my cousin, and I was like, "Oh, they could win the game," and he's like, "No, they're down 25 points." Like, no, they just put Hardenstein in. It's winnable. It's like, no, EG, you're crazy. You're crazy. No way. They're down 25 points against Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert and these There's no way they can beat Hardenstein plus 25. He leads the comeback. Hits nearly every shot he hits every shot he takes in the second half. He sets up assists. He gets he plays lockdown defense.
My mind
So
if it's
true.
So you telling me that because we have Hartenstein, that's why Danny Ainge did not give us Donovan Mitchell?
No. That the Donovan Mitchell stuff will be an afterthought. People will forget that Donovan Mitchell was even in the trade.
Agreed.
It'll all be.
I
plan on clowning y'all too.
I tell you what, EG, what's great about making this outlandish take, you know what I'm saying? Not that I think it's that outlandish, but many people do.
I love the
passion. If you're right, you're a genius.
Yeah, I give you credit.
If you're wrong, you'll get roasted. You'll get roasted just for a little bit, and then we'll forget it. You know.
I remember there were so many people like, imagine if EG was right about Jokic. Imagine if EG was right about Jokic. I'm like,
EG, let me ask you a question, EG.
I'm not gonna lie, the Reddit page is crazy. The Reddit, if y'all go check out the Reddit page and go look at the Hardenstein, I just looked at it. It's pretty impressive. I'm not gonna lie. You got more than 5 stats on there, but it's
I'm team iHeart, bro. I really am.
40
but
articles
you
about
gotta add context to the whole Jokic thing. Like Jokic only got a shot to show what he had because Moutier was terrible with the Nuggets.
Well, Moutier actually made everybody worse, right? So part of it was Jokic would have led the Nuggets to the playoffs if Moutier wasn't like the worst point guard in the NBA. Like, so he was like terrible. So he actually made Jokic worse because he would take the most shots on the team. He literally took the most shots on the team and averaged like 4 turnovers a game while shooting like 27% from the field. Like literally, this is crazy. As bad as you think Moutier was with New York, he was like 5 times worse with the Nuggets.
EG, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, what's up?
All right, so you made the call on Jokic, correct?
Yes, I did.
So what are the other calls between Jokic and today that you've made that has not worked out?
Oh, that is not. It was a lot of this stuff has to do with the draft. Because of COVID.
No.
Yeah,
Frank Ntilikina.
I called LaMelo Ball the most obvious bust in the draft because of his. I thought his defense and his shooting efficiency wouldn't translate to the NBA. It obviously did translate to the NBA.
Right. I was thinking too because and I also saw erratic behavior that was bizarre.
Yeah. So
you know what I'm saying?
I was low on Melo Ball. A lot of the takes that I haven't that don't work out for me are takes that are like based on incomplete college data because college data is very small sample size, but it's not normally small sample size. It's
you've made more than 2 calls in your life.
I have a list of like I think I'm probably right about 70% of the time. There was actually a prediction tournament from cleaning the glass where you have to like put probabilities on different predictions. I was second in the entire world in that prediction competition. I think like 20.
Did you screenshot that?
I did. At the time, but the thing is, there was like one more prediction. There was one prediction, and if it came true, then I would be number 1. And that prediction was, will Kawhi stay with the Raptors? And I predicted the Raptors were going to win the championship. So I was like, okay, they won the championship. They're going to keep Kawhi. So I put it at 95% chance that they would keep Kawhi Leonard.
And he
bounced. Because I predicted the Raptors were going to win the championship. And that was before the season.
And you thought they would run it back?
I thought they would run it back because I predicted the Raptors were going to win the championship.
Yeah, because most star players, when they win a championship, they tend to try to run it back.
Yeah. And that was my prediction. And that one 95%, and the way it works is it was like depending on how long ago you make it, it hurts you bad. So if you get one thing wrong, it kills you. And that's because I got that one wrong so badly. It killed me down. I end up only in like the 90th
Guys,
percentile.
weirdos.
But I made like 26 predictions. I got positive points on 20 of them. And I think one of them was like Lakers missing the playoffs. I predicted the Lakers missing the playoffs that year.
But like nothing other player specific though, right? Like so, like anything else players. I'm just trying to find you.
Shai Alexander, I was super high on. I called him. I called a lot of players. Obviously, Moutier, most obvious bust in the draft. I called. I called Ben Simmons. I made a post when people still thought Ben Simmons had a higher ceiling than Jokic. I made a post. Jokic versus Ben Simmons, where I predicted Ben Simmons being like a 2 to 3 time All-Star and then not improving at all. I basically outlined exactly Ben Simmons' career outlook. I think.
Did you
I
think
it was?
Did you think Obi was going to get picked 8?
Did I? I think I knew he was going to pick high. I thought Obi was more of a bust prospect because he was so old. But obviously. He's I mean, old for a prospect, right? He's already 20. Hardenstein's younger than Obi. Like Hardenstein's is younger than Obi. I'm pretty sure. Is he?
He is old for a prospect.
Obi is old. Think about it. You about to trade Obi for Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell is like 2 years old.
Yeah. So that's why I thought
Obi was before the whole like.
Yeah, but I have a list of predictions where people could just say I was just right about Jokic. I've been right about a lot of things.
But that's your biggest call. That's your biggest call, though, right? That's the one you're hanging your hand on.
Once Hardenstein hits, Hardenstein's going to be my biggest call.
Hardenstein just turned 24 in May.
Just turned 24. He just
turned 24. So EG, this is a.
He's younger than Mitchell Robinson. Yeah.
Do you think? All right. So we just signed Mitchell Robinson, right?
Yeah.
Do you honestly think that even in training camp, if Hartenstein outplays Mitchell Robinson, you think Tibbs will play Hartenstein
Tibbs
over
will do
Mitchell
whatever
Robinson?
it takes to win. There's something that you need to understand about the Mitchell Robinson signing is they just paid him what he's worth. They didn't actually. I don't know if they actually like Mitchell Robinson because they paid him under $20 million. It's a descending contract, right? They just paid him what he's worth, right?
No,
it's a very team-friendly contract where you look at Tibbs. Tibbs loves to overplay his players. Joakim Noah for Tibbs never played less than 30 minutes per game. For Mitchell Robinson, he's never played more than 28 minutes per game. Like he's always a little bit iffy about Robinson.
He might be right about that.
Right?
He might be right about that because the Knicks offered Mitchell, Obi, RJ, and 3 first rounds in the pick.
So
before they signed Mitchell to 60.
Why didn't they keep Duren in the draft?
Because they
wanted to get off those contracts.
Yeah. They wanted to get off the contracts. To sign what's his name, Brunson, and then Hardenstein. So, yeah, there's a bunch of reasons why they did what they did, but basically, yeah. I kind of forgot where were we going with this? I lost my train of thought.
The picks.
The amount of
no.
You're talking about Mitchell Robinson.
Your predictions.
Yeah. Mitchell Robinson is because he was his contract is declining. I think they're not as high on Mitchell Robinson. I think it's going to be an open competition. I really do think it's going to be an open competition for the starting job. That's why I think Hartenstein went to the Knicks. I think that's what they promised him: open competition, a fair competition for the first time in his life for the starting job. Right? If you earn it, you earn it. And then I think that they're going to actually have that conversation. They're probably going to start Mitch because Mitch resigned. But I think over time, Thibodeau is just going to pick Hardenstein because there's not much. Hardenstein doesn't do better than Mitch, and by not much, I don't think Mitch does anything better than Hardenstein. Even finish, really. Finishing is very similar too. Even finishing near the basket.
I mean, Isaiah Hartenstein's the 30th highest paid center in the league.
Ooh, yeah.
So think about that. How many teams are there in the league? 30.
30. Yep.
Right.
He's finally there.
technically he's getting paid
starter money.
I mean, obviously there's guys ahead of him, that are overpaid. We all know there's always overpaid guys.
Tape should I look at of Hartenstein?
Oh, there's so freaking many. Let me.
I just looked at the
Knicks
G
film,
League MVP.
Knicks film. Wait, no.
He's got some good NBA ones.
There's no really great Hartenstein videos that really lay it out how good he is. Like there's like little things on Twitter. There's a wonderful thread by Knicks highlights that really go through his passing ability, and it's one of my favorite threads in terms of his passing ability. Let me link that in chat. And it goes through all the highlights of him.
Oh yeah, if you link it in chat, I can pull it up around my iPhone.
Yeah. So here we go. Wait. There we go. Let me link it in the private chat. This is this is Twitter. So this is this is a really good place to start where you look at his all of his highlights in terms of his passing ability and his floater ability, his skill set. So it's he doesn't. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say because there's no video that's just like, oh, you need to watch this video because they haven't made. He's not popular enough yet to have those videos made. So we'll see. Anyway,
they're losing in a lot of the games these highlights are in. By the way.
Oh yeah, well he's also that was the thing about Hartenstein. He didn't really play a lot of close games because whenever he played, it was either a blowout because he would turn the game like it was a tie game, and then like 5 minutes of him playing, the game is a blowout. Like that's how amazing he was. Or it's garbage, or they're losing and he puts them in and he tries to bring them back, but he something happens and they can't, and then he has to play garbage time, and then because Hartenstein, their garbage time lineup was terrible. I remember what's his name?
Terrence Mann?
Not Terrence Mann. Well, Terrence Mann is up there, but like they traded for he played for the Celtics. He's terrible. He's like a bodybuilder almost.
Semi Ojeleye?
Semi Ojeleye. He played with Semi Ojeleye, and that was the only negative lineup he had. Like it was like Semi Ojeleye is just terrible, man. Like oh my god, Semi Ojeleye. Like Semi Ojeleye is like if you take a player and you're like, okay, just lift weights and shoot the basketball, and that's it. That's all we want you to do. Like, and then he didn't learn. He doesn't know anything about basketball. He had no basketball IQ. He would make the wrong decision every single time. And on defense, he was like strong guy, but he would make
these aren't complicated passes. EJ, I'm watching a video. A lot of these passes are pretty. It's good that he's fundamental.
People don't understand how difficult some of these passes are. It's no-look passes. It's the no-look passes, right?
So, but that's what we already talked about that. And the reason why he do these passes is because he is not finesseful enough to turn his body and all right. So it's like I got to make a split-second pass. So do I turn around and then find the guy, and then this thing takes a second and a half, or do I just flick it any way I know how to get it to him? You know what I'm saying?
Sally, watch this YouTube clip I put in the chat.
Yeah, man.
Which one is this? That's all right.
And we can't let him get away with this call without any pushback. I'm not gonna, I'm gonna push back a little bit.
Okay, please. I want you to push back.
Honestly, I can't criticize or big up this guy. I really don't know about Hartenstein.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. That's why it's hard to argue with me because a lot of people have no idea. They've never seen a single game of Hartenstein playing in his life, right? So it's like I've watched every single Hartenstein game for the last 2 years. Because I think stats are great, but if you don't watch the game, your stats will always be limited. I remember a couple games I skipped, and then I looked at the box score. I was completely lost. Like you need to actually look at the game to get the context to what actually happened.
Did you guys see the interview he did, Hartenstein, when he mentioned that Joker was the one that pretty much taught him how to make these passes, where to put these passes? How to pretty much look off the defense and catch everybody off guard. Like it was really interesting listening to that interview. And he said he couldn't really do nothing. And then one day, like Tyronn Lue was like, "All right, no, shoot the three. All right, start making passes." And then like now he's like the love of like the analytical community because it's like this is the thing that nobody ever saw before that he was able to do.
The last 12 games of the season, Hartenstein averaged shot 60, 50, 90 shooting split, 90% from the free throw line in the last 12 games of the season, and he was getting 23 minutes per game. His assists, he had a better assist to pass to assist ratio than Jokic, which means every single time he got the ball, he got an assist as often as Jokic got an assist.
Mm-hmm.
Now that doesn't like. I don't think
Does
people
it
understand
scale?
How,
You know, you gotta,
it scales. Passing scales. That's the thing about passing. It actually improves over time. It's players that don't pass, if they get more opportunities, they start to struggle. Players that do pass, they get more opportunities. They play better. They become MVPs. That's what happened with James Harden, where James Harden was in this limited role, but then the moment he got a bigger role, 38, 37 points, 44 points. He was a perennial all-star, and then he became an MVP. Right?
I also forgot where I got this stat from, but I believe he was amongst the league leaders in making cross-court passes to corner threes.
Yeah.
He definitely hustles. He's a hustle
And
boy.
correct me if I'm wrong, EG. He was projected to be a first-round pick, but then he had a heart issue, right, or something like that.
No. It was really interesting. He didn't have. I think he had like a slight injury or something, but it was on the draft day. He was drafted, and the draft analyst, he said, this is a miscalculation. If Hartenstein stayed one more year, I had him as a lottery pick. If he stayed in the European for one more year overseas, I had him as a lottery talent.
Yeah, I forgot what it was. He was supposed to be a first rounder.
Yeah, he was supposed to be a first
round. Something medical. He had red flag.
No, it wasn't anything medical. I think he's just like it was a he came out too soon.
I'm telling you, I look into it. I think it was a medical, either his back or his heart. I don't know why his thumbs jumped out at me.
I never heard anything about any back or heart injury thing.
I like the highlight reel. I can't lie. It looks good.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That's really good. I'm not gonna lie. That's in highlight reel. If RJ is getting those passes,
bro, look at the way he does the pick and roll, bro. I love the way he picks and rolls, bro.
It's clean because if you have Julius and RJ,
it's so smooth.
Going one left and right, that's smooth right there. You know what I'm saying? And like you could put so many people. You could put Cam in that. You could put Quentin Grimes in that. There's a lot of people you could put in that. That rotation.
And you got to put into context. This dude is 7 foot 240.
Yeah.
He's
at his same size as DeAndre Ayton, except he's the best rim protector in the NBA. He's also one of the best passers in the NBA, and he has better advanced stats than DeAndre Ayton across the board. He has a better shooting percentage than DeAndre Ayton.
Can he shoot?
Uncle Freezy, what do you think of all this? Hartenstein.
Hartenstein is trash.
Yeah.
Hartenstein is trash.
Sure,
that's what it was. I just looked it up. He was red flagged at the NBA Combine for a back issue.
Was he?
Yeah,
That's probably
I just saw it right now.
I never heard of any back issue.
The back issues was with red flagged.
So here's the reason why I think Hartenstein is I think there's something to the Hartenstein thing. I'm just not ready to say that this dude is an all-star yet. Does he have the potential to be a quality NBA starter? I think so. I think so. But are we talking about this dude's gonna be better than Jokic? If he's better than Jokic, then we have to consider the decline of Jokic.
No. He's going to be better than Giannis.
Oh,
is he a righty or lefty?
He's going to be better than Giannis.
He's a lefty. He's a lefty.
Isn't that hilarious? Another lefty, bro. Hartenstein's a lefty.
Yeah, he's a lefty. Yep. Another one. But he finishes with his right hand.
Are you trolling at least a little bit, bro? Like,
nope,
are you trolling
not at all.
Hey, I thought he was too, so I looked into it myself, bro.
Not at all. And I can tell you the logic why.
I see that jersey behind him.
The problem with Giannis, in my opinion, he doesn't have any shooting touch. So if you look at his shooting range from 3 to 10 feet, he only shoots 36%. So Giannis goes in and dunks over everybody, but he doesn't have any shooting touch. So even though he's this great passer and he's this great finisher, you can't really. He's very limited in terms of his half half court scoring because he doesn't have a good touch at the basket. If it's not a dunk, it's likely a bad shot for Giannis. For Hartenstein, it's completely different. Every single time he takes a shot, it's likely a good shot. Whether it's a 3-point shot, whether it's a floater shot, whether it's a shot at the basket, if Hartenstein's taking the shot, it's going to be a good shot, most likely. And on top of that, I think Hartenstein's has a better upside as a passer. I see better no-look passes than Giannis. Giannis is an insane passer, but I think Hartenstein has a higher upside as a passer when he finally gets more opportunities as a ball handler, as a playmaker.
But come on, that doesn't mean he's better than Greek Freak.
And then on defense, you're talking about literally the best defensive center in the NBA. Literally the best protector.
But you say he's the best defensive center in history.
Yeah, technically.
Come on, man. Come on.
The greatest defensive center to ever play basketball.
Yeah, well, so when you have a better defensive rating than Rudy Gobert playing with 5'10" Facundo Campazzo, there's something special about that. If you have a better defensive rating than Rudy Gobert, 3-time defensive player of the year, playing with 5'10" Facundo Campazzo and rookies,
Michael Porter Jr.
There's something freaky about that, man. There's something freaky about that. Like, you can say whatever you want. Only the best defensive player in history could do that. Only the best defensive player in history can have a better defensive rating than Rudy Gobert playing with 5'10" Facundo Campazzo. And that's all I'm going to say.
The only thing I want to argue against your point is I want to see those stats when he's playing against the starters. That's all.
You can't.
That's all.
There's never been a bench player.
But you can't supply those right now. You gotta wait.
So that's what I'm saying. I'll wait and see, and then I'll label him the best.
But there's never been any other bench player. All other bench players in the life of the NBA had the same possibility to come up with these stats.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yo, if EG's right, you gotta give him the
I'm thinking he's gonna average a triple double, and lead the league in assists.
EG, he's right. I'm gonna give you a flowers, brother. But if you're wrong,
hey, I'd be happy with a double double, bro.
I'm on you, bro.
You're the man if he gets a double double when we make the playoffs.
There's a possibility.
I think the double double is very doable.
So EG, I'm sorry, I said EJ. EG, what are you telling me Hartenstein's line is looking like?
I don't know his exact line. Obviously, it's going to ramp up because he's not.
If he plays 25 minutes a game,
yeah, I was about to say.
If he plays 25 minutes a game,
yeah, he's going to average 24, 13.
No.
9 assists. I ain't talking about 25. I'm talking about starter minutes.
If he gets started.
So wait a minute. So if he can't do this in starter minutes, this whole thing you've been saying for the last.
Wait. No. I thought he said if he was getting 25 minutes per game.
Wait a minute. So you don't think he's going to be a role player, do you?
No. He's going to.
You think he's going to be a starter, right?
Yeah. So it's going to be.
So what about starters numbers?
So in terms of his numbers, it depends on. Obviously, he's not going to be featured in the offense early, so likely his points are going to be under 20 points per game early. Because
I'm going to say like 23. I'm thinking like.
No. I think around 18 points per game, most likely. So 18.
How is he going to win an MVP? How is he going to win an MVP?
No, he's not going to win the MVP. He's going to win Most Improved Player, and then the next year after that, he's going to win MVP. So it's going to be 18, maybe like 14 rebounds and 6 assists.
8 assists.
Maybe
so
7.
Maybe 7. You're telling me in a lineup featured with Jalen Brunson
and a defensive rating of 100.
Defensive rating of 100.
That's his defensive rating?
And probably a net rating of 15. So when he's on the floor, you're the best team in history, most likely.
So hold on, EG. You telling me with a lineup with Jalen Brunson, who has expectations coming into New York.
Yep.
RJ Barrett, who has expectations because of his contract.
Yeah.
Cam Reddish, who feels like he has something to prove or should feel like he has something to prove.
Yeah.
Julius Randle, who's coming back for a redeeming season.
Yeah.
You think Hartenstein is going to average about 25 points?
No. He said 18.
18 points and about 7 assists.
18 points.
Well, this is why his scoring is going to be down because of all the factors you mentioned. Next season, the next season after that, he's going to be like that 25 point per game scorer and then win MVP. So,
okay.
I think during the playoffs, that's when I think it's really going to ramp up because a lot of it is missed shots, right? So a lot of his offense early on is going to come from missed shots from Randall, missed shots from Barrett, where he's getting the rebounds and then kicking out or getting the putbacks. And that's where a lot of his offense is going to come early. And then they're going to realize every single time Hartenstein touches the ball, we get a good shot. And then they're going to start running everything through him. So, and Hartenstein will only do what the coach asks of him. So it's just going to take time for him to ramp up.
So you're saying he's basically Obi Toppin then, huh?
No, I'm saying he's basically like next year he'll be like a Bam Adebayo, right? So
I can see the Bam Adebayo comp.
Yeah, so like
I just want to tone it down with the MVP.
So like Bam Adebayo, those are the kind of stats that Bam Adebayo. Obviously, I think he's going to average like almost double the rebounds Bam Adebayo. But it's going to be like 18, 14, and like 6 to 7 assists around there.
Do you know how hard is it to put up the numbers that you just mentioned right now?
Do you understand Hartenstein's advanced stats?
I
you know how hard it is to put up a higher
PER while he was coming in the.
Do you understand? Do you understand how hard it is to put up a higher PER, true shooting percentage, and assist percentage than James Harden? Like, do you understand how only players in history that have done that
everything
are
you're
MVPs?
saying? But anybody can make up any stat or any storyline to benefit a player. I would like to see everything you're saying when he's playing against the frontline players. We can go around and start celebrating.
When backups play backups, they don't put up Jokic level stats. They don't put up Tim Duncan level stats. They don't put up James Harden level stats. They put up backup level stats. When stars play backups, they put up star level stats. That's what makes them stars, right? So saying, oh yeah, he did all of this against backups, that does not explain his skill set. It does not explain his stats away. It just doesn't. And he will still do it all against starters. He did it against starters. He was throwing no-look passes against the Celtics, against the defensive player of the year. He was throwing passes around Draymond Green. He was scoring on Draymond Green. Like, he was scoring on Rudy Gobert. Like these players, the best defensive players in the league, he was scoring on.
No one's debating what you're saying, but when you're playing starter minutes, when you're going against starters, you're using a different amount of energy and you're playing a different game.
Well, it's all
that you're going balls to the wall when you're coming off the bench.
Well, he's not great because he's going balls to the wall. He's great because he throws no-look passes.
He plays with a lot of energy, so
he does play with a lot of energy, but that's not what makes him great. Hartenstein is great because of his skill set, and that's not going any away just because he's tired, right? Same thing with Jokic. I heard the same arguments with Jokic, where it's like, oh yeah, Jokic, he was playing against bench players. Can he do it against starters? He goes against starters. He gets starter minutes, and now he's freaking MVP. First he was an all-star. It took a couple years, obviously. I might be accelerating the timeline. It might be a couple years till he's MVP, right? I might be accelerating the timeline. But
I think you're doing more than just accelerating the timeline.
No. He's going to be MVP. I don't know. I might be accelerating the timeline.
Hey Jay, I'll finish, yo. He might be right about everything, yo. If he is, you gotta give him his flowers, man.
Bro, I'm watching the highlights of this game against Denver, bro.
No, he is I'm telling you.
What I'm wondering is he was playing at the beginning of the game. Okay, and he had like 3 or 4 assists in the first quarter.
Coach, when they signed him,
and then he didn't go back in the game to the second half.
Coach, when they signed him, I looked at my brother and I said, "Yo, he's better than Mitch. He's gonna start eventually. You watch."
Yeah, Andre Bryant said, "Yo, Mitchell Robinson finna punk Hartenstein."
It's good that there's competition there.
Yeah,
anyway,
I'm probably gonna head out.
Yeah.
So see you later, guys. Thanks for the conversation. I appreciate you. If you have any more questions, or like if you find a hole in my argument, I want to listen to it, because I'm not gonna be blind. I want to hear all the arguments. I just never heard a good argument against Hartenstein. I just never heard
the only hole that I can honestly see is it just as an athlete and as a human being. Like, if you know you're going to have limited time, like sometimes you're going to go hard, like, because you know that's all the time you got. Like, I just want to make sure he can sustain this level of hustle and activity for 30 minutes,
especially defense.
You know what I'm saying?
Especially defense. I don't know.
That's the part for me.
He contested the most shots in the entire NBA per minute. I don't know if he's going to do that again. But what he isn't going, if he plays in drop coverage, a lot of those contests will then be rebounds instead. And if they're rebounds, he's the best, one of the best outlet passers in the entire NBA. Where we're talking on the money pinpoint outlet passes.
What I think he's very good at
into layups.
What
right?
I think he's very good at off the pick and roll. I think he's a lot better than Mitch recovering off a high pick and roll and contesting at the rim at the same time. He's very good at it.
Almost double.
He doesn't jump. He's not jumping at all.
Who is?
He's not jumping.
Who is not?
I Heart is not jumping. Straight hands up.
Have you seen Hardenstein? Isaiah Hardenstein's not jumping?
No,
you're gonna have some fun.
No, I'm saying that he's not jumping in a way like he's not falling for no pump fake.
Oh yeah.
No.
He doesn't fall for pump fakes like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Actually, he did a little bit earlier, especially with the Nuggets and the Cavs. But he got more as he got more experience. He jumped less and less and less.
I am a little worried about his fouls per minute.
Well, everyone's a little worried about his fouls.
Hopefully, I can see him getting better at it. And
again, the last 12 games of the season, his fouls per minute were below. They're about the same level as Mitchell Robinson. So
I like him a lot, man.
Yeah,
I like him a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, I'll see you guys later. I'll see you guys. Bye.
All right, my man. Take it easy, bro. I gotta give you props, man. You got everybody searching Hardenstein's line.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
You got D'Angelo going crazy out there, man. He punching the air. Yo, we missed out on Donovan Mitchell, and now this dude talking about we finna win the championship. Because
I heard about to be the MVP.
I don't know if you guys talked about it today. I'm pretty sure you guys are almost 8 hours in. But what do we do now?
I would just say, man, we ain't got no choice but to play the kids. If you play the veterans, Tibbs need to be fired ASAP.
But how can you say that with a straight face when Tibbs is still here? You know he's not going to do it.
What other place do we got to go?
But then that's on Leon then, right?
Yeah. Leon don't have to bite the bullet.
Yeah. Tibbs is still going to try to coach to win. So if the front office gives them keeps Fournier and Randall and Rose, he's gonna, if he thinks they're the best guy for the job to try to win them a game, he's gonna play him. I hate to admit it.
And that's we're no man's land, and it's so scary. Like if you was to tell me, all right, listen, this failed, but you know what? We're gonna go into the season with RJ, Cam, and Obi as a 2-3-4, and just see what happens. And we're going to give 20 to 30 minutes for Quickly and Grimes off the bench.
Right.
I can live with that. I can sit here and watch every game and watch them grow. I'm okay with that.
You can watch that, right?
Yes. Every game. I won't miss a game.
Yeah.
But I can't sit here and watch Fournier Rose, and we lose, but we win. But we lose some bad games, and then we win some games we had no business winning, and then we're picking 12.
Yeah, I know.
I'm with you.
And then there's no free agents for the next 3 years. And we're too scared to trade up in the draft.
That sounds familiar. We did that last year.
Yeah, it just happened this summer. So I'm scared, man. I'm scared.
We were at one spot from the play-in.
Hey, no, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead. I had a brain fart. I don't even know what else to say after that.
So yeah,
I'm scared.
In defense of Tibbs, he did acknowledge that he should have played the younger guys more.
So what I told Freeze earlier in the summer, I feel it's a load of BS what they're doing because Tibbs did that to calm the masses, right? Because we're calling for his head. Because after what Obi did, now Tibbs is like, oh, I found religion. Obi, affects winning. You wanted Grimes. You banged on the table for Grimes. Grimes didn't play, so there was COVID and injuries. You right? DSJ was getting backup minutes in the preseason, and because he got injured and Frank Ntilikina's growing injury, IQ took the spot and ran with it. I can't sit here and think Tibbs knows how to evaluate talent or use it. he fell into these things.
Hey, which Frank groin injury though?
The one every other week. The one every other week.
Again.
My bad.
This is my thing. Is like I want
Frank menstrual cycle, like Frank.
So he fell into quickly. He fell into Grimes. He fell into Obi. He's saying, "Oh, I should have played the guys more." Like, yeah, this is what normal people been telling you, but you sit here and say that we don't know what we're seeing. You guys don't watch the tape as much as I do. And then Leon is not man enough to tell him, "Yo, I need you to play these players." You know why? Because if I want you to win as a coach, I need these value of these players to go up so I can get you your players. So they're not being productive all the way around.
Okay.
There's like this front office, they operate like they're so green. Like they don't know what they're doing.
Right.
And it's so frustrating.
That's why I feel like a hypocrite, because I was one of the ones who was rooting for Tibbs to be our coach. Like I was one of those people, because after Mike D'Antoni and Derek Fisher and dealing with the whole Phil Jackson mess, I just wanted us to play defense. I didn't know it was going to be at the expense of a coach being so stubborn that he's only going to play players that he like, regardless of their talent.
Okay.
I didn't know it was going to be at that expense.
Okay.
I should have.
Okay. Can you hear me? Everything all right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey,
I'm just reading some stuff.
Hey,
I'm
Coach,
listening.
Man, I'm washed up, bro. We've been on for like 8 hours, bro. I thought I could do it. I don't know if I can hang.
I know, bro. I'm hurting too.
You got a menstrual cycle, yo?
My age is kicking in right now.
Frank Ntilikina, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. That damn EG got me on this dang Hartenstein thing again. And now I'm delving more into. I've been reading all these dang stories.
Hey, Coach, you grasping for straws after the whole Donovan Mitchell thing?
What's that?
You grasping for straws after the Donovan Mitchell?
Hey,
you trying to find something positive?
I was so depressed, bro. I don't know if you noticed. I changed my name on the fantasy football thing already because I was the dummy that made my name Superstar Spiders. I jinxed it. And I had a picture of Mitchell and everything as my icon. But now it's Fudge Danny Ainge. That's my fantasy name.
I have a question for you guys. Check this out. So we went a whole summer waiting for this trade to happen, and it didn't happen today, right? RJ got paid. Mitch got paid. If we go into next season and RJ doesn't perform the way he's supposed to, Mitch doesn't perform the way he's supposed to, Julius doesn't perform or his attitude stays the same, is that an indictment on the players or is that an indictment on the front office for putting now this new founded pressure on these guys to perform for what we just went through this summer? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, what would our reaction be right now today if this is all we did? Like, say the Donovan Mitchell thing never happened. Like, if all we did this offseason was, get rid of Kemba and all that stuff, and then sign just Brunson and Hartenstein, lock up RJ and Mitch, and we going into the season like that. Like, how would we have reacted as a fan base if that's all the moves we did, and then sit on these picks for a minute and to see what would happen?
And this dude Hartenstein can shoot.
I'm telling, bro, his stroke is clean. Bro, for a 7-footer, his stroke is clean, bro. I'm telling you.
The more you look at it, the more you realize there may be something to this thing, right?
He reminds me of what was the big guy we had?
It's gonna be a good compliment when Mitchell comes out and Hartenstein comes and spaces the whole floor.
He reminds me of who was the guy we had? Jason Smith, was it?
He the MVP.
Yeah, Jason Smith.
He reminds me of Jason Smith a lot, but he's better defensively.
You said the lawyer, Jason Smith.
And that's the main thing. He's gonna play defense, so that's the main thing. He has defense. He has the size. He has the shot, and he's great in pick and roll, and he could pass.
Yeah, he's like a chameleon, bro. It's weird. Like he's been a couple of different looking players.
He's like a set of Legos, bro. You can make him into whatever you want.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, has Donovan Mitchell already became an afterthought, y'all? Like,
yeah, man. hey, coach, I got to crash, bro. Y'all hanging out for a while?
Probably.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out for a while.
I'll rock for a couple more minutes, bro. But I'm not that far behind you.
Hey, Greeny, you gonna be here for a while?
I'm probably about to be out of here. I just did the whole shift.
All right, so
I was about to roll solo, y'all, man.
Hey, Don Pete, Jay, what we'll do is we'll end this live stream here, but they still rocking over on Knicks after party. Yeah, y'all, you just hey, chat. If y'all still want to rock, just go over and rock with Knicks after party, right? I'm gonna go outside and get some fresh air, throw some water on my face, and then I'll meet y'all over there. But Joe, this is the longest live stream we ever did. This is 8 hours, bro.
You can't bring us down, Danny Ainge and Leon Rose. You can't bring us down.
You can't.
Hey, please, yo, EG
Greeny, before you head out, talk to me behind backstage
yo,
a minute.
Some spirits up.
Yeah, EG is the GOAT, bro. I'm gonna send him a GOAT letter later on. But let me end this one. Y'all go bum rush the show at Knicks after party, and I'll meet y'all over there in like 20 or 30 minutes.
You got it.
All right.
All right, y'all.
No doubt.